Boruto
Sounds
TBV
like,
If we want to
has
do
a
that, we
huge
can either
problem.
just do it together or do our own separate 10-minute intro topic icebreakers. However you
Wow,
want to do
considering
it.
I pressed go start, we're breaking the ice now. So hey, Walky Talky, yeah, with Mello and Kamui. How's that for an icebreaker?
Who knows who else will show up?
What's up, people? What's up? What's up?
So
I didn't get to talk to you guys, I don't think, about chapter 23 of TBV.
No, I figured that was cool. We had a lot of chapter 23 topics, so I just assumed you also did because you messaged us pretty much soon after the chapter came out. So
okay,
Yeah.
so
So
Mello,
what are you guys thinking?
there is an immediate conversation that I need to hear your opinion on. So first of all, just confirming, you are live/good/ready?
Live right now. /good/ready.
All right. Okay. So Mello.
I mean,
what?
well, to be fair, I still am setting stuff up a little bit, but yeah, we're live. They can hear us
Okay.
on stuff, yeah.
So what did you think about Boruto's sword chip scene?
Yeah, I thought it was needed.
Oh,
That's
you
what I
hear
felt.
that,
I felt like it
Kamui?
was needed.
Necessary, he said.
Hold on, what? I didn't hear
What do you think about that apple, Kamui? As opposed to
What's
those
that?
apples, it's just that singular apple.
Yeah, what's the topic?
All
Yeah, pick it
right,
up
so
again.
Mello, since you've read Boruto 2 Blue Vortex chapter 23, we have to have a very important conversation about the Boruto sword chipping scene and why it's needed.
Right. So for me, when you excel your character's level of power to the level that they're at now, I need to start rationalizing how metal can damage these characters. And even if I get away from the now part of it, if you go back to Boruto part 1, you have characters like Ishikio Tsusuke, who's brimming with power, feeling the need to use a Shinjutsu ability against Shuriken coming his way instead of just dodging left or right. So it's like, why are these crafted pieces of metal so dangerous to these characters at this tier? And for me, now you can even go back to Momoshiki taking over Boruto's body and stabbing Kawaki in the back. And there's plenty of instances, but for me, metal as material got a major amp because of Ikimoto linking it to the main character's new technique, Flying Raijin. So okay, that was great. But then it's like, okay, well, if Boruto's not infusing his purple lightning or chakra through his blade all the time, which he doesn't seem to do all the time for some reason, then it makes sense to me that a normal piece of metal should break when it makes contact with these top tier combatants. So that's just kind of weird to me. The metal thing wasn't really addressed until this point. So the shipping makes perfect sense for me. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I haven't finished my chapter review, but I actually have I can go find it. I have a segment about relating to the power of the sword in Jura's finger. Now I don't
So
need to go through
stupid.
all of this, but okay, I found it. So Boruto's base sword slice is just absurd. Can we agree with this? It chopped off Jura's leg,
I've
and
been
like you
saying
said,
it for
she
months.
didn't infuse lightning release or anything.
Yeah, like
What'd you say, Oodie?
Yeah.
I've been saying this. His sword has just been OP. It's been this strong since the beginning to where
It's
Uzuhiko doesn't matter.
more, well, like, I mean, we can continue more, which we will. But Boruto's sword, unironically, is more reliable than a pretty well charged up Uzuhiko in terms of damage. Obviously, Uzuhiko has debilitation side effects, but ignoring that, just in terms of the raw damage, his base sword, no lightning release, is much
Casually.
than Uzuhiko.
Casually at that.
Well, the thing about Sasuke's blade that makes it even relevant to use should be that it is just made of metal and he can teleport to it. But the metal stuff itself, like if you're not infusing your energy into the blade, it's just like the blade's properties of being sharp and then like the speed at which it's swung, is doing the damage, which is weird when these characters are so top tier. You would imagine that, perhaps they could endure something like that, even coming from
Yeah,
like the
for
godly
example,
Boruto.
For example, the Executioner Blade Sabuzas, that is well known as being one of the best swords of all time. It's very strong with as long as the user's strong enough to swing it.
It even has a healing mechanic
Obito
too, which is crazy.
casually, yeah, exactly. Obito casually just raw dogged blocked it with his hand when Suigetsu swung at him. That's an example. It just Obito is more durable. The Gua arm that Minato's Rasengan shot off, it's more durable than this sword, which, putting that all together, obviously Minato versus Suigetsu is involved, but like generally speaking, that's kind of implying, hey, Minato's Rasengan might be stronger than the Executioner Blade, generally speaking. But Boruto's sword is really sharp.
I think it would be really cool if they introduce some kind of lore, like, hey, there's this like new particle, or not particle, but like some kind of new mineral that they discovered that they infused with their like metal work. And it's not just metal, but there's like this new mineral infused in it that gives it its like unique properties to be able to like not chip or break when it's making contact at high velocity speeds with these extremely durable bodies at this like tier of power. That something like that, some kind of lore like that, or hey, maybe we craft this blade from like a sacred tree, or like the Gamba Uchiwa, the Uchiha battle fan. Just explain why these weapons have such special properties, the six paths, sacred treasures, like something like that. Like make this blade a mythical, magical type of thing. And then you kind of resolve this issue. But when it's just like a piece of metal, you have no lore about the blade, and you look at that, it's like that never made sense. And the fact that Ikimoto addressed that in this chapter 23, I think is brilliant, in my opinion. Yeah.
Well, I just want to, for a quick moment, I just want to really emphasize to the world how ridiculous this is. So, Boruto's Rasengan, it does technically hurt Hidari, but it does pretty minimal damage. Whereas his one sword slash chopped Matsuri into like 50,000 pieces, chopping through claw grind like butter, chopping Jura's legs off like butter, and Boruto's Rasengan and Uzuhiko did nothing to Jura.
See, the claw
Furthermore,
the claw grind part. Okay, go for it.
Oh, go ahead and say your claw grind.
Yeah, the claw grind part's the part that doesn't make sense to me, because I'd be completely fine if they want to have it just be to where the Shinju's bodies are just wood. As we've seen, Jura and Matsuri seem to have the same durability, but then the claw grind part of their body is what's the OP strong part, considering it needs Kawaki to shrink it, and there's apparently no other way to get rid of the claw marks. But like, could Boruto not just walk up to one with like a sword and just like slash it in half and it's useless?
No, actually, okay, I'm gonna get to the claw marks themselves in a minute, but first, let's just gas up the sword a little bit. So you guys all remember Code, right? So, debilitation aside, he tanked Uzuhiko. He's taken ferocious hits from Damon left and right. He's getting beat up by Kawaki, instantly healing his shoulder on the next page from Borushika's Rasengan. But you know what he can't do? He can't tank or heal from Sasuke's sword slash. Nerfed Sasuke, by the way. What is the sword? It's, weaker user. Stronger than Uzuhiko.
Yeah, like it's the caliber of shinobi Sasuke is because of his sword.
But then there's another weird thing. Now I know Oodie has his own explanation for this, but I'm still gonna mention that this is weird. So, the sword, it's OP, right? Then you have Rinnegan, unnerfed Sasuke. Do you guys just remember a certain character who just straight up tanked the sword? First villain, actually, Momoshiki. Before he transformed. Yeah, it just stopped. He just stabbed him in the neck and it didn't do anything. How strong is his neck? It's the opposite of an Achilles heel. It's just the one strong part of his body.
It's a bit odd. And, I'm seeing some positions to where it's like, well, other anime does something similar, right? But regardless of what other anime do or have done in the past, just like it needs to be addressed. It never made sense at all. Like, it doesn't matter at what point in Naruto or Boruto a sword or that sword in particular was used to cut down this object or cut down this opponent. It never made sense. That's the thing. If it's infused with chakra, then sure, that makes sense because you're not really slashing with the blade. The blade is just a vessel for the energy of the chakra and then maybe you enhance the properties of the material, but whatever. That makes sense. But when Sasuke is going for a chop without infusing the chakra, the question is why? When like Boruto is going for a swing, like, are you out of chakra? Does it cost too much? Like, why aren't you doing this every single time? It's just kind of weird. It's like when Goku goes up against Trunks in Dragon Ball Z. Trunks has his blade, Goku has his finger. So like it's kind of like that. Like the blade, the properties of the blade doesn't really matter. It's the energy. That's why the finger was able to block it because it's the energy that matters. In this case,
then you get into like when it comes to the blades themselves. There are some examples where something could just be strong. For example, Kimimaru's bones stronger than steel. Like they just are sharper and stronger. So that's an example. Another example is Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade. We don't know what the history of making it special is, but at least we just do know ever since it's first debuted, it's strong. Enma can just tank everything apparently, but the Kusanagi blade can still hurt him. We just know it's a strong sword. But this is where it gets weird. So Kusanagi blade, basically the strongest. It's got a mythological tie-in. Okay, it's inspired by mythology. Of course, it's strong, like the Totsuka blade. But Four Tails Naruto can just tank it. So we know what the Kusanagi blade's strength level is without additional chakra-related things. It's Four Tails level. So what happened?
That's supposed to be the sharpest sword. I mean, maybe it was sharpest for its time and it only got sharper over time. Maybe Boruto era sword is like 20 times sharper than the Shippuden swords, but I feel like you can't do that to a sword.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could say, okay, you can just give Sasuke equivalent. I'm not gonna lie, I think Orochimaru had the best one. At the very least, he had the most Kusanagi-looking one. He's got the one with the fancy schmancy snake design, lightsaber, floaty powers, and all that telekinesis. Orochimaru has the better one. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Sasuke's random sword he's calling a Kusanagi blade, it's not as good as Orochimaru's. It's at best equal. So I don't know what he did.
Yeah,
he also lost, by the way, he lost that sword, melted in Kaguya's lava. So we don't even, technically speaking, I know it's the assumption, but nobody truly knows if Boruto era Sasuke's sword is a Kusanagi blade, because he lost that one.
I was going to say, like, what reason would anyone even have to believe that blade is of any special significance at all? There's no lore surrounding it. It just appeared.
Well, Kamui, you said something and it made me think of something really dumb. But what if after the Kaguya fight, Sasuke, with this random teleport warping portal ability, went back to Kaguya's lava dimension, cleared out the lava with, I don't know, his pseudo ice release or something, retrieved his sword, and it's amped through Kaguya's lava to be extra strong.
It like melted into some fancy science. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's ridiculous, but if they said something like that, I would be okay with it because it's like, it's kind of cool. It's saying, I don't know enough about sword making, blacksmithship, but like, and I'm pretty sure if you dump it in lava, it's just not going to magically turn out to be a perfectly sharp sword, but it's anime. At least they're trying to do something scientific with that lava explanation. I would be okay. At least it's something. At the end of the day, it's something. So I can't fully complain.
That goes along with everything that Mello said. First of all, it's like the Otsutsuki metal that refined the sword. It's this mineral that makes it way stronger. But also, Kaguya made that mineral, which only upscales Kaguya.
I mean, it's doing something for everyone at the end of the day. Like, so you can't really complain. But I agree. I mean, it would, at the very least, it would just be nice to just say, like, hey, like, what is the sword besides just a sword? Because especially if you've never read Naruto, there's a lot of Boruto fans like that. You don't even know what the Kusanagi blade is in the first place. Yeah. So, like, from their perspective, it just is a sword. There's no reason to assume it's particularly special for any reason. Obviously, Katasuke's science, maybe it's an ultra scientific, it's never described to be scientific ninja tech, but hey, we'll just assume it is, okay? tell us what they did to make it so strong?
Yeah, it is definitely more potent when it comes to the time skip in Boruto. Because yeah, you're right. Like a lot of people haven't seen Naruto surprisingly or Shippuden. So like yeah, just add a little exposition. Like don't just assume that people think that they're always infusing chakra all the time into their blade work or their kunai or shuriken or whatever. It just so happens that like we don't get to see it, right? It's just invisible energy. But then we get to see their aura, and then we get to see the purple lightning, and then we get to see all the other applications of chakra being infused or being used. But this particular instance is just invisible to us. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, we also know what
yeah.
the samurais, when they do it, they don't use lightning, they just do pure chakra in their sword, and we know what that looks like. We see the chakra
Visual
around the
aesthetic.
sword thing. Like they
Exactly,
show
yeah.
us.
Yeah, so like this assumption that it's just an always constant thing, and if they don't visually depict it, then you just should assume default that they're doing it anyways. I don't abide by that personally.
Yeah, especially when we have examples to the contrary in the series. But even then, let's just say he's always just infusing pure chakra into the blade, and his chakra control, it's just so good that rather than emitting around the blade, it's all perfectly condensed within the blade. I'll just give him all the benefits of the down the world. Either way, his sword slices just are really OP, stronger than all of his other jutsu, and the easiest to use, to the point that, like, why did he bother using the Rasengan to Jura's back in chapter 22, I believe it was. Chapter 22, yeah, it's before it was ego. Why did he bother doing that? Why not just go straight to the sword? He would have bisected Jura, could have done the up and down of Runeski thing that he did to Matsuri to chop her into 50 pieces. Jura's dead. Like, he literally, unironically, could have just caught Jura lacking because he wasn't trying, and he could have killed Jura.
I'm not sure if that's possible. Mostly because I think I have to look at Jura visually, but I just kind of assumed that the thing that he broke, that chipped, the little thing on his finger, the black thing that chipped the sword.
Yep.
I kind of assume like all the black things are that like potent or that level.
I disagree because so this is okay. We'll just skip ahead to this. So based off the specific way Ikimoto drew, let me share my screen. I'll go find them. The way he drew this it's somewhat silly but kind of interesting. But like you mentioned, all of like Jura's jacket, for example, I'll just prove it right now. Ryu has this same example, but all of Jura's jacket, as well as like Hidari and everyone, they just are claw marks because unless you want to say Mabushi specifically coming out of this part, but I mean his neck it's like out here. But there's also, let me just go pull up Ryu real quick. When Ryu does his claw grind, maybe chapter 19, right before he takes away Arai's sword, anyway. Yeah, right here.
Just real quick,
you just see the claw grind coming out of like the middle of his jacket all over. This kind of just implies the whole jacket's a claw mark. He does this with his Iron Sand too. With that in mind.
Yeah, so I think if you slash at his back with that like cloak thing, I think that cloak thing has the same kind of potency or output and durability, whatever the fuck you want to say, as the little finger thing. So maybe the Rasengan was a necessity there, perhaps. I don't know, but I don't know if like the cape thing is like, think about Sail's wings, to where it kind of like fans outwards in two segments, or is it like going all the way down? I don't quite remember. I think it's like Sail though.
I think it's 2 segments, but real quick, Kamui. So that's fine, Mello. I think that's how it should be. But then how do you explain Matsuri being cut up into 50 bits?
Or this, Boruto's Rasengan. Again, he doesn't do crazy damage, but he just does make it through this claw mark jacket on Hidari.
You would just like say that Mitsari is weaker than Jura. Yeah.
So I was going to ask you, do you think Jura's, in this case, do you think because Boruto chose to hit Hidari in the jacket versus like, I don't know, his arm, did Hidari get a defensive amp by Boruto choosing to attack here instead of there? But just weaker than Jura's amp. If for this hypothetical, we assume the whole claw mark jacket, this applies to all the Shinju, just is a claw mark, do you think that Hidari got a defensive amp because Boruto attacked here versus if he like attacked here, just not on the claw mark? Like, did Boruto essentially choose the worst place to attack? Or do you think that the amp of defensive shield only applies to Jura's claw marks?
It could go either way, honestly.
Mhm.
These are all just assumptions, or conclusions based on induction. But I would say probably yeah. He just
Okay,
didn't know, perhaps, and he just attacked the mark
perhaps.
there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So now let me go find. What I wanted to show you
And
though
also,
is
sorry, real quick, like with the Hidari and Boruto thing, it could just be contextual. Like he just appeared at that particular location, so it wouldn't have, like there was no like means in which he could
other place
attack
to go.
like directly on the skin. Perhaps I don't know, but it's interesting.
So this is what I want to show. At least present this again.
Mhm.
This is somewhat goofy but interesting. When Jura blocks it, it seems like it's hitting right up. In this image, it's kind of it's slightly above, to be honest, but really close to this white stud. The same thing goes here. There should be a stud right there. Is it specifically these spikes that are what's so strong in chipping the sword versus the black part?
That'd be
Because
really
if so,
stupid.
that could explain why this doesn't amp Hidari for any reason, because there's no studs there. Then maybe Jura is specifically mega aim blocking with his spikes.
That's interesting. It
But
could
that'll
just be
also
like
explain why the chip is like so small. Because like Jura's finger here, oh my god, I hate this. Jura's finger, it's like a freaking foot long sword here, but that chip is super tiny. Like what are these poking into it?
there's a lot of elements at play here. When you get back to the Moege thing, she was already kind of damaged by the time Boruto got there. So
Yeah, let's actually
even if
see
you
how much
think
of her claw mark body is left here.
even if you think they're somewhat relative or whatever, that damage would play a factor. It could be the case that Boruto has been doing damage to his blade this entire time, and this was just a straw that broke the camel's back.
I think so as well. Yeah.
It's not as much on Jura and his amazing potency or output or whatever. It's more so Boruto misusing the blade, or something akin to that. And I think you guys get the general gist of what I'm saying.
Mhm.
And then also, it could just be with the Hidari and Jura thing. It could just be a lot of this stuff when we talks about amping or whatever, it's just chakra based. So Jura could just have more power than Hidari, and thus his durability is higher in that particular area, sure. Or it could just be the spikes too. It could be those
Yeah,
specific spikes that are extremely potent. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's one. Okay, this is absolutely ridiculous.
It
Ikimoto was
looked like he can
not thinking of it
extend it,
this
right?
way. But if you look at this, I don't see any cut in half spikes. I think Boruto perfectly cut in between all the gaps.
Okay.
It's interesting. It's an interesting idea.
That's my
but
favorite theory because it's so ridiculous. Like Jura is just aim blocking with this tiny spikes.
it seems like
That's
he can
so
extend
cool.
extend the length of it, because it
Yeah.
seems clearly sharper in that top image in the bottom. So he might be able to extend those spikes out or extend or whatever the case may be. It's really interesting that they don't use the claw marks in the way that Code does by like summoning them behind or on their opponents. I think that would
Well,
increase their versatility in combat.
I
It's
actually
interesting.
have a podcast topic relating to this
Maybe
because
they
the only
can't
person
do
who
that.
does that is Hidari.
I think what sounds most reasonable to me isn't going to be the white spikes on the claw marks or the thing that Mello's saying that for whatever reason, Jura's claw marks are more durable than Matsuri's when they have the same durability of their skins. I'm not gonna go with that. Even if that seems to be the case, I think what sounds most reasonable is some claw marks are just hard and some are soft. I love pointing to Jura's shredded pants, but like just all of their clothes in general are flapping in the wind like they're a soft fabric. And I feel like because that, it's just for whatever reason more terrible as opposed to like the fingernail that's like the hardness of the stick that happens to be Jura's black finger thing.
Oodie. So, for example, something like Code's face claw mark. Do you think this one, under your theory, would be a hard or soft claw mark?
So that's hard
like
to say.
If hypothetically,
yeah,
Code just aim blocked with his forehead, would he block the sword?
it is hard to say. My theory is that I think there's different levels of hardness to the claw marks just based on the fact that some of them seem like fabric that can just like softly blow in the wind, whereas some are just like Jura's fingernail, which don't seem to bend or break or anything. It just feels like it's
Sorry.
different in that regard. So
Kind of an interruption, but
yeah.
I'll forget this point if I don't There are some materials like I don't know if this is true or not, but like the Roswell alien crash, they say like there was like this kind of aluminum material that was really like malleable but extremely durable. So like
Yeah,
you know, even if the material kind of flows like fabric, it could actually still be extremely durable.
I completely agree. Which is why I say it's what sounds most reasonable to me. Not that it is the case or that it's most likely, but that it sounds most reasonable.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
um,
I mean, I think all of them, I mean, to be honest, with the given options, I mean, the main options are just, I guess there's 4 options. All claw marks, amp durability, basically, and Juris is just higher, upscale everything Jura, and that's the difference maker with the sword. That's option 1. Option 2, the claw mark durability only applies to Jura for whatever unknown reason. Option 3, it's the white spikes. Option 4, there's both hard and soft claw marks, depending on whatever reason. Those are the 4 options. I think they all have a little bit of like, I don't know about it, like, but you kind of just have to go with what you like best, I guess, until it's explained.
yeah.
Yeah. So what do you maybe like a bit of a topic? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Super chat question, really quick. What if Code eats Moege's fruit? What do you
In
think
that
would happen?
hypothetical, I think what should happen, this is my belief, I think this is what I would like at least, and I think it makes
Sorry,
sense.
and this comes from Simba Jones. I'm gonna give him his credit as well. So thank you so much,
Okay.
Simba.
So Simba, what I think would make the most sense based off the way the Thorn Souls look and what they are, it would make a lot of sense if they're basically like a one-person chakra fruit. That makes sense. So like Moegi's Thorn Soul should
So,
probably contain
what do you mean
all
by
of
a one-person
Moegi's
chakra fruit?
info.
What do you mean by that? Oh, never mind. I think I know
So
what you
like
mean by that. Please continue.
yeah, so like obviously when the divine tree produces the chakra
Yeah,
fruit, it's
it gathers
absorbing
all of its
all the
information
world's
from.
information.
Yeah, we're talking
It would
about
be
one
from one
person.
single person. So
Gotcha,
like it would
gotcha.
be like specifically Code would get Moegi's information in chakra, and that's added to him. So it's not gonna. So in this hypothetical case, he's not gonna become an Otsutsuki and gain white skin and fly in the air and all that, but he's gonna get like something. I don't know, maybe he gets Moegi's abilities or whatever they're gonna do with it. But like I feel like it should only give him Moegi aspects, whatever that's gonna consist of.
That
And
would
then
go down
obviously, if you were to
difficulty.
hypothetically eat the whole world's thorn souls, you would just basically have chakra fruit.
Do you think he needs to eat the whole thing? Because I'm not sure how you get the spikes down the
I,
old throat
see,
there.
that's the part I don't know. It's almost like those spikes are like from Code's claw mark studs or something. I don't know. Those things are actually sharp, by the way. Like, go freaking look at Konohamaru's giant one this chapter. Like, I feel like you could just stab someone with these and kill them. If these, where is that part with Konohamaru? It's holding the thing, talking to Mitsuki.
Randomly in the middle of the chapter. Randomly.
Where it must have been a little bit earlier. Yeah, this thing. Look at these things. If these things are as sharp as hypothetically claw mark spikes, bro can insta kill anyone with this weapon.
It's like as big as a watermelon.
Oh, but
That
actually,
thing is crazy.
this spike right here is like 5 inches long. It's like Konohamaru's whole finger. But anyway, back to the thing. What do you guys think, though? Like, do you think they basically be like a one-person chakra fruit, or do you think there's going to be other differences?
Well, not to be semantical, but first of all, it's not Moegi's fruit, it's
Semantical?
Matsuri's soul thorn, and I don't think you can eat them. I don't think it's gonna be like a fruit, or I don't think it would do anything if you eat it. If anything, they're saying to inject it into the tree person, not to feed it to the tree person. So, like, eating it necessarily isn't the...
Well, I feel like the point would be to get it to go. So, like, if those trees are like absorbing chakra, whatever they're doing, it would be like infusing it into the person. So, I feel like eating versus infusing, it's fundamentally doing the same thing at the end of the day.
See, but that doesn't make sense to me because then it wouldn't be something special on the soul thorn. I mean, freaking bro like 4 chapters ago had Shinki's sword with Shinki's chakra in it. Just go infuse Shinki with the sword and then you free Shinki. But no, you need a soul thorn. So what is it about the soul thorn that's more than just their chakra?
Well, maybe it just has enough of their chakra because that sword's got not much of it.
I think it
think
has
that
to do
little
with
spike.
Tintel's chakra.
Interesting.
Because I think
I
that
don't
little
know
spike
though,
might
because
be,
well, first of all, I don't think you inject it into the person. I think you inject it into the tree, and then it's going to make the tree wither or shrivel up, or maybe it's going to like, instead of leeching off of the person, it's going to start leeching off of the soul thorn instead and let go of the person.
that'd be interesting actually. But my contention with the soul thorns having Tento's chakra isn't that would make sense, but it's the fact that, as we see, first of all, Hidari's chakra signature, perfect match to Sasuke. I feel like having Tento's chakra would influence it. Ignoring that, they can't heal on their own. You know what happens when you have Tento's chakra and Naruto? Oh, you have godly healing. Your whole body blew up. Thank God you have Tento's chakra to just poof it back into existence. Meanwhile, Hidari's gonna go.
Well, no. You say that. You say that.
To heal himself.
No, but that only proves my point more. Their bodies don't heal on their own. The soul thorns do.
But the soul thorns are like in there. They should. I mean, we don't even know why the soul thorns form out of nowhere anyway. But like, the soul thorns aren't there until you're blowing up, apparently. But like, why wouldn't the soul thorn? Because again, shouldn't the soul thorn, if it has Tento's chakra, shouldn't it just apply to the body that it's in and heal it? Like,
I feel like the soul thorn's there.
Weird.
I think the thorn bulb is likely just kind of like a USB. It's just like a vessel to store data and information. Most likely, from the source origin, in this case Sasuke, but then also like the conclusion, which would be Hidari. It just stores all that genetic information and data and whatever. And then also I think the spike might be like a USB port that you plug into the Tintails or Godtree or whatever the fuck that thing is, that whatever. And then that data just uploads or downloads or whatever the case may be. I think it's all just technology, just like biological technology, basically. And I think whatever is happening with Bug, Moege, the people are captured within the trees themselves. I think the trees themselves are sustaining that. It could be the case that they're just keeping them under while that's occurring out of necessity. They just need them to be alive. I'm not sure. There could be some invisible tether to the thorn bulb and the actual source origin, in this case Sasuke, to where if you kill one, the tether breaks and you kill the Shinju, and perhaps vice versa. And so you need to return the thorn bulb to its source so that you can break that tether through I don't know, uploading or downloading that data that was in the bulb to begin with. So I think it's like technology shit. A little bit complicated, but like biological tech, perhaps. Yeah.
But Boruto says that the Ten-Tails is quote unquote using their chakra in chapter 6, not it used it. Which again, this is semantics, maybe if screw up the translation, but that kind of taking at face value would imply it's still using their chakra, which would be why they need to be alive.
Yes, Simba. Sorry, Kamui. Yes, Simba. That's exactly where I was kind of going with it. I think the thorn bulb is similar to karma, to where karma takes the Otsutsuki, converts them into data, digitizes them, and then compresses that information and implants into a vessel. I think there's similar things happening here. I'm trying to rope in Black Zetsu, him being an entity based off of a source origin, but has his own personality and will. But I'm not quite sure where I want to go with that, so I can't really speak too much on that. I got to think about that a little bit more. But I think it's something similar. Karma, thorn bulbs, that shit with Black Zetsu. I think all that shit is roped up in a similar mechanic. It just manifests itself in a slightly different form or way, I think, maybe.
The same goes for chakra fruits. I mean, chakra fruits pool, it'd be like all these karmas pooling together in that case, but in this case,
yes, I think something similar too. Yeah.
Well,
I think all of this shit is just connected, just manifests in different ways. Chakra fruit, thorn bulbs, karma, Black Zetsu, whatever the fuck he is, all that shit. Yeah, I think there's maybe even more things that could manifest outside of this that we'll have to see. Shit, Himawari might have a thorn bulb. You never know. She's a hybrid.
So something that's really interesting to me is the fact that seemingly the Shinju need that Ten-Tails tree thing to heal. They can't heal from claw grimes or something
even
else.
Jura, seemingly, unless he's just choosing not to heal.
Yeah. And then we also have the fact that when they do that, it doesn't just heal their wooden body, it restores their claw marks. So the Ten-Tails tree just can make claw marks, seemingly somehow. That's a new mechanic that's also not talked on. So I also think you could argue that the soul thorn itself is a claw mark, possibly. I mean, it's black. It has the thorn
the spikes.
things. Yeah, it's a white spike. So maybe the Shinju can just teleport out of it. That'd be similar to when Jigen teleported out of Kwaki's karma that one time, if they did that like as a plot point. And I think that the casing, the shell, the thorn itself is actually necessary to free the person rather than just the chakra inside of it. There's a lot of weird ways that this is all connecting. The fact that the soul thorns can heal, the fact that the tree can heal the soul thorns back into the Shinju, but it seemingly can't do it without the soul thorn. But then we also have Hidari, who's wrapping his arm around Sarada, but how can he do that if he can't heal? So what's the mechanic there for Hidari's arm?
Well, he just turned it into. Why does he need to heal to do that? Like,
he's like stretching it. He's like making more wood, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean.
So why can he do that?
Well,
but if he gets his arm cut off, he has to heal.
But the wooden arm thing is a lot bigger than his regular arm. That's for sure.
Well, I'll say this. Maybe just to answer the question, actually, maybe Code gets some kind of transformation. Maybe Mitsari can sustain her consciousness, and there's kind of like a little feud between the two. Almost like Jujutsu Kaisen with what's the guy's name that took over the main character's body?
Eito Kenjaku.
What?
No, Sukuna.
Sukuna, yeah.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, perhaps it's like when Sukuna's like mouth appears or his eyeball appears, right?
Okay,
it's something similar to that. Like the fingers are the thorn bulbs. You consume it, you get his power, but they also remain and they're like pestering and annoying you. Maybe something like that, or maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe he just gets the power. He gets wood style and all her abilities, and he just gets an amp or some kind of transformation. Maybe it triggers something in his white karma, and Ishiki, nonsense could occur. There's a lot of different things that could occur. I think some people really want him to have like that fan art transformation where he gets the tail and the
yeah.
Maybe. You never know. But,
I mean, it's
thank
possible.
you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Maybe it is possible that the Shinju just can heal on their own, and they aren't going back to that Tintel's dimension to heal. They're going back there because they can't heal the claw marks on their own, and they just want to like be at like top condition whenever they can. So anytime a claw mark gets injured, they just go back to heal that.
Why can you guys remind me why was Hashirama able to heal again?
He just had healing powers.
It wasn't linked to wood style or nothing. It's just.
Nah.
I mean, you could theorize because he has wood style, and maybe it's stemming from Divine Tree, and it's all connecting back in that respect for sure.
He has like life energy powers or some shit.
Yeah,
like it's
nonsense.
Because like, medical ninjutsu itself should be a yang release physical energy focused thing in the first place. Hashirama's the Senju clan. They're just brimming with physical energy, and he's like the peak of that. So he just kind of had it.
Yeah, I got a question. Do you guys think a character like Sarada or even Boruto has more chakra than Hashirama at this point in terms of quantity?
Probably not Sarada. It doesn't feel like Boruto either. It feels like he's just insanely skilled and strong, but not necessarily more chakra. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to look at specifically. I mean, like, even now, that's not to say that he can't do a Master Rasengan because he hasn't done it. But, like, he's not just... Like, for example, he's fighting Hidari. He just hits him with a normal Rasengan. He doesn't whip out his Delta Massive Cho-Odama Rasengan to kill Hidari. You know, it just makes it seem like he can't do it. Well, why can't he do it? Because he doesn't have enough chakra to do it. And
or even like when he makes contact with the normal Rasengan, he can literally just expand it as he infuses more chakra to make it a big ball Rasengan. If like wielding a big object is like unruly in combat, then you can just wield a small one and increase its size on impact. Like stuff like that he could actually do, but yeah, it seems a little weird. I don't know. Like I think like characters like Konohamaru who can like react to Hidari and you know his speed feats and stuff, his output. It's interesting. It's an interesting conversation. Like is Konohamaru like because you guys like all memes aside, do you think Konohamaru is like Jigen plus? Given his feats in TBV?
Right before that, I just want to say about Konohamaru's Chakra Reverse as a example. So, like in the Boruto anime, they make it in the anime, especially Kakashi makes
Sorry,
a point.
Toby.
Boruto. Yeah, well, I was gonna use Konohamaru's Rasengans in a second, but like in the anime, Kakashi like Boruto, you don't have enough chakra to make a massive Rasengan. Point blank, period. You don't have that. That's why he's got to do compression Rasengan. I know this ossification is and all that jazz, but like it's never really been expressed that the ossification was given him more chakra. He only made big Rasengans when he used Karma. Then you look at Konohamaru. He actually makes some pretty darn big Rasengans when he's trying to kill Matsuri there. They weren't like Sage Jiraiya massive Rasengans or anything of that nature, but they were bigger than like a lot bigger than the one that Naruto used against Itachi in the Kazukage Rescue. Like they were, let me go pull them up real quick. They were pretty freaking huge.
Those are like the kind of like the Rasengans that like Sage Mode Naruto would like
They weren't
activate.
quite that big,
When he was in his mouth, when he was in like the Toad's mouth and he hit the female pain.
Yeah.
Like
those were just like normal size, at least in the anime.
I don't know, because I remember in the Storm games, I used to play with that Sage Mode Naruto all the time, and he used to do that double Rasengan dash attack.
It was big.
It looked very similar. It's definitely bigger than the original normal Rasengan for sure. So it's almost like Konohamaru's using like Sage techniques in base. It's kind of crazy.
Of course, Kamui's got.
These are big. These are like kind of similar to Minato's.
To be fair, this is fan art. This is fan art. To be fair.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, it is. It's not. That's not official.
Where's?
But they made that shit look fucking.
Well, I mean, this is even bigger.
Whoever
they color this,
I'm sorry, it still looks so sus to me, Kamui. It looks like that belongs in Platinum End.
Oh my god, this!
I want to give May Bolt credit. May Bolt on Twitter. This is some fantastic coloring for sure.
Yeah, that's the detailing and the way he made the Rasengan look.
It looks like an anime. It's fucking brilliant.
Exactly.
This is how the entire. If the Boruto manga looked like this, bro, they need to hire this person. They need to put them employed. This is fantastic.
Real. Is this an American artist or a Japanese artist?
I'm not sure, but hey, we got planes. Fly me out.
Facts. Yeah, you don't even need planes anymore. Yeah, exactly. You can just you can do it from your computer and just email it to them.
I kind of want to
scan that bitch in. No, for real though. Yeah, facts.
But if you look at that first one, that last panel I sent you, at the very top, you can see a normal Rasengan in his hand, and then it just expands.
Yeah, look at the last one I just sent. This is where it finishes. This is how big they get.
Konohamaru's a beast. Like that's some. This is some Sage art shit.
But and then the crazy thing is he held back.
Did he?
At the last moment,
I think
he
doesn't falter until here. This is where he falters.
And
so
I think that's just him not
point,
like putting his hand forward rather than making the Rasengan bigger.
Jura even said he No,
but again, it doesn't happen until here. The next page. If you look at my screen.
Yeah, I'm looking at your screen.
Yeah, so this is when the big ass Rasengan it gets to its full size, giant Rasengan. This is the page. This Konohamaru chant. That's where he falters, and then he mentions this.
I wish,
and he dissipates it.
I wish we got to see a more conventional battle, so that we can actually maybe ascertain like his, because like his feats against Hidari are great. Like that catapults him to like different tiers. In my opinion, it catapults him to God tier. But it just would have been better for like a more conventional battle, I think. But it is what it is.
I don't know.
At the very least, they could have hypothetical. I mean,
here, but I do think that like we harp on Konohamaru a little bit too much. Well, not you, Mello, but the community.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, no, I think Konohamaru is a lot stronger than people give him credit for sure.
I just don't see how you can do those feats against Hidari and be anything less than God tier. I just don't. Like, yeah.
I mean, he didn't. What did he do? The wind style Rasengan or the barrier
barricade?
He outsped and matched his output. He outsped and matched his output. Like I always say, like if Boruto had did this, people would be gassing that feat up crazy. Like this dude was mid-strike Chidori, almost like what he did with Sword. Not even almost, exactly like what he did with Sarada. This dude was able to spin around 360 degrees of physical in combat movement, and then also while doing this, weave hand signs, and then also while doing this, get the correct jutsu off, and then also while doing this, get the correct chakra ratios to even be able to defend against that technique. And then later on, he's off panel, speed blitzes onto the battlefield, stopping Hidari's Chidori stream, and then canceling entirely that out. Like his speed output, like I don't even understand why he isn't god tier based on those feats alone. And then you have him like damaging another Shinju in another battle. It's like, bro, come on.
You know why?
Because they hate him. And they're like the fan base is hella emotional. That's why.
No, because Hidari is fucking trash, just like how you always say the Osusuki is trash. Hidari is trash, bro.
Yeah,
maybe because
I'm trash at all.
Okay. Let me just put it this way.
If you call Hidari trash, you gotta call Boruto trash.
In my perspective, because I just had such high expectations for the character because he was supposed to be Sasuke incarnate as a Shinju. So I thought that he was going to be going crazy, and I haven't really seen anything that makes me be like, okay, yeah, Hidari's that dude. I haven't seen anything.
He has been going crazy. Like he literally fought like Sasuke and Naruto's kids together.
Sasuke and Naruto's kids together.
But Mello, he took an L.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
okay,
and he's the B
I'll
word.
say it again. He fought Naruto and Sasuke's kids together. Like, what are we like this dude? Like, there are instances where he's like matching speed and output with like Boruto under a context of where Boruto should not be holding back in the Ten Tails dimension. There's instances where he's outspeeding Boruto in that case that Kamui showed where Boruto hits him with a Rasengan. Sarada says that's not enough, and then Hidari literally after getting caught off guard outspeeds the attack of Boruto, and then it's like an exclamation point by Boruto. Under that context, there's no way Boruto, if he could stop him from getting away, he should have, and he would have. He couldn't, so I believe that means that Hidari outsped him. All of these feats are extremely impressive. Even like the pseudo Uzuhiko wasn't even enough to defeat this dude outright. Like his durability is insane, his speed is insane, his output is insane. Like everything about this character is kind of crazy. And he's a newbie. He doesn't even understand his powers that much. Like we haven't even given him that much time. Like, yeah, like the character is actually kind of crazy. I think stuff like that are blind spots for the series that need to be addressed, frankly. Like where is Kakashi? Where's Guy? Like, why aren't they coming out the woodwork?
I know where Kakashi is, bro.
Getting some booty, probably, but like,
hell yeah, you know where Kakashi is, bro.
If I'm Kakashi, I'm wherever Tsunade at, bro. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck how old
Kakashi ain't worried about Tsunade, bro. She under Kakashi's level, bro.
That's a bucket list. I mean, you just gotta check it off, bro. That's the 5th Hokage, bro. I'm trying to crack. I'm sorry.
You know what? When you put it in that context, you're absolutely right.
I think like, where's Guy? Where's his leg? Like, why isn't Metal Lee doing anything? Where's Haoki? Bro had an amazing moment in the anime. They haven't capitalized on that. Where's the Anbu? Where the fuck where are these people, bro?
Boruto does a very terrible job at side character development. Like, we'll get probably like 2 episodes of some character development of some random shinobi, and then you'll never see them again. They're terrible at it. Like, if you go back to like Naruto, all the side characters, even go to like Rock Lee, Neji, all these other ninja, we knew more about them than we know about this current generation now. They got more airtime a lot of times than Naruto got. We don't get that in Boruto. Maybe TBV
they were
would be
actually characters.
Can I make a hot take? I made this take before, but it's a hot take. I think
how hot is it? Because I live in Arizona. I don't need it to get any hotter.
Hey, it's Georgia hot, so it ain't quite Arizona hot.
All right, cool.
We had 93, so.
Oh shit! Ooh, we didn't get that hot. Oh my god!
I know Oodie was in that AC.
Actually, up in Maine, it got that hot.
In Maine, huh?
Bro, yeah, we was in the 80.
Maybe temperature-wise, not actuality-wise.
Before I forget this.
Yeah, my bad.
Shikamaru's the ace of his generation.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I was just gonna shut up. I wanted the quietness to be so loud that it just like it got like awkward. Like,
out of everybody, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, the ace of their generation is Shikamaru.
Oh, Shikamaru. I thought you said Konohamaru. My bad. Okay, Shikamaru.
So if you take a look at Shikamaru, right? Okay. You take a look at Naruto and Sasuke. they help save the world, right?
Right.
And also and Sakura too, because that's the Jin too. Those
Oh
three
yeah,
help save
facts.
the world with Kaguya. And they were also considered like war heroes. Now
Yeah.
Shikamaru is also considered so number one, Shikamaru took out like an Akatsuki too. The same way Sasuke and Naruto did. He took out an Akatsuki too. He also is a war hero and a war general. He
Yeah.
also saves the world during the last movie. So he does
Yeah.
save the planet alongside them. You could say Naruto and Sakura have 2 world-saving events at minimum. Minus novel stuff, I'm not terribly sure about. And if Shikamaru has feats in the novels, I'm not sure about. You can add that too. And then also when you come into the
He
whole
was able to
Hokage thing, where
strangle all the Kages in the Shadow Prowess Jutsu.
exactly, I was just about to say that. So he locks up all the Kage, which is an extremely impressive feat. Now there's an argument to be made that they didn't do anything on purpose,
Right. True.
because they knew Naruto would handle his lightweight. But then like then you fast forward a little bit, and then like even when they don't have any strategies or tactics, it's like Shikamaru that they look towards when Ishiki shows up. And then also he becomes the Hokage or the interim Hokage. He's prominently featured towards the end of Boruto. He warns Naruto about Kawaki, and everything that he warned him about for the most part comes to pass. So like this like and then also he's the one that comes up with the room sharing project. He has to deal with like the most volatile enemies in Damon and Ada, which are complete wild cards. He has to deal with Amado. Like he's literally the motherfucker that is at the helm for most of this like Otsutsuki. Like at the highest tiers of threat, it's Shikamaru at the helm, not Naruto, not Sasuke as much as Shikamaru. And even now, going into the time scale, where the fuck is Sasuke? Where the fuck is Naruto? It's
I mean,
Shikamaru holding
Sasuke
shit
is
down.
in Tree. Naruto, he's in a dimension where he can't
Sasuke is
move.
an op right now, and like Naruto, like he living vicariously through his kids.
I mean, but
Shikamaru's out here, bro.
Shikamaru, the way he power scales is with his intelligence. He doesn't power scale with sheer strength. Like he can pretty much just outsmart you. Who would you rather prefer leading a war? Shikamaru, Naruto, or Sasuke? I mean, shit, Sasuke
It depends
might
on
do
what
a
the
great
war.
job.
It depends on the context of the war. To be
Sasuke
honest,
might do a great job, but I don't think Naruto would do as good as
but
Shikamaru.
personally, I'd rather have a war general and an intelligent mind like
Yeah,
him at the
yeah,
helm 100%,
yeah.
because he can maximize again, the context of the war matters, but he'll maximize every single piece on the board
He was
to its
doing
full
that as a
potential.
teenager, which
Exactly.
is crazy.
Like exactly, like this dude's a beast, bro. Like I don't think
Yeah,
people. I know people understand, but like
I'm good.
the claim is kind of crazy. It's not even based on power, and the fact that he can get that far without having those extreme powers. Because remember,
Exactly.
Sasuke and Naruto, they got external boosts.
Mm-hmm.
So like you have to take that into consideration. Like, how far would they have gotten past Shikamaru if they couldn't rely on like their external stuff?
I mean,
Pretty far, I
Naruto,
would
you
say,
could, yeah, I
but
was say, like, Naruto had an insane chakra pool without
it
Kurama.
wouldn't be where they are at the start of Boruto
Yeah,
for
I get
sure.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I get
or
what
at
you're
least
saying.
as Boruto goes on, because they were a bit rusty. But
Hey,
yeah, I
man,
just think Shikamaru is really like that. He's like that, bro. Like I think so.
I don't. I'm never against any Shikamaru glaze, bro. I'm all for the Shikamaru, bro. He's one of my favorite characters ever since Boruto, bro. What a drag, bro. That was one of my catchphrases for a while.
He really is
Shikamaru's
one of
that
the
guy.
best written characters. Like I would have
Yeah,
never thought when he was
he's
first
that guy.
introduced that he would turn out to be what he is now. Like he has some of the
Exactly.
best moments. Like that scene in the anime where he has that conversation with his dad, and his dad gives him permission to like cry, like man to man. It was so, bro. Even his speech to Naruto, where he's like, "Yo, we gotta be the one. We gotta be the adults now. Like we're up next. We gotta guide the next generation." Like he's the first one in their generation to realize this, to be the most mature, the first one to become a chunin. Like he's the motherfucker, bro. Like he's the ace of that fucking generation. Like yeah, everybody fucking knew
I
it, bro.
agree. He's like I always say him. He only problem that he's gonna have is like Amado, because Amado plays the game kind of like how he plays it. Amado thinks ahead. He's like 3-4 steps ahead of you.
He's very smart, but Shikamaru is definitely smarter. Like
Mhm.
their intelligence is specialized in certain areas for sure. But Shikamaru, I think he's more versatile in terms of his intelligence. Because even if you take like what Amado's best at, he's still got help or assistance through some means from other scientists within the verse. He didn't just do this shit by himself, and he couldn't even achieve what he wanted to without help.
Not even just. I'm not even just talking about his scientific prowess. I'm talking about his just strategic prowess, because he for the longest time was contemplating the plan to
He's stupid. He's dumb.
backstab
Shikamaru's way better. Shikamaru's way better.
backstab Jiga and then make himself a part of the Leaf, infiltrate the Leaf so they couldn't kill him. Like he strategized his way and was thinking way ahead before everybody, bro. Like even Shikamaru was not expecting any of that. So I don't know.
Well, if you take a look at like some of his conclusions, Amado's, a lot of it's based off of it's just luck. Like what was his plan to deal with this? Like he didn't know Naruto and Sasuke were there. So what was the actual plan when he retreated to Konoha?
No, yeah, he didn't have none. He was going to die there.
Yeah, like things just kind of fell nicely in line for him, right? Like,
I'll give you that.
A lot of stuff, no, he's down Shikamaru's level as a strategist. Absolutely not.
I'll give you that. Yeah, I asked myself that question too. I was like, all right, so you got away. Now what are you gonna do?
Yeah, like,
he's obviously coming back to the village. Like, what was the end game here?
Yeah, it's like fucking weird. Like even if you think about like how he set up his commands in his cyborgs, it's like verbal or some shit. Like he has to make verbal. Like, what if they just blitz you before you do that? Like how the Android 17, 18 did Jura with the remote. Like, why would you make it to where you have to say a phrase or syllable?
Hey, we're not going to compare Amado to Dr. Juro now. Because who, as a scientist, creates a remote control to shut off there? At least he has the power of sound. Like, sound is so much faster than the reflexes, bro.
To be fair, that shit came out in the 80s. So they probably thought the remote was high tech, okay? Like I don't know. Push the button.
I guess. I don't know. I guess.
You gotta take the times into consideration. But
I mean, even the Jetsons.
That shit was stupid though. I'm trying to make an excuse for that remote shit was dumb.
I'm about to say even the Jetsons had that shit in their cartoon. They had like automated shit where you just say something and it'll happen.
They are literally cyborg. So that level of technology is there. It's just, I mean, especially in Dragon Ball with like the fucking capsule corp, like it's just
retarded. We can't compare. We can't compare the two. I always
why is your brain exposed, bro? Like, can you not like?
And why is that the only remote that you have?
Fucking Mojo Jojo looking. But yeah,
why didn't you have one in your back pocket? Like, why did you only have one remote?
What's with this this picture?
You didn't even have a contingent plan. That's crazy.
Well, this is our graph.
Clouds. Who are these people?
Well, Kamui, who are these people?
Yeah, what the hell are you doing? Why are you just scribbling here?
So Kamui, you were saying two? Two what? Circles?
Well, it can be.
Okay, so what about the two circles, Kamui?
What is this?
It looks like two blue vortex. Two blue vortexes.
So originally we were gonna make the comparison to the Byakugan's vision and Oodie's hypothetical Sharingan situation. So ignoring the spirals in the center, just draw like a thin-ish line between the two circles.
All right, real quick. Forgive me, has some background people talking or.
Oh, y'all can hear my TV. I'm so sorry. Yeah, hold on. Sorry.
Those people.
So like the Byakugan, but see, actually make just give it some thickness to like make like another horizontal blue line just so it has like a stream of chakra. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
The
red line with a stream of chakra. The Byakugan's gonna see the red line stream of chakra. It's also gonna see big circles for the chakra points. It's very clear what's what. Now for the Sharingan with your hypothetical condensed chakra situation, you're gonna want to do like, just for the sake of it, make this line really thick so that it's like not quite the top of the circle to top of the circle, but just a little bit. I really wish I was the one doing this. Okay, move your blue line down a little bit.
I had to show my audience this.
A little bit down more. Bro, okay, so that's okay. So for example, that was top and top.
No idea. What is the point of this?
Okay, Oodie. Just don't draw a line for a second.
Can you not share your screen and draw it yourself? Why do you got?
I don't have this thing. I don't have whatever this is. So
you don't have.
You can't use paint. But that comes with every computer.
No, bro. Everybody's computer got that shit.
That's like pre-programmed into every computer.
Does a Mac have it?
Against your.
Oh, he has a Mac. I don't think Mac has that.
No, I think that's that right there. Wait. But no, pull up GIMP. You can do it with GIMP. Yeah, you got GIMP. You can do it with GIMP.
With GIMP. How do you do it with GIMP?
Um,
gosh.
hold on, I'll pull up my
Oh,
GIMP.
bro, you're such a boomer.
Okay, direct
But
Mello. That's even better.
Okay,
what
yeah,
are we
you know what?
doing,
Yeah,
though?
Mello. Okay, yeah.
Have technology and don't know how to use it. That's
Share your
that's
screen,
the
pull up GIMP.
Fuck no, I ain't sharing my screen. It be shit on my screen, bro. No.
thing. What type
Gabby,
of
you
shit?
got
Wait,
it.
Bro, I
wait.
don't know. Hey,
What the
listen,
Oh,
man.
and GIMP finally opens.
I know
Hold
myself,
the
so
hell up.
no shit on my screen, bro. Y'all gonna see some demon time. I'm just being honest.
Hold the fuck up on the computer,
Yeah,
though?
Yeah,
Were
I be
you
having Billie
handle
Eilish.
business?
No, not pornography. No. But
Oh,
I'll
I'm
have like
about to say.
some runway models on YouTube running while I stream. Fuck yeah, or I have like some
Okay.
sexy red. Hell yeah, I have her on there. Yeah, some type
Sexy
shit.
red. You like sexy red?
I think she's sexy when she's all dolled up. Without the makeup, she's mid as fuck. But I just think I think
If she
she's
was
like
a, if she was a
sweaty
if
and-
she was a chick in the hood, hell yeah. But as far as celebrities, nah.
No. She's not. She wouldn't be my 100th pick. Like nah. But I'm just saying like she's pretty sexy. I mean the body shape and I mean I
Yeah,
can't
she
deny
do
that.
got yeah she
And
could.
if a woman's in a bra and panties and they twerking, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty sexy.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I agree. We just leave that there
Yeah.
because I don't know what these guys is trying to
What
get.
do I do?
Like, what point is you guys trying to
Yeah,
prove?
like they're too innocent for this, bro. Like they're
No,
drawing
grow the
smiley
fuck
faces
up.
and shit.
Grow
Go
the
to that
hell
little,
up. You guys are grown men. Come on.
go to that little oval, that white oval in your toolbar. It should be the second option
The
by that
fact
cross
that this
thing.
guy does not know how to use GIMP is
So,
insane.
so
The
this
second
thing?
option to the cross. Yeah, the second option to the cross pattern.
This is great.
The second option to the cross.
It says ellipse
This-
select tool or something.
Yeah, Kamui, this is
Bro,
what it's like.
Yeah, you just, bro, you just
One
had it.
over to the left.
E.
Now you know, Kamui.
Now
Okay,
what?
Now go to your file and click new. You're gonna need a canvas.
Okay.
Now that you have a canvas, just drag and pull. You can
Yeah.
create circles.
Okay. This is.
This is
You can paint your
insane.
canvas
You gotta,
white if you need
you
a
gotta
white
make.
canvas.
About to say you gotta change the color, bro.
You can hit the little paintbrush that's tipping over, the little paint bucket that tips over.
Oh,
that, and then
my
go to
Make it white.
goodness.
Go to your square, the top
You
square.
gotta make the top one white. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
What are you doing? There you go.
Click that, make your circle, and then you need to paint that circle
I love
to another
this.
color. You got you got to keep
No,
the
no,
circle.
no. Yeah, now go. Yeah, make it.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah,
You
you
wanna
got
black?
There you
Copy
go.
my circle.
that I don't know, but
I think so.
Copy.
close out. You
Perfect.
got
Paste.
close out.
There you go.
It's posted. You're making other freaking things. If you see it on your left hand side, all your which
So
one?
annoying. All right. We got something here. Okay.
Bro, this is so drawn out. This
Now, how
better
do
be
I
worth it.
make? Okay.
This better
how
be
do I
worth
draw
it.
a line?
Take the fucking paintbrush.
Come on, you
Come
gotta
on,
be
you.
so hostile, freaking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My
I
bad,
never
Kamui.
use this
My
for
bad,
this stuff.
Kamui.
Oh,
I'm
it's
sorry,
just
bro.
Hey,
so
airbrush.
funny to
Sorry.
watch.
Poor
I'm so sorry, Kamui.
Kamui,
Oh, I love it.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Why isn't it? Is it painting?
Okay, so
okay, maybe.
It's just driving me crazy.
nah, I feel you. So like, so free guy. This is specifically.
Oh,
so
I made
is
this
the
thing
thumbnail.
black, bro.
Bro has like
This is
20
the
different
thumbnail
layers.
for Sexy Red's like music video. You can't tell me that's
How
not
do you-
sexy as fuck.
No, let me see. Let me feed.
How do you get it to like go
Oh, yeah, no,
across like I'm drawing?
I got
Nah,
my
she's-
screen sharing. I shared it. I looked at it a little
Nah,
bit.
she's straight oozing lust, bro. That's crazy.
Okay,
No,
you know
I
what,
mean,
Oodie,
she's
Oodie, I have an idea. Oodie, pull up your share screen. I have an idea.
Uh-huh.
Just get it ready in advance.
Okay.
Microsoft Paint.
Okay.
Look at my
My body
screen.
been looking
Look
nice.
at my screen. I'm just gonna tell you with my cursor. Can you see my cursor?
Uh-huh.
Tell you what to do. So this is the top of the circle. Understood?
Uh-huh.
You're gonna go from like here-ish, not the top, but like here-ish, across to like here-ish, and then the same thing on the bottom side. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Bro,
so just
what
do
the
that.
hell? That didn't. I could have did that for you. You're doing the
So
same exact thing that
Okay,
he
and now just fill in your blue. Just fill everything in as blue. That's yellow. Just all the circle, everything, just everything. That's not the background.
What the fuck is happening?
Okay,
I have no
Is
idea,
it
bro.
perfect?
I have no
But,
idea.
Hypothetically,
All right, Kamui, let's hear
I
it.
think Sarada would even actually. Can you get rid of the internal black lines that you got
this
there?
is what it
Just-
looks
Bro,
like if you wear
bro.
glasses.
So I think Sarada would see okay, there's an ever so slight concentration with these
Did
circles.
you make this
but
man
for the
make
most part,
goggles?
the difference is negligible that it's too hard to tell without really focusing on it, which you can't do in battle while you're fighting. So it would be too hard to do in practice, but she could technically.
Wait, what are you,
You know what? Hopefully
talking
Oodie
about?
understands, and that's all that matters at this point.
No, it doesn't. Wait,
Is this a
what are you
sail?
talking
Is this
about?
what's the circles? What's the blue blob? What's happening?
Are they
You
eyes
understand?
with the top-down view of two different people?
Is that a VR headset? What are we looking at, bro?
Okay.
God,
So-
okay,
The circles are the chakra points. The blue is the stream of chakra. So for Neji with the Byakugan, it was the earlier image where just very blatant. What's a chakra point? What's a stream of chakra?
Why's your
For
stream so
Sarada,
thick? Sorry, never
She
mind.
just
Yeah.
sees chakra as a color, blue.
Right.
She would maybe hypothetically see a slight concentration where the points are, but it's so negligible that it, without directly focusing on it, standing still, you're not gonna be able to tell, and so it wouldn't be a practical use of battle.
I
If
somewhat
that doesn't
disagree.
make sense, we give up and move on.
I
But she
think
doesn't even
it's
have the
a lot
technique
more
to
of a
cut them off.
concentration. I think it's a lot closer.
I
to
don't think it would
something
be
like
that
this.
noticeable.
I think it.
Yeah, it looks better.
I think so.
I think they
Based on what we've
can she
seen.
only see the flow of chakra and in somebody she can't really see the chakra points. I don't think it's
Correct.
Well, I
Like
think
how-
what he's saying is she would track the chakra that are stored in the points and then track the points through that.
Yeah, so she
mechanism.
wouldn't see the black part. She would only see the
Yeah.
blue part.
Right.
so the way I see it is
I just don't know how
veins
you would
coursing through a
differentiate
body,
this point chakra from normal chakra. It'd just be like a blob. I don't know how you would differentiate.
Yeah, that's what I'm
it'd be
saying.
hard to tell. So I think it'd be even harder to tell than this. But either way, the point is, it would be too hard for her to do in battle because maybe while standing still, she could figure it out. But in battle, it's just going to be too hard to track because it's not blatantly obvious. So
I think her second eye's ability is going to be time manipulation.
Yeah, he just cut out. Wait,
Time
I cut
manip-
out, my bad.
Yeah, you had cut out,
Oh.
but I assume you say time manipulation, and then you cut out.
Yeah, through gravity control. I'm gonna unplug and replug. Hold on.
I was saying that as well though. We was talking about this on a podcast before. I was thinking that it was it would be pretty cool if she was able to make wormholes, since Boruto he can do the flying Raijin and stuff like that. And you guys know what wormholes are, right? Because I was talking to Bar and Black, and they had no idea what the hell a wormhole was.
Well, Sage and Thick Calves definitely knows what a wormhole is.
What?
Of thick time, bro.
Sage of Thick Paths.
Thick Calves.
I
Say
thought
I'm virtue.
I thought me and Mello's conversation was a little rated R.
Listen, I have ADHD hypersexuality. If I start talking about sex, that's why. But I don't think y'all got an excuse, bro. What's this Sage of thick path?
Yeah, what is
He's a
going
YouTuber.
on?
Hey,
That's
Naruto
his name?
YouTuber.
That's
Yes.
crazy. Shout out to him for being.
That's kind of a dope name, bro.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, I think she'll have time warping or something like that through gravity manipulation. Yeah, something akin to that. But wormholes.
I mean,
is
because
crazy.
black holes, you ever? I was watching this scientist. I watched this this podcast called
You live in a black hole.
Yeah, if you go in a black hole, time is different in a black hole than for normal.
Even if you get near it, that's the reason why it's black, because light bends and warps around the
Oh,
gravitational.
that's the best picture that I was trying to look for when I was trying to tell him what the hell a wormhole was.
Yeah.
So
How the fuck do they
it's-
not know what a wormhole is?
bro, I have no idea. I have
Did
no
they not
idea. I was
watch
trying to explain it
Naruto?
to him.
Do they not
What?
watch fiction of any kind?
I have no
sci-fi?
idea. I have no idea. I
Star
don't know.
Trek,
I
bro.
don't. Well, I don't know, bro. I watch a lot of Neil deGrasse Tyson and a lot of
Yeah.
scientists and stuff like
Star-
that. So
Star
I
Talk.
pick up on stuff. Yeah, Star Talk is my shit, bro.
I
Like
love that shit.
I
Neil's a little arrogant. He's a little arrogant, but I mean,
yeah,
why wouldn't he be? He's fucking
yeah,
Neil, so yeah, it makes sense.
yeah.
But yeah, like instead of like traveling from one point, like you would just bend space, and that way you go from it's
One
easier that
point
way.
to another. They say aliens. They don't believe that they travel from like galaxies
Right,
away anymore. They think they
right.
create wormholes because it's like a more logical way of
Yeah.
traveling rather than flying all the way here and taking light years.
Type shit. This is the reason why I kept telling people, if you look at the black hole, they do warp and bend light photons. And it's not affecting the massless photons, it's affecting the space the photons travel through, which is why the black hole is even black, because
Right.
the light can't escape the
Can't escape
gravitational.
it.
So this is why I kept telling people, if you think Sukuna Haikona is shrinking her spheres, all she has to do is bend light through gravity. It's not like we know she has gravity generation and manipulation. This is what she can do. I'm not saying she has done it. I'm saying with these powers and common sense, we know she's very scientifically sound through her battle Buten during the field trip arc. She's very intelligent. Like yeah, she could just bend light and make you blind. So if the descriptor is Sukuna Haikona within my field of vision, go back to the Koji fight, then you don't even have a field of vision, and then you're dead. But you don't even have that ability. And that's just one way you could do it. But her abilities are just they're broken as fuck, man. They gotta nerf that shit for sure.
So you're saying like I'm trying to understand a little bit better. So you're saying like her producing the black holes, since like I know like photons and stuff like that, and light can't escape it. So you're saying like she will make like it like the whole battlefield pitch black, is what you're trying to say?
I'm saying she can alter light photons. She can curve and bend them with her gravitational ability.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
Because like when I look at my computer screen right now, I'm not looking at it in real time. It takes time for light to bounce off this object and then hit my retina. Right. So there's a space in between my retina and the computer screen. That space is under her influence through gravity. So she'll bend the space, the light, so she can make it look like effectively she can do hits time skip. This is one thing she can do to where what you see is not really her because it takes time for light photons to bounce off her to your retina. So she can bend light and then slow down your perception of where she is. She can just blitz you almost like a time skip. Or she can completely cut off your vision by completely bending light in general, or just obscuring your idea of where things are. It's like when we see stars, they're not there anymore. They're dead, but it takes time for that light to get to us. So by the time we see it, they're already gone, supernova. It's the same thing.
So we're essentially seeing in the past that shit always
exactly.
Fuck me up.
If Kawaki's looking at the sphere and she bends light, he'll aim at a sphere that's no longer there.
That's no longer
He's
there.
already moved that shit. So he's seeing her after image. So that's why I'm saying like her abilities are so busted. If you think Kawaki has a chance against her with Sukuna Hakone, you're fucking delusional. And it's just through gravitational manipulation and gravitational generation. That's it. Yes, I'm applying a level of creativity, but it's not that creative if you just are intelligent. Like, yeah, 100%.
So
yeah, I mean, if they really stick to the science aspect, yeah, I would agree with you. Go ahead, my bad.
So Mello, is there anything to prove that in Naruto, light has gravity?
Why would light?
What?
My perspective does not require light to have gravity.
Light does not contain
I
gravity.
literally explained. She basically the reason why I'm using light is for obvious reasons because of the visual prowess descriptor, but then also I want to make it clear that she could affect things without mass, which is what light photons are, and she does this by manipulating the space the massless photons pass through. So it doesn't require the light photons to have gravity. I don't even think that's possible. No.
Okay.
Yeah, like she doesn't. She can't affect light particles directly. She can only affect the space they travel through.
Well, things can't have gravity anyways. Gravity is its own thing. If that makes sense.
Yes.
They can generate it.
You don't have. I know you can generate gravity, but you, like yourself as a person, you don't have gravity. You're being affected by gravity.
Pre-game, I feel like you're the best one to answer that though. Why do you think gravity exists?
What? Why do I think gravity? No, I'm not the best person to ask that. That would be like a Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I didn't mean in the world. I meant of the people here.
So we don't fucking float into space and shit. I guess
You know what? I like that answer.
I don't know.
That was a simple one to understand.
What gravity?
By the way,
you gotta ask Sir
another hot
Isaac
take.
Newton or something. I don't fucking know.
Another hot take: Planet Earth is a biju.
What the fuck? What? Bro, am I high? I'm high. I smoke too much weed. You guys, are you high now, Mello?
Nah, I'm staying away from that shit. That shit got me drowsy too much.
What the fuck are we talking
I gotta
about?
get some work done. I think
Okay.
Planet Earth is a biju.
In Planet Earth and all right, so I was talking about Boruto. Hold on, sorry. Let me get out of IRL.
Oh, you
Why?
talking about our Brooks?
Yes, my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I gotta be high. What are we talking about right now? All right. Let me get out of IRL because we was talking about like scientific shit. So why though?
Well, I think Otsutsuki actually do have a claim to the Earth, and I think the people on planet Earth are created by Otsutsuki. I think when you have like 10 cells or God tree, I think they plug into the Earth and then upload or download data and information. And then all the chakra fruit is a compressed file of data. And when you consume it, you just open the file and then you transfer the data from that file to your new vessel, which would be the body.
That would kind of
of the
contradict. That would kind of contradict the Kaguya story though, because it was humans before Kaguya ever even came to planet Earth.
That's what
They're
I'm saying.
already here.
I think every species that exists and every planet that is exists were seeds like planted or cultivated by the Otsutsuki, and then they let that shit persist for some generations and let things get ripe, and then they return to reap the harvest. That's why they use that terminology. That's what I think. I think it's like some Anunnaki ancient alien shit. I think they legitimately
Shit.
yeah, really, I think they legitimately have a claim to all their chakra and their entire like 100%. It's theirs because they made it and they just left it, and then civilization formed on it, and they came back to reap the harvest. Yeah.
That's a crazy way of thinking.
And
about
like
it.
the planet generates its own chakra, like it's a life form or some shit. Like what object do you know in this entire verse that generates chakra? That's not a living thing.
Are you saying that because of Boruto's quote unquote planet's chakra thing?
Yeah.
To be fair, Boruto does explain he just calls it the planet's chakra. It's not actually chakra. It's
He's
just
using the rotation.
centrifugal
Kamui
force energy.
hates that
Yeah.
explanation.
Yeah.
He
using
literally
he's
says
using
it's
the planet's
not.
rotation.
He explains. He just calls it that.
Well, Naruto calls it the Rasengan.
Wait, what?
Just
How
the
does
name.
that?
Yeah,
I'm
it's the
confused.
name of the jutsu.
Who
Just
hates
called
what
that.
and what theory?
Well, yeah.
Who hates what's
It's
the
the
theory and who
Rasengan.
hates it?
Kamui hates planetary chakra. He hates it with a
okay.
passion.
What
No, I do believe that the planet has chakra itself, but
What-
I don't think
nature
that,
energy.
Yeah, I don't think that Boruto is using the chakra of the earth
Well,
to
to be
create
fair-
the Hiko. He just said the rotation of the planet. So the spin. He said as long as the planet spins, then it's going to have an effect on you.
To be fair,
When he was explaining it before.
the Earth could just be a living organism without it being a biju. To be fair, I mean there are animals and humans and trees, and it's like Goku when he does the spirit bomb, he gets all the energy from the living objects.
Mhm.
It could just very well be that as well. Hence the
I mean,
hot tech
well,
part, but
Naruto does that as well as I don't know if Kamui or U said that with absorbing nature energy. They're absorbing the natural chakra from the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
well, regardless, Mello, what my point wasn't to say that your theory can't be true. It's just
Yes,
I was
it
just
was.
asking, is your reason for the chakra Boruto's thing because Boruto's thing isn't actually the planet's chakra? That doesn't technically mean it can't exist independently. It's just not what Boruto's actually using.
or it could be like there might be a biju in the planet. I'm not entirely sure. But
Well-
yeah,
There's definitely a Biju in the planet.
Well,
Kurama's alive.
Didn't they say that they use the biju as the seed for the tree?
Yes, a
That
seedling.
kills me.
Yeah, there's a seedling.
Yeah, so why would you plant a seed in a seed? So the planet couldn't be the seed that you were speaking of before.
Well, it depends on like how big. Like the planet's pretty big. Like how much of like for instance, like you have like the planet, but like I think there's like limits to how much of like a vessel can consume in terms of like energy. They'll like die, like kind of like Madara when Kaguya was coming into being. Sasuke said it was too much power, he was about to explode. That type of shit. That's the reason why Ishiki was on this time limiter. So I think if you reap the harvest of the planet itself, if you know the idea is somewhat tangible, if you reap the harvest of the planet, then you'll just die because it's just too much power. Or you can just reap the harvest. You can just destroy like the life on the planet or whatever, and then maybe like the planet can go through like a death state, but then you can like reuse that husk, almost like Jigen's husk was reused for Ishiki's resurrection. Reuse that and then resurrect the planet through some means. So instead of destroying the whole planet, you can destroy like the life and maybe like weaken the planet, and then let's just reuse cycle mechanic. But it's just all it's kind of ideas or whatever. But I think a lot of this shit with the terminology like delta and code and all this stuff, I just think it's like a technology, simulation world type shit.
Oh no, yeah, he did that on purpose. Code, like delta, all those names, those are like computer programs. And stuff like that.
I think Shibai might think, and it's just a theory. I think Shibai thinks perhaps he discovers that they're not real and they're in an artificial world, and maybe transcending this artificial plane and going to where the true gods are did when he ascended. Something akin to that, but it's very type of little theory, but it's just something fun to talk about for sure.
So my biggest question, if the Earth is a Biju, and let's just go with it, let's say it is.
How many add Sanjay if you guys want to?
Oh yeah, sure.
Sanjay,
of course. But so if the Earth is a Biju, then how many tails does it have?
Goddamn.
Mello?
How many tails is
how many 11 tails?
I'm about to say, how many tails is not a regular Biju have?
It's the infinity tails, okay?
Oh.
Hell, you want to know a bigger hot take? We're in the belly of a Biju. The entire galaxy is a Biju.
I like it. We're in the belly of the Reaper. The Reaper that's everyone's in it.
We're we're in the Totsuka blade, the gourd. We're in a drunken stupor, and this is all just a fucking drunken fantasy, a fever dream.
What if like, all right, another hot take. What if in Naruto in the war arc they never got out of the infinite Tsukiyomi, and that's all Boruto is?
Bro,
I never heard that before.
We can't be pushing
Where'd
that.
you come up with that idea?
I don't know. I just thought about it right now. Why not?
Bro. Everybody been saying that for a billion.
Oh, they have? No, I swear to God, I never.
Oh no, nobody's ever said that, Mello. What are you talking about?
Hey, I'm down.
Are you being sarcastic?
Where have you heard that? Out of curiosity.
Sarcastic. He's being sarcastic.
He's being sarcastic because I literally never heard of him.
No. Very serious. Never
the way he said no. Only a person who says no 7 times is telling the truth. Yes, I've
known Kamui for a few years now. He's 100% sarcastic.
Well, what do you think
pretty
the truth
accusatory.
You said what?
What do you think the truth is?
Oh no, I don't think that's happening at all. But I'm just saying, like, what if that happened though? Like, if it all is just infinite Tsukiyomi, Boruto's life, all
you tell us.
I'm asking you guys. Why would I tell you if I'm asking all y'all?
that would be the saddest wake up ever.
Why?
like they gonna hit you with the do. Like, no, it's over. It's absolutely over, bro. And this all has to be from Himawari. I mean, not Hima, because she doesn't exist. He'll have to be from Hinata's perspective, because Naruto ain't caught. So.
Yeah, Hinata's dream. She just gets sealed away for 3 years and misses watching her kids grow up. That's her ultimate life.
Wait, but no. But you're forgetting Kamui. Who is she sealed next to forever? That is Hinata's ultimate infinite dream.
Once they're sealed, then we bounce to Shikamaru to where he's Hokage, and then so like whenever like something that can't explain her perspective, like how do you know what they're thinking? Then you can just bounce to some character.
Yeah, so whenever Shino gets control of the Tin Tails because it's an insect, we know that we bounce to his dream.
Bro, that's crazy.
That's the way to scale him up. That'd be crazy.
No, but seriously,
like you should be able to tame. Like aren't insects just animals? So why can't he just beast tame?
Bro,
I
have
don't
him
know,
be the
he's very
Seven Tails
interesting.
Jinchuriki at this point. If not Jinchuriki, then at least fight alongside it. Just have it be a summoning animal.
I just love how everybody just doesn't mention how Sarada can just Mangekyo Genjutsu Biju and just solo Delo. Like the whole anime verse
Oh,
right now.
she could. She could.
Like Hima, don't fight Sarada. Just don't do it, bro. He's getting cooked. Don't do it.
I don't know. You don't think Kurama can break out of that?
Fuck no.
now?
Kurama, bro, what's special about Kurama? Like literally, like Kurama is literally the same Kurama. Like we don't have any indication that he like
oof.
grew exponentially from like Shippuden, or like
Bro.
even like when Hagoromo was packing him 1v1. Like, Kurama
Bro,
ain't really that special, bro.
there's a rumor that Kurama has his PhD. I just a rumor.
No, he's smart as fuck.
It's a scientist.
That boy, very intelligent. But
Throw them glasses on.
Sarada's she's Jigen plus, bro. Like at minimum, like she's just gonna enter his mind space, grab him like Sasuke did, and dispel his ass, bro. And then next thing you know, Hima got nothing but fucking
I mean,
Chocho training to back up on. So,
could you put this new Kurama almost at I mean pretty much at Jigen plus now? I mean, he was able to contend, even though I mean, like Himawari is his vessel, but he's the one who gave her the power.
Clearly. Nah,
Yeah,
he was clearly the wow factor there.
So you don't think Kurama? You
you
don't think Kurama got any stronger?
Point to a reason. Why? What makes you think he got stronger? And not your assumption, just like what you can prove.
I mean, I really can't prove anything as far as him getting strong. Well, I mean, because he said it was more of their infinity.
You guys added Sanjay?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it was more like their affinity to each other. You know, they're more in sync than any of their predecessors. So, but if she was able to use just a small portion of his power, because beforehand she wasn't able to like hold a candle against what's his name, Jura. Yeah, she wasn't able to hold a candle against Jura, and then they was boxing like. Going back and forth.
Can you remind me what you're talking about? I'm so sorry.
Why Kurama is possibly stronger than what he was when he was with Naruto. Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. So he was able to box Jura, and common sense will say Jura is obviously Jigen plus. Even though we can say Jura was playing around, but he was still able to keep up with them. So I would just assume, just off of that battle alone, that he got at least a little bit stronger from respawning.
I wouldn't. Like the dialogue is clearly making it the case that Himawari's affinity is playing a major role here.
Yeah, I said that, but I think the part about the affinity though is that she's able to draw out more power from Kurama than her predecessors was.
You don't know that. You don't know what that affinity. You don't know what the affinity is how it manifests. We just know that it exists. That's just an assumption. Yeah. So like what can you point at? Like it might be like a reasonable assumption. I don't even disagree. I actually do, but I can't prove that. But what can you prove though?
I mean, as of right now, there is no proof as of him being stronger. But I mean, you can go for because, like you said, Hima is the wow factor. So like, I always got to include Hima in there. But before Hima. I mean, no, I can't even say that because she was knocking out Naruto and Kurama before she even had Kurama. So, I mean, she's always been a beast.
I mean, at the start of Boruto, no, I'm sorry, continue.
No, go ahead. No.
At the start of Boruto, it's like it's almost like Kurama and Naruto don't really know like about each other. Like it's like the dialogue's kind of weird. It's like they haven't trained in years or something. It's like Kurama's like, you better not be rusty, Naruto.
Yeah, I remember.
I say that about you, and then all this stuff, right? So like, it's like, okay, were they training this entire time? Like, it seems like not. And then you kind of get further in. It's like, okay, well, there's moments where like they wanted to dissolve New Team 7, Sarada and Boruto. So they fight Mirai on that bridge, run over there, and Naruto's training barrier with his like Kurama mode or whatever. You say, okay, well, maybe stuff like that could get him some kind of boost, or maybe increase Kurama's power through like a usage through his Jinchuriki. Maybe, but I wouldn't even know, like, is that some substantial boost from like regular peace era shinobi? Like, I'm not really sure how far that's a good. I just don't know what I'm pointing at in terms of like how like why would Kurama be more powerful in Boruto than he was versus like Hashirama?
Well, I'm really
They're
curious
both
what Kido thinks about that in particular.
yeah, they're both full power.
Kido, what do you
I
think
feel like
about
Kido
that?
would have a really good answer to that.
Let's hear it,
That
Kido.
cat face is disturbing, bro.
Yeah, it
It
is
looks
very
like
disturbing.
it looks like it knows something that I did that was inappropriate.
It's just like just peeking
It's
at
not
me, like
yeah, it's not gonna tell me, but it's telling me through its eyes. Like I know what you
I know what you did.
I done created a whole lore backstory for his fucking avatar. That's crazy, bro.
Yo,
no,
I mean, but
Howdy.
oh, what's up, kiddo? I would have. I'm like you said. All we can go off is assumptions until we get like some solid proof. But I would assume that Kurama, just like a
Okay.
ninja, could get stronger. He can get stronger. All he is just a massive ball of chakra. That's really all he is.
I think he can definitely get stronger. And I'm asking genuinely because it's my fucking memory. Come on, like there could be statements, literally, or like feats or whatever that literally
Mhm.
indicate that. I just don't remember it, to be honest. That's what I was asking. But
I mean, just the fact that because like all you can really do right now is go off of just feats that Hima was able to perform. She didn't need like how Naruto needs the chakra cloak or whatever. If you're calling this her one tail state or whatever, if you're like comparing it to Naruto how he evolved with Kurama, and this is Hima's quote unquote one tail state, then she has so much more development.
This
and
would be
more
her zero
growth.
tail state.
Whatever tail state you want to call it. Like she was able to contend with Jura, and if you put Naruto in the same situation at the power level that he was at that time, he's not going to be able to even
well,
like hold
let
a
me
candle's
agree with
on.
you.
But
Then. Let me
yes,
agree with you.
Mhm.
Himawari's affinity pulls out more power from Kurama. Okay.
yeah.
But that wouldn't make Kurama himself more powerful. Unless you go with the whole thing where because clearly that level of power he can't access, because if he could, Naruto would have been that strong. So Naruto clearly doesn't have any affinity to pull that out, and Kurama himself can't pull his own true potential out. So just him himself, that still doesn't get you him stronger. It just gets Himawari with him. Together they're stronger. Unless you think the whole like they share one consciousness and entity actually. So Himawari's accomplishments are equal to his. It just depends, but
Yeah, I would akin Kimori's like her victories to him or her accomplishments to him. As of right
so
now, when the
so
battle
you
with
would
Jura,
say
yeah, go ahead.
Himawari's Jigen plus because of her feats against Jura. Never mind if you agree with that scaling, but just something like a hypothetical.
Mhm.
Himawari is Jigen plus because of her feats against Jura. And so Himawari, so you would give everything that's granted Himawari is equal to Kurama. That's what you would do.
Yeah, I definitely would. Because without Kurama, she wouldn't be able to perform the feats that she was able to perform.
Without her, neither would he.
That's true. That's true. But if we're talking about Himawari, then she wouldn't be able to do that. If Kurama didn't exist in the equation, then it wouldn't have went that way.
Well,
Let me ask you this, free game. If hypothetically, just imagine Kurama was just like human sized for this, so like in terms of the way it looks, it's the same. Do you think Kurama could
Beating that
perform
boy
the
ass.
same feats or something really close to it?
Beating the brakes off of. No, I'm playing. No, I don't. I mean, that's a hard question.
Like, how much do you think Himawari amped this fight? Her existence.
Her existence, how much she amped Kurama.
Like, if hypothetically it was just Kurama, he just was a Biju walking around, but he shrunk himself down just for shits and giggles, bought Jura. How does he do against Jura compared to Himawari? Is it the same, slightly worse, or noticeably worse?
Oh
Or is
yeah,
it better?
I will believe. I believe it'll be noticeably worse.
Okay, so you think Himawari is contributing a great deal? Okay.
Oh yeah, of course. It's a team effort. I'm not saying that Kurama is the sole factor to why she's as strong as she is, because without Hima, of course, the affinity factor wouldn't be an equation, and that's the only reason why she's drawing out so much power from Kurama. So, I mean, I'm not saying that it's all
Yeah.
Kurama, but I'm saying that Kurama he has to be stronger. Just the power output that he provides to his new Jinchuriki is stronger. I will put it that way. rather than saying
Well-
Kurama is stronger.
No, that's not how it is.
Let me
The
ask you
power
this
output-
about the synergy.
He doesn't provide more power. It's her affinity that pulls out more.
Well, that's the next. So this question can be about the affinity. Do you
Mhm.
think each person can answer this? Do you think Himawari's affinity is option 1? She's just able to draw out more of Kurama's power. That's it. So hypothetically, she can use 100% of Kurama, whereas Naruto can only use 80%, let's say. That's option 1. Or option 2.
Mhm.
In addition to that, potentially, the synergistic blend of Himawari and Kurama is like exponentially creating something new that's better.
I will go with
Basically,
option number
the
2.
synergy is just beyond 1 + 1 = 2. It's 1 + 1 = 10. That's option 2.
I will go with
Which
option
do you
2.
think it is?
I would definitely go with option 2, but I want to hear somebody else's opinion because I've been talking and yapping for a while.
Anyone think it's option 1? Anyone?
No.
Kido? Oodie?
I don't think it's option 1 because KCM2 seemingly was using all of Kurama's power. Kurama
Exactly.
could
If,
give
well, if it is
everything.
option
Exactly.
1, this power scaling makes no sense.
But then also we
Yeah,
have
that's what we
Baryon
have.
mode extinguished all of Kurama's chakra, which is that different from Kurama giving Naruto all his chakra like he did in the Sasuke fight?
It is
But I
definitely
mean,
different.
But why?
they were kind of like how can you explain it? They was taking Naruto and his chakra and kind of like crushing it together, if you will,
Yeah.
and creating a new energy from that.
So I think that's
It's like-
more
That shit
akin
was-
to
it
what's
was
happening.
fusion.
It's just not Baryon
It's
mode.
nuclear fusion. It's
Yeah,
basically what
it
the fuck the sun does. I just can't.
That's his
explain
version
it
of
in scientific
Gogeta.
way.
That's all it was. It was just Gogeta.
Wait, his version of Gogeta is crazy. Okay.
Yeah, Baryon mode. They fuse their instead of fusing physical forms, they fuse.
Well,
energy.
then they
Create
should have
a new
added the dance
energy.
then, just to make it give us the full
Maybe
effect.
they did that in their mind space.
Ah.
They did a little
I like that.
booty bump and then
A
boom.
little-
They did a little hip bump and then boom. That's that shit. Guy, I'm thinking of Guy and Kakashi when they do that little dance. They do that shit. Be heavy. I could just see Naruto and fucking Kurama doing that shit. That shit that'd be funny, bro.
Pretty good. I have a really dumb argument for Kurama got stronger over time. Well, Mello, Kurama was able to perceive the Jura fight. He was keeping up with it. What do you think about that?
He was perceiving it through Hima's eyes, who was drawn by his true potential, her affinity. So
All right, fair.
Can you re-ask that question? Because when
Bro,
he said booty bump, bro, I had to walk away from my computer. I'm
my
sorry.
goodness.
You
Wait, does
had to hear the
Kurama
laugh
have
run away.
does he have a booty to bump? I'm not even.
I would assume so. He has a
I guess they
tail.
have- I guess foxes have flanks.
Yeah, I mean they got tails. We got to shit somehow.
Like their ass.
Does
on the
Kurama
side.
shit?
I don't think so. They're tailed beasts. I don't think they do.
In
I
the
think
anime,
he
they
shit
don't,
through his
because
vessel.
Chikamaru says they don't. He just lied to Himawari about it.
Ooh.
I think if you, I think when he roams, like when they roam outside of their vessels, they probably poop and stuff because they have blood. and
According to
DNA and
Shukaku,
stuff.
they don't. In the anime, he says they don't.
They got
I mean-
blood.
King Kaku and Ginkaku didn't
Yeah.
wait to find out.
I'm pretty sure the tail beasts have blood, right?
They do.
I don't think so. When what's his name? What's the eight tails
Chikaku
name?
sure doesn't.
Wait, what's the eight tails name? Because he's the one who got chopped up the fucking most.
Gyuki?
Whatever.
Gyuki.
Yeah, Gyoki. When he got
But he only
his
got chopped in his
tentacles.
tentacles.
Yeah,
I
but you
actually
still
don't think. I don't think
They don't bleed?
I don't think octopi have blood vessels in their tentacles.
Well,
dude.
yeah,
I watched this
it-
thing about octopuses, and I
I
was
don't
so amazed of how Naruto really,
Octopi.
whatever. I was so amazed by how
Sorry, I hate
Fucking grammar
octopuses. I hate
police.
that shit. I'm so sorry.
Goddamn.
Continue.
goddamn grammar FBI. But God damn it, you made me mess up my train of thought. Oh no, the way that B fights or whatever. You know how he fights with the 8 swords? And it's kind of like when he fights, all of the swords is moving in their own like moving with their own mind type thing. They say that octopi, Mello, their tentacles
pie, yeah.
have their damn apple pie. That sounds good right now. But all their tentacles, they have like their own, like in a, I don't want to say like their own brain, but they all react in like
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah,
They'll
yeah,
move
yeah.
autonomously.
Yeah, exactly. And that's pretty much like how like Killer Bee's fighting style and like his ginger, he's the Jinchuriki. Sorry, his tail beast is octopus. So I just thought that like the correlation when I was watching this shit randomly, just laying in my bed of watching YouTube videos. I was like, God damn, they did a good ass job making Killer Bee
actually,
really an octopus.
But what does that have to do with blood
I was
vessels
thinking
in the
about this.
tentacle?
I'm sorry, but the 8 tails is weird. Think about it. Shukaku's a tanuki, the 2 tails of the cat, the 3 tails of turtle, the 4 tails of monkey, and so on. The 9 tails of the fox.
It's a
The
chimera.
8 tails is the only one that is 2 animals. It is an octopus and an ox.
What
Why?
about the insect one? What's that insect thing?
Just the
It looks
bug.
like
I don't know what
it looks
bug,
like
but
it looks like a chimera of multiple insects.
Yeah, it looks like a bug mixed
that
with
one
a
I don't know. I
furnace.
don't know enough about bugs, but it's specifically the octopus and ox for the 8 tails. It's the only one it's specifically 2 things. Why? Why isn't it just an octopus?
Where's Sanjay?
Look at its face, bro.
Oh yeah. No. You're right.
Add Sanjay? You
I
guys
don't
have
know.
his information?
Oh, I thought
I'm
that you
not
were.
Oh, I thought
No,
you
you're
said.
the king of
you guys
you're the king of the
information.
thing, Oodie. I can't. Can I add people?
Am
Yeah,
I?
I think so.
Did I make this? I
Yeah,
don't know.
you can. I'm gonna add him.
This is
Hold on, I
your
got
thing.
you.
This is your
I got you.
What are we adding?
Sanjay.
Sanjay.
It's Sanjay
I don't think I
Uchiha.
even have Sanjay
Hello.
Adams. I'll leave it up
shit.
for again.
Do I not have Sanjay on this?
All right,
Yeah,
no,
I'm like,
back
where's
to
Sanjay,
you.
bro? I don't
Balls
think
in your
I've seen
court.
him.
I don't have Sanjay on this profile.
Oh no, I
think.
got him here. How do I add him?
Go to. I was just talking shit about Kamui. Just go to the top of this call where it says "as friend to DM."
The top of this call.
Right.
Like to the far right, far left. Am I at the top? Am I?
You at the top.
or
Do you see the? You see the people? The 2 little fellows right there. Shit. Let me share my screen, bro.
Go ahead.
In the meantime, you guys got
God damn it.
some filler topics or?
Well, actually, real quick, because
Wait,
we
what's your
never
rating
finished
of
this.
23?
Hey,
I'm
Mello. No, here's this how you do it. You see this right here?
Yeah, I'm looking. Hold on, it's loading.
Add friends to DM. Up here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why my screen just went black where it says
Sorry,
add friends.
one more
to
time.
DM.
Show me. Show me.
Okay. So it's up here. Like you gotta. I don't know how your computer is, but I have to like go up. I have to put my mouse up here for it to appear. But you just hit that thing right here that says add friends to DM, and then you search them. And you should add them to the call.
Okay.
I'm gonna need everybody who uses technology to learn how to use it. Okay.
Fuck that. It's more fun.
Damn time,
Bro, Sanjay, I just had to. I just had to like teach him how to do it, bro. I had to give him a whole course on how to add you.
Relax, bro. I don't be on Discord like that, bro.
Just fucking with you, bro.
I'm past the age of 15, bro.
Bro, I
remember when we was doing the podcast faithfully, and you was so mad because we had to use the duck and you want to use Discord. So what are you talking about?
Why you have to add nobody? So
I'm literally here just listening. I'm like, yo, when are these niggas gonna add me, dog? I need to go to
I
bed.
have
I'm
never
work
heard
tomorrow.
Sanjay say niggas ever, bro.
I've never heard him say that either, bro.
I've potted with this guy for 3 years
ago. He got a little sriracha in him. Okay, got a little
I've
spice.
never heard Sanjay say these niggas ever.
Sanjay went from cheddar cheese to Applejack. What was pepper jack cheese? Okay,
bro. I think I had asked you, hit you, Sanjay, to hop on the podcast one time. Oh yeah, you was going somewhere though. You told me.
Yeah, I was on the road at that time.
On the road again.
You guys have ratings for 23? I don't think I heard you guys' ratings.
I guess since I just came in, I mean, I think it's easily a 9 for me, for the most part. But I mean, don't ask me why I take off one point. To be honest, I don't have a particular reason, but I think it's easily a 9. Yeah.
I mean, a 9.
What about you, Oodie?
9 is still pretty much perfect though.
It's about average.
A 5.
That's true.
Right
Free game, okay. I don't know why everyone always reacts like that. Okay, no. Because if you rate every chapter a 9 out of 10, then your average is 9 out of 10. You just make that your new 5 out of 10.
You're rage baiting.
It's crazy.
That's how you're
I
doing.
don't even know what that meant, bro. That was
Okay,
crazy,
is
bro.
this chapter better than the average 2 Blue Vortex chapter?
What's the average 2 Blue Vortex chapter?
It's
I mean, I think
subjective.
all of them are all average.
It's very subjective. I'm not sure if I can answer that.
Okay.
That's
For
what.
like
Point
all of
Gotta
us.
give more
Well,
context.
the answer is a
Oodie is
5
the
out of
king.
10 if it's relative to Boruto chapters. They were right in the middle.
Yes.
Ood is the king of talking in circles. So what are you talking about?
Do that. What are
But,
you
I mean,
talking
honestly,
about?
I think my answer would be yes. For me personally, I think for me the average chapter for 2 Blue Vortex, believe it or not, is a 9 out of 10. Like,
Yeah.
I think almost damn near. I think the lowest I've ever given a chapter is a 7. And that was like the Mitsuki bullshit. But like, other than that, like everything that's just been hitting, and even with like the issues I have with the inconsistencies and stuff, it doesn't take away from my overall enjoyment. So yeah, I think that is the average for me, a 9 out of 10. Yeah, TBV is actually really good.
Like, I think I would actually agree. Sometimes when I'm doing my reaction reviews each month, I'm wondering if I'm kind of glazing this too much or if I'm really digging and trying to like extract information that's not actually there. Because I'm like, yo, guys, like it's an
That's
8 out
what a
of 10,
YouTuber
it's
is
a 9 out
supposed to
of
do.
10. But, you know, I'm kind of self-aware. Like, am I glazing it too much? Am I seeing things that aren't really there? You know? So, but
Well,
yeah,
I mean, it's all about perception. Like, you know,
Well-
you like what you like. If
Like,
you
for
think
instance,
it's a fire chapter, it's a fire chapter.
I'm sure there are some series that you can't even extrapolate these types of theories from. Like the fact that you can even do that, I think would speak to the quality of it. And like the fact that you even care to do it would speak to your enjoyment of it. But you know, you may have your own metrics. Just for me personally, like at the end of the day, through all the analytical bullshit, that's really just for content. I really don't care about all that stuff. Really, it comes down to, am I enjoying and having fun with the series? Really simple. And my answer is yes. So
yeah, I'm enjoying it.
There you go.
2 Blue Vortex was a breath of fresh air. I would say that. I think the hiatus was well worth the wait.
are we going to get an anime sometime in the near?
They said 2026 we should be in the anime.
It's about
Free
fucking
game. You
time.
covered that one tweet, right? Here, I'm
Yes.
pulled up. All right, because I got it pulled up. And if you guys can look at my share screen if you want to see it.
Wait. I just said yes to something that I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Wait.
Well, I think you did cover it though, because it's right. One second, get this out of my way. It's right. Kamui, where's it? Right here.
Can you not do that?
What? Here. Okay. So Ozzy on Twitter says, in reference to this
Who
tweet,
the fuck is Ozzy?
Boruto animator coming out and saying that it's literally impossible to add fillers because 2 Blue Vortex is too serious.
Oh yeah. We did talk about that. I didn't cover
Serious
this
about 2 Blue Vortex, bro. Like what?
I didn't cover this. I think we just talked about this on the pod,
That's
but
crazy.
Bro,
Pregame, how do you
I
talk
think,
about it without
17 to
covering it?
19
I'm
is
confused.
pretty much filler, to be honest. So
I think Black Uchiha had brought that up.
they can add more.
They need to add filler, in my opinion.
I agree.
There are
Honestly, it's a lot.
chapters. There are chapters that clearly need 2 chapters to fulfill like the kind of totality of what's it trying to be. Like,
Wait,
Totally,
real
yeah.
quick, why do you think they need to add filler? Just in your opinion, what's your reasoning for that? I'm not saying I disagree.
Because filler is just what filler is supposed to be. It's supposed to fill in the gaps. Like manga is just snapshots of what's going on. It's not the full context of the story.
Do you
I
think
I think
Naruto-
they're
Naruto-
referring
do
to
you
a
think-
different type of filler, not
Yeah, you need to
not
define
that
filler.
kind. Yeah.
Yeah,
Whoa.
It's not the
Because-
filler that like from point A to point B, we need to show the fist moving in that space. That is technically filler that didn't exist in the manga, but in anime form, you have to have filler to even make it anime to begin with. But I think they're talking about like filler arcs type shit. Yeah.
So let me ask you this for a game. Did the
I think we
Naruto
should have
need
filler episodes. Sorry,
Do
go
you
ahead.
think
Sorry,
the-
I'm sorry.
Do you think the Naruto manga needed filler?
I didn't read the
that
Naruto manga. I didn't read the Naruto manga, so I can't give you an honest
Well,
answer.
everyone who's read the Naruto manga, I haven't either, but everyone who's read it seems to say
No
the answer
story
is
needs
no.
filler. No
Well,
story
because a
needs
lot of
filler.
Naruto's filler was fucking pointless. Even though it was some like really good good filler episodes when I went back and just to rewatch it just to get some more Naruto content, because after I finished watching Naruto, I didn't have no more to watch. But like some of the filler was actually pretty good. But I don't think that I don't think Two Blue Vortex should have filler arcs. I think they should have more of like filler episodes just to fill in gaps.
What gaps in particular are you referring to? Is my question.
Well, maybe not gaps, but like
sword so potent.
What makes Sasuke's sword so potent?
Why that shit didn't break before now? Bro? Explain that.
They can put one when they're going to the Sound Village. I think that would be a good one.
That
kind of teleported there.
Necessary.
That's perfect.
Do you think it needs that?
Yeah, definitely.
Why do you think it needs it?
It doesn't need it.
Do you just want them to appear there?
Just say no so we can move on.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But it doesn't need it, but it would be fun.
I think the real filler arc that we need is Boruto and Sasuke's going rogue. My bad. I lost my train of thought. When they left the village and he trained with Sasuke, learned the Uchiha style, figure out what the fuck the Uchiha style is anyways. But yeah.
They can show the Kashin Koji stuff as well. Learning,
Kashin Koji stuff. Yep.
Well, the problem is we don't know that's going to be showing up later or not. That kind of shows flying right.
They might not do it in the manga itself.
Well, so they need to communicate with Ikimoto and find out.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, but they might not do it because they did the I think it was chapter 15. They did the FTG stuff. They might just leave it there.
Let me actually
revisit the train and stuff again.
Let me ask you this.
Fills it.
I'm sorry.
That Cold Sasuke fight filler gonna be sick.
Let me ask you this, kiddo. Did you read the Bleach manga?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm talking about that 1,000-Year Blood War.
No.
You didn't get to read it? Damn. So
no, I'm watching it instead.
Yeah. So glad you said I need to catch up.
I need to catch up too.
1,000-Year Blood War.
Well, the reason why I asked this question, honestly. I got to catch up. Only reason why I asked that though is because same studios animating Boruto, and there's rumors that Boruto is going to go on a seasonal, going to seasonal programming rather than being weekly and just running as long as possible and fucking wearing people out. But anyways, only reason why I asked that, I wanted to know how many episodes of Bleach was like manga, straight manga, and how much was like, did they add any filler or anything in it?
I mean,
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, in terms of for the 1,000-Year Blood War, it's not necessarily filler, but it's just that Kubo has been working with is it pronounced Periot or Perio?
Periot, I think.
First one.
Perio. Okay. I think you said it right the first time.
Piro or something.
Piro. Studio Piro. There you go.
Anyway, yeah, the point is Kubo's been working with the studio in terms of like adding to the story, kind of making use of the time that he didn't really get when he was writing the manga. So there have been some, I wouldn't say additions, I wouldn't say filler, but some additions that made the story flow much better. Because, for example, without giving
I heard spoilers, a lot of people who had was complaining about the manga.
Yeah. Because, for example, without giving any spoilers, like take Uryu, for example, in the manga, like honestly, his role in the anime, it feels much more it flows better. Like in the manga, it's just like you have Uryu at point A, and then you have Uryu at point D. Honestly, like it's ridiculous. Honestly.
Wait. Sorry. No spoilers, please.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see a point?
Yeah, that's I wasn't giving any spoilers.
He's been up as far as I've seen. So point D is like, whoa, where are we going? I don't know, but yeah.
Okay. Hey, shit, man! You fucking spoiled the hell out of Solo Leveling.
2 wrongs don't make a right. 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Solo Leveling, bro. I've been watching Solo Leveling and like Mello was not playing.
No. I literally asked you, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" You're like, "Yeah."
I did.
Sure?
I did.
By the way, when is Kaiju number 8 season 2 coming out?
I think it's next month, actually.
You know they're ending the manga.
6.
Oh, I can't wait to do that reaction on Twitch.
Sooner than we thought.
I'm so hyped, bro. I'm actually gonna do a reaction on Twitch from all season 1. And I'm gonna do season 2 because I love that show.
You know they're ending the manga, right?
No, kiddo, no, stop, please, I'm begging you, don't tell me.
No, do it, kiddo, do it.
No, I'll never spoil it. That's crazy. I'm not doing it.
I already got free game because you're the one that put me on it. You telling me it's trash now? Like, I don't know. But I got free game. I got free game already kind of ruining Demon Slayer for me, bro. So don't tell me the ending, bro.
Because the ending fucking sucked.
I would say the ending sucked.
The ending fucking sucked, bro. The fight with Michael Jackson was trash, bro.
Okay.
Let's move on.
I'm not even spoiling anything. You had to know
though.
they was gonna fight him at the end. Come on.
Imagine Boruto gets animated like that, bro.
Sanji,
oh
the one chapter that was fire as hell that we was waiting on, we got one chapter of that, bro. That shit was trash, bro. I'm not gonna spoil nothing for Mello. It was fucking trash.
Hey, I'm not spoiling it either.
Okay, I changed my mind. Sexy Red is actually sexy without makeup. Okay, I take it back. Sorry.
Well, how the hell did we get back to Sexy Red?
I sent you a DM. So.
Oh, you did? I didn't open it. Hold on. I can't. I'm on stream. I'll open it later.
Oh, you're see, yeah, I just got it up on stream. I don't give a fuck. Stream just watch it. Bro, I don't be giving a fuck, bro. I was like, hey, listen, I'm a red-blooded American.
We may have some kids. May have some kids watching on their television, and their parents walk past. What are you watching, son?
Listen, I don't make content for kids, so get your kids. I make no content for children at all. So I've been saying this for years.
Mello didn't check that this content is suitable for people under 18.
You know what? If you don't check that, you won't even get monetized. So I know I got that shit checked. So yeah. But yeah, I'm excited for Kaiju number 8, and I gotta get back into Demon Slayer, and I want to watch any other new anime that's popping, bro.
Bro, you need to just watch
Hero X,
Lord of Mysteries.
Mello.
That's the only thing you need to be watching, bro.
Hold on, I got 2 recommendations. Lord of Mysteries. I'm gonna look that up now. And what was the other one from Sanjay?
To be Hero X.
To be Hero X. Okay.
I've heard a lot about that recently.
Oh, there's this one called Gai Gachua Kuta, I think. Gai Gachua Kuta. I think it comes out.
Can y'all put those in the DM?
I've been catching up with Invincible. Invincible has been blowing my fucking mind.
Oh, bro, it's too much media. It's too much content these days, bro. It's too much.
I'm already done. I think season 3 was the last season, right? And season 4 is coming out soon.
This month is gonna be good, bro.
Bro, they got a whole nother spinoff. I was so fucking amazed. I'm like, how the hell did they already make 3 seasons of this show and they already have a fucking spinoff?
Bro, you've been missing. Invincible's been running for a year. Bro.
I didn't know that they had a spinoff though with already 4 fucking seasons. There's not even 4 fucking seasons of Invincible. It's only 3 with his girlfriend.
The Adam Eve.
Yeah, because you know, on season, I don't want to run anything because Mello obviously haven't seen it. You know when she does that.
I already know everything that happens.
Oh, you know everything that happens? Okay. Yeah. So when she nearly dies, when fucking Mark is fighting that one Vulturemite, that old dude, when he pretty much punches her fucking face off, and she reconstructs her body and she turns into she says she can only activate the power near death or some shit like that.
For everybody in general. Let's just say
well, they said that this has been out for years, so too bad. But yeah, anyway, so I guess the spinoff is about her though.
Yeah, she's a spinoff. She's OP, when she was in the Teen Titans or whatever, or I think it's
Teen Titans. What? No, bro.
It was her origin story. It was her origin story, basically.
Wait, hold the fuck on. She's from Teen Titans. That's a chick from Teen Titans?
Their version of what I think is the Teen Titans. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, but
this whole time?
I won't talk about the ending of Invincible, but it's I'll just leave it at that. But they changed so much in the cartoon. It's kind of insane. I don't even think Amber was black in the comic, if I remember. But but they changed a lot of different events and stuff, so it's interesting. But I can't wait to watch it for sure.
They had to make it multiracial.
Oh, yo, what's up?
When is Lord of Mysteries dropping again?
I think it's this month. I'm not. I don't remember.
When is what dropping?
27th of this month, probably, or 28th.
When is what dropping?
Lord of Mysteries. I think it's the 20. Or was it the 23rd?
You guys put that in chat.
What is that about? If you don't mind, just giving a brief synopsis.
Oh, I haven't read it.
Yeah, I haven't read it either. It's based on.
It's something that's just coming out.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
it's a 28. It's a
The animation looks
it looks
fantastic.
yeah, it does.
The
Well, I
art
actually started. I read chapter 1. It's pretty cool. I need
trailer
to
out for it.
get into it, man.
What I need to keep finish watching is Dandadan. I watched like the first couple episodes, and I did not expect it to be what it is.
I heard
I
that
haven't
was
watched
good
that
too.
yet. I'm gonna check it out.
It's actually
Yeah,
pretty
Done
freaking good.
season 2 is way better than season 1 for sure.
Mello, they actually do your character justice, bro. You should watch it.
Stop this. And then I'm wearing the fucking. No, press stop this, bro.
Bro, that's
I gotta stop.
you. That's you. You should file copyright.
Well,
infringement.
damn it, they need to pay me. Shit.
Yeah, but I say you
They
could just sue for copyright infringement because that's
Where's
crazy.
my moolah? Give me my money.
Where is it? Oh, okay.
All about
All
the
right, so
Benjamins.
let's another topic. Where do you guys seeing chapter 23 going? 24, sorry, 24.
Oh,
Sorry.
well, 23, I could definitely give you an answer on where I see that going.
I don't think you can.
To infinity and beyond. Okay, we're gonna get fucking Momoshiki and
Uh,
Kawaki teaming up, and it's gonna
Kawaki,
be
You think we're gonna
Piccolo
get
and
Momoshiki?
Goku. It's gonna be Piccolo and Goku versus Raditz. Just
the
like
Hot
that.
take.
12th month of saying Momoshiki is gonna show up.
Yeah, it's
This
crazy,
time,
bro.
this time for sure, this
Bro,
time.
it reminds me of trying to predict the Drogon. Oh, the Drogon's gonna appear. No, I just stopped, bro. Honestly, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But
I
I
mean,
mean,
Momo
but
does
see
come back.
Momoshiki appearing,
He's
though.
trash, right? He's in a bad space right now. Like that character needs
Yeah.
some work.
I don't know. I think Momo's sitting back plotting though, because he said Boruto said he hasn't said anything for years, so he's sitting back cooking something up.
Defeating Jura would be a good return to form for the character, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, I want-
Kawaki's gonna pack him up, bro. He's
Can
gonna
you
pack him
imagine
Naruto
a
is fine.
Boroshiki right now?
up. Saying
If he wants to
anything,
join.
Kawaki's gonna win, bro, for sure.
Can you imagine
the
a
party's
Boroshiki
cool.
right now?
Boroshiki
Well-
right now would I think he would defeat Jura, yeah. In particular,
mean,
if Boruto's reset to 100%, because his feats against Jura with a little prep time was insane.
Bro, this Jura. Look. I'll say this. Chapter 23 was good. I enjoyed it. I think it's a 10 out of 10, to be honest. It's just one thing, and I think it's gonna be like if I read chapter 24 or chapter 25, and it kind of ruins it for me. It depends on what happens next, because I think the power scaling in chapter 23 was a bit weird. I feel like
Oh,
Boruto was way too close to Jura.
I agree.
And
Yeah.
I on one hand, I'm like, it could make sense, and it couldn't make sense. It depends on what happens next. So that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna give it a 10 out of 10 until I see what happens next. Because on one hand, it could be that Jura is just not that guy. He's just not that strong, and Karma Boruto would absolutely wash this dude. Or Jura is just holding back significantly because he's more like Ishiki than we realize. And there's some dialogue in the prior chapters as well where he's just saying shit that Ishiki himself said. So I'm like,
Giving him an honorable death.
yeah, he's like, oh, I enjoy the dance, and like it's just shit like that Ishiki said. I love playing around, and that's a fault of mine. Like, the same shit Ishiki said when he fought Naruto and Sasuke. I'm like, okay,
That's every
I see
villain.
where they're going with this. Yeah, no, but
I mean,
not everyone just outright says it.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
but it's like, go ahead. Even like omnipotence, because I think that's what you're gonna go into. Like omnipotence played out exactly like it was supposed to. Like there's this big misconception that Momoshiki saw the wrong future. That didn't happen. The future he saw
there we go.
came to fruition. The same scenes Boruto saw is what Momoshiki saw, and those scenes played out in the future. But what Momoshiki did was think that Boruto experiencing these events would lead to him despairing to the point that he turns over his body. He never saw that. He never said that he saw that happen. He just thought these things would overpower Boruto, right? So it's not like the future he saw didn't come to pass. The future he saw did come to pass. Omnipotence, everything, the scenes that Boruto saw. It's just that the conclusion that he came to based on those scenes didn't play out like he thought it would. That's all that is.
He put all his eggs in one basket, and then it all cracked.
I think I would go with prescience. I think. Mostly because even if Momo can see the future, it may be a future that doesn't have a positive conclusion. And you can't really do shit about that. Whereas prescience, you have options at the very least to manipulate what future you see and choose an ideal one for yourself. Um,
Hmm.
so it gives me versatility. So I would
I
definitely go with prescience.
I
But
think it
there isn't an
depends.
sorry, real quick. So there is, but the nerf is big. It's a big fucking nerf. Um, so that's a tough one because it focuses. It looks like. Cause I want to ask you guys this earlier. Do, I'll just say what I said before I forget it. It looks like he he gets downloaded all this information at once, and but he doesn't retain it by some means. He outside of just memory, which is iffy at best. So I don't know how you like remember in infinity. That's kind of a lot. So I so if it took him 6 days and then he's just operating off of information that he got like a week ago almost, then there's a lot of room for error until the next update, which is the problem I think with the nerf. It's a good nerf, but it's a problem with the ability that kind of like
Well,
really
are you
drastically
assuming
fucks it.
that what was happening there
Yeah.
is that he gets an update like every 6 days, or like it's on an interval or time frame?
I think it's on an interval, but it might not necessarily be the same every time. It could be an hour, it could be 6 days, it could be a week.
Yeah, and we still don't
That's
know
what I
if,
think. Yeah.
and we still don't know if even with the information that he's downloaded already, can he just return? Can he just activate back the ability and
Oh, true.
return and review it like a
That
video
part.
tape or whatever? We don't know that either. So
Like, do you
you
I'm
know,
guys
not
think
even
like when
viewing it
he?
that way.
Mhm.
I was gonna say I'm not viewing it that way because when I say prescience versus Momoshiki's ability, I'm not looking at it from the perspective of Kashin Koji not being able to control it. Because I guess it's two interpretations. You could say like this nerf is just what the nerf of prescience is, but I thought it was just it's just that Kashin Koji can't control it because he isn't Otsutsuki. Or
I
do we
guess that
not
would be a way
agree
to
with
look
that?
at it.
I'm fine with that idea. I like it
Yeah, I'm fine because
Because
I mean it's
that's what
basically the same
that's
with
what I was
Ada.
thinking.
it's
Yeah.
similar. It's similar to Ada. Yeah, I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
so if Shiba was using like prescience, he could just activate it whenever he
Correct.
wants to. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
how I was looking at it. But yeah, so under that, I'm looking at like even if we go back to like the seeing the future, it could go either way. Like it could go how Mello said it. It goes. It could be the case that maybe when you see the future, you can't change it. But even characters who can see the future can change the future as well. So it could go either way. Maybe Momoshiki can influence the future if he chooses to.
I
You know?
think
Maybe.
I agree. He could become like a singularity. Well, not because he absolutely is one, just from future knowledge. I think. I do agree. I think it's just with the finite control. And the amount of information that you do get.
Yeah.
This nerf definitely takes away a lot of the precision with prescience. But again, we don't know what the interval is definitively. So that precision could be awfully diminished if it's a week. But if it's just if it's 5 minutes and then 10 minutes, that precision increases significantly. So it just depends on information that we don't have, honestly. But yeah,
Yeah.
it can go either way, really. I like both abilities, frankly, but I don't in chapter 23. Do you think he saw infinity in that allotted time that we saw him kind of disabled a little bit?
I think you
Nah,
could
I don't think
interpret it
so.
that way. I think you could, based on how they show the strips of film. You could. I've seen this. This isn't new. I think we've seen this ability in other series. Like the character just gets flooded with infinite knowledge. Even like fucking Doctor Strange and like Marvel, right? Obviously, two different universes. But I'm just saying, like, they could do that if they really wanted to. Might not be the case, but they could do it if they wanted to.
I
They
mean,
could
they
just
could have
tease
the
it, but doesn't
intentional.
retain it.
Mhm. I mean, as I say, I mean, all of these setups with all these characters that have Shinjutsu from Shibai, obviously, and we've basically been implicitly stating it as well that it's an intentional setup for when Shibai, if and when he does show up, so that he can show that the contrast between him using the abilities and them using the abilities. So
Yeah.
there's that as well. Yeah.
And these characters aren't like normal people. Like, they're like amped cyborgs and shit. So it's not really unrealistic for him to see like infinity in a flash and not die, you know?
Yeah, that's
Needs
true. That's true.
it just
Do you
needs
guys
to
think this is the end? Oh, sorry. Please continue.
No, I was just gonna say he just needs to get a bigger hard drive, man. That's all really.
I mean, it's definitely not in a flash as opposed to Momoshiki's, which is instantaneous. Ada's saying full-on paragraphs to Koji as his eyes are in the back of his head.
Well, that's already kind of a retcon because in the
Crazy.
Ishiki one, I mean, we saw the original version. It had to have been like instant. We see the original flashback. It just was instant. But then
Hey,
his
he just-
update takes like a minute.
This update package was bigger, man.
That doesn't make
Characterization
sense
of
It's
based
got
on
a few bigger
full logic.
gigabytes.
Like he literally has like 3 years less to look at from before.
It's like there's so much room for things to go wrong. Even when he's like in real time trying to manipulate things to arrive at like chosen destinations, it's just that interval of time is crazy, bro. Like just
Yeah.
Boruto doing two like slightly different, like going on the battlefield and then contacting Kawaki. Just those things alone fucked everything. Like it's so fragile. There's really no room for error when it comes to what Koji's planning here. It's like super interesting.
Yeah.
But like, do you guys think Ryu and Mitsari are actually like gone? Like we'll never see them again. Like Shinki and Moege comes back.
I hope
So
not.
it's possible that Ikimura just didn't want to spoil it, but he didn't put them in
Moege
Koji's
hates.
visions.
No,
I'm sorry,
bro.
Kamui.
We spent
You
like
repeat that?
10 months on these guys. I'm tired.
Yeah, to be honest, for me, similar to like in the anime with like Denki and Iwabe, and yeah, they're okay and cool, I guess, but it's like they're whatever to me. So with Kido saying that with Ryu and Matsuri, it's like, yeah, I kind of feel the same. It's like, yeah, they're whatever to me, to be honest.
Do you guys feel like things have been resolved with them or something of the sort? Like, would this be a good place to get rid of their characters?
No.
I suppose.
It's a good place to get rid of Ryu.
Yeah.
I think so.
Matsuri is debatable.
I agree. I think there's still some more work to do with the character. And Moege is not that interesting to bring her back. Shinki, I think, is, however, but
This arc
Now, I
is
think
about
maybe Gaara
saving
dies.
Gaara.
Do you think Gaara dies?
No.
He should. He should die, and
Um,
Konohamaru should die as well.
Hey, whoa, you lost me,
Mitsuki probably.
bro. You lost me with that, bro. You lost. I
Bro,
actually do
we
think
can-
Mitsuki is going to die.
We
I think he's going to
can't.
die. And oh, I'm
Mhm.
sorry, Sanjay. Hit it up.
No, I was just gonna say we can't go off killing off a bunch of characters just yet, because again, the Boruto manga
Uh,
only has a certain subset of characters it focuses on. We can't
hey,
kill
the
off
last time
cast.
someone died
He's
was
not
like
one of them,
2015, bro.
clearly. So
Yodo. I forgot Yodo. Dang, that's crazy. Damn,
Bro,
she did not make an
Yoda's a
impression.
side character, bro.
I wish
You know
I could
she's
forget
barely a side
Yodo.
character. I even
Yodo had
forgot she died, bro. That's crazy. See, that's
That's
how
what I'm
relevant
saying.
Still not
Yoda
even
is.
confirmed.
That's crazy.
They better not bring her back, bro. And it's not because I don't want Yoda to return. I don't care about her, but I don't necessarily want her to die. But it's just like you already faked us out with Inojin. Stop it. Like kill people. If you're gonna do it, then fucking do it. Yeah. So for my money, Inojin's the safest character in the verse because you can't fake us out with that shit again, bro. Like you either kill the bastard or you don't. So that fake out provided a lot of time for him to just live, in my opinion. So we'll see. But yeah. But that's all I have for you
Unfortunately.
boys. You guys got anything else before we wrap? Or I wrap?
no.
Fair enough.
Kamui?
We can talk again later.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I got work in the morning. I should have already retired to bed.
Oh, no,
but
I did have some female. I've been saving this. So Mello, so the title of your stream, Boruto TBV Vortex, has a huge problem. So what is that problem?
I don't know. I was just gonna clickbait. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna-
babe.
I'm not a liar. I was clickbaiting.
Well,
That's true.
me and Kamui could answer it, but we would probably need a lot less
Well,
time to say the opposite. What isn't the
I could.
problem?
Well, okay. I could 100% bring up at least off the top of my head 10 problems, of course.
But which of those is
But-
the biggest?
Bro, let's start with the whole, like I said, the whole Jura not killing Boruto, like that whole thing, and then you factor in 23 shenanigans. Like that shit don't make no fucking sense. You can, but I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this at 3 a.m.
Okay,
What are you
okay,
doing?
fair
Yeah,
enough.
man.
Now, I'm gonna have Jonathan Oliver fucking cooking me now. Let's stop it, bro.
I wanted to go out on
No,
a
not just
good
him.
note
Add
here.
Manga to the list as well.
Yeah, some excitement
God
for the
damn.
series.
No. Shout out to Jonathan Oliver, bro. Shout out to Jonathan Oliver, bro. Holding it down. Holding it down. Y'all made a whole video about that. I watched that video. He was all in the comment section. He was very polite. So shout out to Jonathan Oliver, bro.
Dude, we're gonna get Oodie, should we tell them or should we make it a surprise?
Hell no. What's going on?
I'm trying to make sure I'm thinking of who you are thinking. Oh no, I know. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. Either way, I'll let you choose, Kamui.
Okay, so
Face your name.
we've got a plan. Because we've got like 4 big haters, and well, they obviously hate me and Oodie. They also hate Daigo.
Bro,
We're gonna
you have
have
more
a
than 4, bro, trust me.
3v3 versus our 3 biggest haters with me, Oodie, and
Or big
Daigo.
ones. Bro, they don't hate you, bro. If they did,
Bro,
if they hated you,
Oodie-
they
Oodie-
wouldn't watch, they wouldn't comment, they wouldn't support.
Yeah,
by doing
say
all
that, Mello.
Bro, Oodie,
They
Oodie,
have
Kamui,
nothing
and
but- no,
Daigo are like
you are not in our Discord. Hey,
they're like
hey.
they're like
okay, true,
Hitler, Stalin, and that other dude
Damn.
to the Boruto community.
Yeah, you know, Mello. Mizuki talked to Naruto.
You walked
Are we
me
gonna
right-
say
you walked right
there's
into
some
that one,
love
Kido.
there?
That was perfect.
Yo, the tweets on Twitter are funny, bro. I'll say.
Nah, but
Anyway,
I'll always say I respect Daigo Knight's business model for sure. He got these boys talking about him, and that's what matters for him. So well done, sir. Well done.
Oh my goodness.
All right, boys.
and-
I'm calling it a night. Thank you so much for spending time with me. Sanjay, always a
Yeah,
pleasure.
man.
Oodie, free game. I know Sauron was in here. Phoenix was in here. Kido, Kamui. Yeah, we should definitely do this again soon.
Yeah, man.
But,
But
definitely,
if you guys
bro.
want to continue, please, by all means, continue. But I'll catch you guys next time. Okay, peace.
All right, man.
Alrighty, see ya.
So Kamui.
Wow. So I'm not gonna force you, but I still never finished the first topic I started before free game joined.
So
God.
Kido, what are your opinions on Kamui's first topic?
Bro, I wasn't here, bro.
All right, Kamui, go ahead and say it again.
All right, let's just
Start over.
There's a lot of
redo.
those.
Do over. Shout out Super Bunny Man.
Unironic, yeah. We played Super Bunny Man more than we did
Right
talk
on.
about anything.
And nobody mentioned it once, despite the fact that you literally said it out loud
Mello
like 3
did.
times.
Mello
Oh, he
did
Okay.
in chat.
Oh, in chat.
Yeah, where is it? Somewhere it says, yeah, what the fuck are you at? We see Oodie and Kamui playing Super Bunny Man game. What the fuck are you playing?
I love it.
Oh, but anyway. Oh, that's right. Oh my god. Going back to this. So, do you think this
Oh
is
my god.
durable, this claw mark?
So,
Oh my
there's 2 different ways to interpret it. I don't think it's either. I think it's a third different type of claw mark with its own durability, probably somewhere in the middle. It's weird
Okay,
that
do you think that this is the same as like the ones on the ground, for example?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, I do.
Okay.
So I'll
Hey,
start by
big
saying
cool
I think
game
it's
and all that
possible that
stuff.
Code might be able to like make them different because it seems like the ones on the clothes like form to the clothes and can be like bendy windy or whatever, but at the same time it doesn't feel like you can just like peel them off. Like I don't think you can take a claw grime off of the ground. I think you would just need
Yeah.
to use a shovel and dig up the ground and throw the ground with a claw grime on it somewhere else. Which, by the
Yeah,
way, like if you want to say that the claw grimes are just immune to damage, the fire style fireball jutsu isn't gonna burn it or whatever. Kawaki needs to do it. Well, Kawaki doesn't need to do it. You can just move the ground. Literally, the ramen guy can just use a shovel. The real reason is because they're too afraid of code or whatever if they get too close.
Also, that is just such a pain in the ass, and among other things.
Yeah.
Real quick derailment. I never finished doing this either. So this is Naruto's giant Rasengan versus Itachi. You can see how big it is compared to his hands. It's really just like double regular Rasengan size. It's like this big here.
Barely a
Mello and I were
Rasengan.
talking about in the video
and this
game.
remind you, he needs the QB eyes for this Naruto. You know, Naruto's chakra reserves needs QB chakra to do this.
Yeah, Kamui, me and Mello were talking about the video game. We weren't talking about the manga.
I know. I just want to
Okay.
go over this. Then
Well,
you have Konohamaru's giant Rasengan. This is definitely
This is
bigger.
This is funny because I did a video recently where I pretty much said that Naruto doesn't have his massive chakra reserves anymore, so he can't do the giant Rasengan. Because there's this I don't know if you guys remember that scene in the Boruto anime where Konohamaru, I think it was Kakashi, is like telling Boruto that he can't do the giant Rasengan because he doesn't have the nine tails
Yeah.
like Naruto. So it kind of implies that Naruto is only able to do it because he had the nine tails, right?
I think it's
Or
just
he-
inconsistent because you also have base Naruto in Boruto just making massive Rasengan. So
early on
Yeah,
in
he
Naruto,
does it in the war
it's
as well versus
extremely
Madara.
clear it's because of the Nine Tails. Later on, it's less clear.
I think
And then
I think
Boruto-
it's
but
actually
it's
more
almost
clear
like-
later on.
like what they did was it was the Nine Tails, then it was also Naruto, and then it went back to the Nine Tails. It's just back and
But
forth.
the thing is that I think that the issue is that they kind of made it clear more so because they went on to retcon. Would I say it's a retcon? But you remember when he's talking to the toads and they're like, "Oh, remember the seal is constructed so the nine tails chakra leaks into your pool and yada yada becomes one of your chakra." So even when he isn't using isn't in the red state and doesn't have the eyes, his chakra is still boosted by Kurama, even in base, right?
Mhm.
So it would make sense for him to be able to use the giant Rasengan in base, and it still be influenced by Kurama.
I mean, it's possible.
But if that's the case, do you think Naruto that should just be like essentially rather than saying it's Naruto plus Kurama's chakra, it's just Naruto's chakra reserves are now bigger because he essentially stole Kurama's chakra but made it his own. Like, which do you think it is?
No, it is that, but it's just like what led to it. So it's more so like it's like Naruto without Kurama doesn't have that. So
Well, should he
it's
keep
like
it? Like,
even
if he loses Kurama, like after he's
Mhm.
had him for 16 years, then loses Kurama, should he keep what he gained through that leaky seal shenanigans?
I don't think so because like chakra isn't infinite. He has to get more. So Naruto has like run out of chakra multiple times and he has to like recuperate. So it's like if there's no more Kurama leaking chakra into him, where would he get that Kurama chakra from to get the to because like Baron mode reduced his chakra to a very low state, and his stamina as well. So it's like where would that chakra come from to refuel or refill his chakra? The reserve is there, like his capacity is there, but what's in the container isn't there anymore. If you get what I mean.
So that would imply though that it's not that it made it Naruto's own chakra. Then it's really just he had Kurama's chakra floating around, like because otherwise,
It's
if it
like-
became Naruto's chakra, like actually, it just is
I
his
mean-
chakra now.
How I interpret becoming Naruto's chakra is like let's say you have a cup of water, right? You throw sugar into it and you mix it and the sugar dissolves into the cup of water. The sugar is now mixed and it's sweet. The water is sweet, right? If you then empty the cup, both the water that was there initially and the sugar that was added was removed. So then when you pour more water into the cup, it's just the water there without the sugar.
Yeah,
Kurama's
that means
chakra
Naruto
was the
didn't make
sugar.
it his own, though. That's what I'm saying. That means Naruto did not make it his own chakra. It just was Kurama's chakra added to his.
I think
two different
it
things.
can I think it can be his in a sense if you look at it from the Himawari thing. So like
No, because
there's a
Himawari just is a Pichu now.
no,
So.
I get it, but it's like a similar concept. So it's like a merger, like Barin mode. Look at it this way. Senjutsu is like the merger of nature energy and Naruto's chakra, right? when he merges it together, it's no longer nature energy, it's senjutsu chakra
Yeah.
because it's creating something else. With Kurama's chakra, and that is now Naruto's chakra. When he creates senjutsu, that is his chakra. That's Naruto's chakra.
Well, it's his senjutsu chakra, not his
Yeah,
chakra.
his senjutsu, but it's still his, right? So it belongs to him. So it's not like he has to then go and take when he takes in more nature energy, that's him taking in more nature energy, not taking in more senjutsu chakra. So it's a similar concept to the entire Kurama chakra merging with Naruto's. When Kurama's chakra leaks into Naruto's chakra pool that he already has chakra in, it's merging with Naruto's chakra, and Naruto doesn't need to like go tap into Kurama's power and knock him up and say, "Oh, I'm going to take more of your chakra," because he already has it in
But
his
it's
own
because
chakra
he
pool.
already is. It's essentially, we call it base, but it's not really base. He's just
Yeah,
always in
exactly.
KCM 0.5.
Exactly. It's just not the same as like the fucking KCM1 and the red chakra state. It's just like a lesser form of being amped by the Ninetales.
Either way,
That's
though.
how I interpret it.
Yeah. Real quick, just so I can very quickly get this. Konohamaru just has more chakra than this.
Yeah.
He's outputting
to
more
do
chakra.
2 of these that are bigger.
I think it's also a level of mastery of the Rasengan.
Yeah. Because
I mean, it
if you go
can
to the
be,
war,
but, like, he's
go
just
to the
putting
war.
more chakra into the jutsu.
Go to the war, Kamui. Go to when Naruto fights Edo Madara. He does the giant Rasengan in base, and it's bigger than what Konohamaru used.
I mean, it's pretty clear to me
as
that
big as Naruto.
the Ninetales chakra and Naruto's chakra are just distinct from one another at all points in time, outside of like KCM, but I'm not going to count that for obvious reasons.
There
Is
it
this
is.
the one?
They
Wait,
just
is he
have
in base?
different
Oh, yeah, he is.
chakras.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in base. So,
And it's a
he
Rasengan.
can make it bigger.
Or sorry, the Shadow Clone.
It's a shadow. Oh yeah,
To be
it's a shadow
fair,
clone
though,
too. Crazy.
that is not this Naruto. That's the one I stick on Naruto's more chakra then. He does not have this much.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree he has more
chakra.
chakra than that Naruto. I wouldn't use that, though.
Hey, well, so in other words, though, if this Naruto was just in Konohamaru's spot, Monster is just dead.
Well,
This
there's a
thing's gonna kill her.
potency argument as well.
I
so
agree, yeah.
Maybe not.
I agree with Kido.
Maybe not. Maybe.
We just kind of
Nah, I
blatantly
feel like
see
this
there's
thing's
different
got her.
levels of powers.
Because Madara kind of ate that with his
Yeah,
Susanoo.
well, he has defense. What is Matsuru's durability? She's only been chopped through like butter and curry. She doesn't have durability.
Yeah, but apparently her durability is the Claw Grimes, which chips Boruto's sword, which is above Jura level.
I mean, I don't think her jacket is as durable as Jura's finger. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's either his whole finger is just more durable for what, either he's Jura or it's the claw mark finger or it's the studs. But I don't think these jackets are durable.
Yeah, probably not.
So I don't think Konohamaru's
they should
chopping through Jura like that.
I don't know why. Why she could have although I guess it could come down to the off guard stuff. But like she could have just teleported those Rasengans with her body, right? Because she has the claw mark body and
I
stuff.
feel like if they were going to use that, they would have already
the real
done it.
thing is you can either go through it or you can go through it with something else. You have to go through a claw mark and bring the Rasengans with her. She can't just teleport. She can't just phase things through her like that.
That's the only way we've seen it done. I wouldn't be surprised if they have that be a mechanic the entire time, though.
I mean, that's, well, okay, 2 things. 1, that's how Code explained it. But 2, if they ever write that in, I'm just going to come back to this scene and this scene and this scene, every scene. I'm just going to come back and say, well, why did they do this?
Maybe they didn't know about it at the time.
Yeah, nobody knew. Code didn't even know, which brings me to something before I start cooking.
Cold.
So, like, based on Jura's claw mark finger blocking / chipping Boruto's sword while his body just gets chopped off, why doesn't Code ever use his claw marks defensively? We know he can make and remove claw marks since he slapped Bug in the face with one and taken it off and removed the one's damage
He's
reflected onto
dumb.
himself and blah blah blah. So why not block attacks with claw marks and remove them when he doesn't need them anymore? I'm
Can you
fine with Jura or the other Shinju developing new uses for claw marks. But of all people, Code should have already figured out this claw mark power, or at the very least, Amado or Jigen should have figured it out for him.
Man, Kamui,
I mean,
those pixels that
can he-
represent words look so good on my screen.
Can
sharing
you
my
spawn
screen.
them
I'm
in
saying to zoom
mid-air?
in.
I wonder, but he should be able to
I'm close to
spawn them
right there.
on jutsus, right?
Why not?
Like if someone creates a Rasengan, he could just spawn it on the Rasengan.
Why not? Unless it needs to be a physical object, and that's the thing, but
Probably.
maybe. It's reasonable, but. What?
Oh,
Is that a mortal?
I had this. Crazy.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, we're good. I didn't know I had that. Crazy.
Nah, Kamui's interpretation of the claw marks are lame. I'm gonna go with mine. They're more fun.
What's your interpretation?
That they can teleport the Rasengans.
Alright, so
That's even
everybody's
more
stupid.
overpowered.
Moving on.
Well, we already knew that, so my interpretation just is better.
I mean, I think yours is cooler, but then it's also just unbeatable. So,
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean they're not gonna beat it anyways.
If
yeah,
he's
but then it's
fast
just
enough.
bad writing. Because like, look at
But
Ryu.
Kamui,
He
it
just
already
covering
is.
his whole body in claw marks.
But it already is.
I agree, but don't make it worse than it already is.
Well, no, this would make it better by being cooler.
No, it wouldn't, Oodie, because you just look at Ryu. He just is wearing claw marks. An inch to head to toe. He doesn't have, he has 1 inch of space. You know, he's just everything that they're throwing out. They just go right through him.
Yeah.
Okay,
we
and
know they
Pain
can
could have
go
stepped
through
to the left
clothing
or right at the
because
end.
We've seen him go
Matsuri,
through the clothing.
Mamushi did it, so
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll take that.
But anyway, that aside, I don't understand the Shinju's abilities. Why are their claw mark powers
What
so weirdly
abilities?
different amongst each other? So, in terms of the claw
What
marks.
abilities?
Of all the claw marks, of all people, Jura should probably be the one to use this claw mark similarly to Code. Why is Hidari randomly the one and only one who uses his Renegon to make claw marks the same way Code does, while the other Shinju seemingly just can't or don't do this? So what I mean is like, he probably does it here. When he just, when he just spawns them on the ground and stuff, like this is what Code does. He just spawns them. He does it in the previous chapter. He does this. He just teleports through it, pops out. Like he fights like Code. Is the point? Why is Hidari the? I don't want to open Steam.
Oh,
Going to
Kamui.
be primary Kenyan
Get to.
Mbappe.
Anyway, so why is Hidari the only one doing this? We've seen enough from everyone by this point. Hidari is just the only one to do this. Even in his first fight in Chapter 4, just right out the gate, he's fighting like Code. What's the deal? Alternatively, they could each have a different unique thing they can do with their claw marks, but why does it just seem like they don't have any claw mark powers aside from their clothes and basic teleportation aspect that they can share amongst each other? Why is Hidari the only one making them in combat? I'll at least give Jura his weird finger thing, I guess. But that seems less about Jura and more about the claw marks themselves just being strong. So what do you think? Why is Hidari the only one who does this randomly?
Because he's useless. He's ass. He doesn't have powers for himself.
But it's dumb because Hidari is like Hidari himself just has Sasuke's ability. He already has a variety. He could just use, okay, he's got a Renegon and a Sasuke. He should just have a Metal Digigar. But if you don't want to give him that, it's like he has the Sasuke variety built into Sasuke. Meanwhile, Mamushi, you know what? Give it to Mamushi. What does Bug have? He's got his Crab Claw. That's all we know. Give it to someone who needs versatility. Don't give it to Hidari.
But that's clearly a narrative that they're trying to push to where Hidari doesn't have his powers at the beginning and he's going to get it later on.
But he does. He's using Chidori. He's using Fire Style. So why is he the
using his
claw?
Sharingan?
Wait, I forget. When did Hidari use Fire Style?
Against the
He uses
TV
that against
guy.
the guy who didn't listen to orders and threw Shuriken at Ishiki. Same dude.
But he doesn't use that in an actual fight.
He does the what?
I'm saying he doesn't use that in an actual fight.
Hidari? Fire Style?
Yeah.
I'll just show you the scene.
I don't remember him
He
using
did it
it
in
at
the.
all.
He did it before he used the Chidori on Konohamaru, just right before.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
there was this
seriously?
random
Oh.
dude that ran up, and he just
Right
cooked
here.
him.
Oh,
Poofed
I
him.
remember this. Never mind. I
Yeah.
remember this.
But yeah.
Okay. So you gonna
One
be
of the
able to call out
coolest sequences.
Amaterasu eventually?
Amaterasu.
But isn't that
Amaterasu.
also like kind of a point that when he's using his Sasuke abilities, he's dominating, when he's not, he's not? So I feel like they are doing this intentionally.
I
That
do think they are.
is
I think so.
well. I mean, this is using Code's ability to help dominate too, though. He's using both.
Maybe, by the way, maybe Kamui is more negative. You know, earlier this week, or last week, I said I thought Ood was more negative. After that one stream that I was on, honestly, Kamui,
I don't know why you even thought I was more negative in the first place.
Hey,
Most people do, so
Most people
So
are
I think
idiots,
Kamui-
okay?
I think Kamui might be more negative. I think I changed my position.
No, I think we flip flop. We just trade chapters.
Yeah, that whole
In
thing
general,
was
I
insane.
think so. I know we were arguing about the sword thing, which, by the way, Oodie clearly
Which is
agrees with based on his other
ridiculous.
podcast topic. But ignoring that, I think I like this chapter more than Oodie. I enjoyed this chapter. I think the chapter is objectively like a 3 out of 10, but I enjoyed it like an 8 out of 10.
Bruh.
No,
So,
that makes sense. to
Oodie
me.
gave it
There's
a 5. I enjoyed it more than him.
There's movies I enjoy that I give like a 3. Like, you know that have you guys ever seen like Batman Forever?
I think I have. I don't remember though.
Kamui,
It's with Mr. Freeze.
what did you enjoy from this chapter that made it an 8 out of 10 in terms of enjoyment? Because let's go through it beat by beat. You have Mitsuki being ruined, first and foremost, so there's nothing there. You have a very confusing Boruto versus Jura fight that's hard to follow.
That's why you emphasize,
Wait,
Saran. What
hard to
did
follow?
Oodie just say? What did you even enjoy about this chapter to make it in it? To see he's the negative
No,
one
but I'm
now.
going from Kamui's perspective, though, because if I ask Jonathan Oliver, he's going to say he enjoyed the way the sand is drawn in the background. He's enjoying every freaking pixel of every panel, so I'm not going to count
I
that. I'm
already
talking to
told you some
Kamui,
of
which
the
is the important
stuff.
part.
So
Kido, did you think the chapter was
ignoring
hard to follow?
the nonsense
Yeah.
of Jura.
Mhm.
So okay, just the fights I just thought were cool.
Hard
So
to
ignoring the fact that Jura deduces how to beat Boruto, proceeds not to use it, then proceeds to say, it'll be better to just beat you up to death
Yeah, so
rather than
ignoring
using
the whole
Biju bombs,
fight.
and then proceeds to keep shooting Biju bombs again. Ignoring all that, I like the fact that he's at least making this analysis. He's the first person in Two Blue Vortex to do this.
But
I generally like
mean,
the choreography. Whoops, the choreography, and then
The choreography
Kawaki
where he's
just-
using Purple Lightning when he used it against Mamushi and it did nothing.
Hey,
The
hey, I told
choreography
you,
where he
if
loses and grows a leg.
I told you.
craziest.
Oodie,
Wait, why is
I
that?
told you
Why is
this
that?
chapter makes no sense, and it's a 3 out of 10. But
Hold
I
on.
enjoyed it.
Hold on. What I think didn't make
Kamui,
much
you
sense.
thought
Go
that
back to
Jura
the
had
first
3
part of the
arms.
chapter.
And I
Go back
thought
to the
that was
first part.
cool.
Go back to the first part, Kami. When he's
Which part?
when Boruto threw the kunai. This part.
Oh yeah, it
Did he?
makes no sense. How did he
So
just?
he threw the kunai, and this makes sense if you assume he's using the transformation jutsu. So he transformed into the kunai, the clone threw the kunai, then he transformed back into the real Boruto. That would
Is that not what the
I
clouds
think
are
that's
for?
what the clouds are saying.
I
'Cause
thought he
if
was
he's using FTG,
teleporting.
That's not
Yeah.
FTG.
But I
Otherwise,
think-
there wouldn't be any
what are the
clouds,
I
right?
think your thing is really cool, though. I like that. But again, the fact that it's not really made clear, in my opinion, maybe you could just say
But-
that's a skill issue on my
I don't-
part.
it was-
But this was my
But it's
favorite
not even-
sequence.
It's not even that is the problem. It's that even if you assume that what I'm saying is correct, how did Boruto create a shadow clone and switch with it before Jura can perceive him? That's crazy.
That's
Well, no,
true.
so this is how
But
I
I thought
interpret
it
it.
In the
was
Okay,
same
so I'm
way
gonna
that
tell you my
Sasuke does
interpretation.
ninjutsu does it every single time.
So, Jura, Boruto flies out somewhere. This here is a clone. There's just a real Boruto off panel, like over here, let's say. Then he
Well,
throws
no,
the
he's actually
kunai.
in his hand. He is the Boruto is the kunai
No,
Yeah.
because then it doesn't make. Okay, so
because he
oh, you think he
transforms
did
from
this
the kunai
transformation
into
jutsu?
Boruto.
Okay,
where
Thus
does-
the
I
cloud,
thought
yeah.
he flying Raijin'd to a kunai over here.
Where does the clone go
Nah.
then?
He just poofs, disappears.
Off
Because he doesn't
screen?
need to
Yeah.
stay.
Oh, is
'Cause,
that
like,
what that
flying
is?
Jura
Raijin
must have
isn't-
hit
what you're
the
saying?
clone.
Oh
like,
wait,
it
that's
makes
the
Flying
other
Raijin is-
pop. Oh wait, that's the other pop there on screen. They actually
Yeah.
showed it.
Yeah.
So what
flying
is
So I
the
was gonna say
pop
Jura
by?
hit the clone, and then I thought Boruto flying Raijin here, but
So-
you think this was the kunai.
Yeah.
So then are
turned
we
into
saying
Boruto,
that
okay.
Jura's Biju Bomb are as fast as Boruto's kunai throw?
Well, I mean, that's
I'm
what
not
it
even
kinda...
saying that's ridiculous considering Jura said it's slower than this other thing.
Did
No, he
Boruto
said the
throw it
preparatory
before-
moves were
Did
slow.
Boruto throw it
Okay.
Not actual
before-
Biju Bomb.
To
Did
be
Boruto
fair, I
throw
do
it
think the actual
before
Biju Bomb are
he
like
shot it?
fairly slow in comparison to other things.
Yeah, considering that Inojin can fly away from it.
Wow.
Hold on, go back to the page. Did Boruto throw it before he even shot it? Or I don't remember.
No,
Yeah,
he's
he threw
throwing
it
it
before he
after.
shot.
No, he's throwing it after.
He's
Well,
throwing
he
it after
shot
he shot it?
multiple, but the last one he threw the kunai before
Cool, so
he
yeah,
fired the
so
last one.
from the time that Jura had to shoot multiple, Boruto then threw it
Yeah.
after he shot multiple, not even one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
He's
what
just dodging
preparatory
them.
nonsense are they talking about if Jura is able to shoot him off like a machine gun? These aren't the small
Well,
ones,
yeah.
are
like
they?
He's
That'd
also
be-
doing it
that'd
with
be more
both
like
eyes open randomly.
Oh, and
So
there
it's
too,
more like a pistol
yeah.
than a machine gun, but more like a pistol than a machine gun. But
Yeah, okay,
not like
Kami, you might as well
Isn't
go to
that the
that.
entire point though? Isn't that the entire point though? Because he said that the slower one wouldn't work, so he's using the scatter shot.
He's not though. He's using the regular Biju, but this is the thing that makes no sense. He's not using the sniper shots or the other one. He's just still using his Biju bomb.
What
I
does he do
think
Unless
against
you want to
they're
Mello?
say
more
because this is the other
so-
eye. I mean, you could interpret because the problem is the way it looks. You could interpret because this is his right eye. This has been his Biju bomb eye in the past.
I think it just
his left eye's been the sniper shot and scatter shot. You could say that's what he's doing here. But then, like, the impacts later on when he does this, they just are explosions. So I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
like if
I think
Boruto
he
just
does the-
can
both
dodge
of
them
them.
all, but maybe this
Well,
is his sniper shots and
What do you
Boruto's
mean?
just dodging them.
What impact
But then
shot are
that
you
means
talking
that what
about?
he said here just applies to all his attacks.
What impact shot are you talking about? Because we don't see those Biju bombs land.
Yeah, I know. I realized on this other one, he just used his right eye again. So that's
Okay.
his Biju bomb again, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. So he's not
So-
using both, situationally.
So
So
you
what
can't
other part of this
argue
chapter?
this is
And there's
sniper
his
shots,
weird
but-
headbutt thing that he's doing there in the top right panel. Like, this fight
Yeah.
is just weird. The fact that Boruto is able to fly away from it randomly.
See, movement speed. He's
Headbutt
combative.
Is he
thing?
flying there? Did he jump away? It's like, I think that Kamui, I think the
But
reason
he-
that you like this fight more than me is because this is very Dragon Ball feel-y, and Dragon Ball just did stuff like this way better. So like I have like
No,
comparisons.
it's not that. It's because Jura made analysis. He just this doesn't exist in TBV until now.
So that
Well,
and I
alone
just-
boosts your
the fact that these
entertainment up
people
to
are
an
hard
8
to
out of 10. That's all you need.
Yeah,
That
and then
panel.
also I liked Koji's eye roll, even if it's a retcon. I just thought it was cool. And then
It looks ugly.
Kawaki was just drawn nicely for once.
Okay, I'll give you
and then
Kawaki.
I did like
Wait,
this
calmly.
whole exchange.
Sure.
And that just made me happy. If
Sure.
I suspended all of my belief. I ignore everything that makes no sense, and I enjoyed this chapter.
And then you hated the in-win. Kawaki brought out the karma and Boruto didn't.
No, I didn't hate it. I just said it made no sense.
Okay.
I do hate it, but like overall, this is the thing. Like I'm giving you the honest truth. I enjoyed this chapter,
Honest.
even though I think it's bad. I recognize it's very
That's
bad,
awful.
but I enjoyed it.
Mhm.
Wait. So Boruto's karma will likely awaken in the next.
Not necessarily.
Sauron. Normally, if you go back to TBV,
Not
the karma
necessarily.
resonance is just inconsistent anyway. You go back to
Wait,
chapter 9,
Thank
wherever that is.
you.
Chapter 9, it just already was like on all the way up his arm by the point Kawaki's at. But then another chapter I have it a podcast topic. It took like forever to resonate.
Hey, that's the will of fire, man. You have to understand.
What other parts of the chapter did you think were hard to follow?
Like the whole fight.
Okay.
Sauron, I'm not
right
I think it
saying
was
here-
a good fight.
I'm not saying, Sauron, that I didn't follow it. I'm saying I have to put in way more effort in order to see what's actually happening than I should.
Huh.
Unlike
Could that
other
just be
fights,
a
like
you
I thought the
thing?
Jura and Himawari fight was very good in terms of choreography, easy to follow.
But I also thought that fight was bad. So
Well, the
this
fight
is what's
itself,
funny.
yes.
I think the Jura Himawari one was easier to follow, but I thought this fight was better.
That fight was
So
way more
I've only-
simple, but I don't think that.
I've only
means
read the
anything.
fight once, but I didn't find it hard to follow.
Okay.
I'll reread it again, but could that just be a you thing?
Well, I did say that earlier. It could just be a skill issue.
Okay.
Damn, skill issue. Crazy.
Okay. Because like
Oh,
Kido,
okay.
how hard did you think this chapter was to follow? Other than that one section
It
with the
wasn't.
transformation
It
jutsu.
wasn't hard to be. That part. Actually, that part wasn't
That
even
was-
hard to follow because when I read it, I just instantly thought that's what happened. But then when I put out the review, people in the comments like saying, "Is that really what happened?" So that's what I was like, maybe it isn't. But yeah, that's what I
Then
thought when I
okay,
when I
change
read
it from hard to follow to monotonous to follow, because comprehending the actual movements themselves, it's pretty simple, but actually seeing them in the chapter, it's difficult to comprehend what's happening. Like the blocking is simple, the production cinematography is hard to follow.
I just hope Jura is a bit more versatile than this because I'm getting bored already.
He's not gonna be.
It's just I don't know. I don't want to see Biju bombs and kicks and punches, bro. Like do something. You have a Renegon.
He's not gonna
Do
use
something.
it. You know he's not.
Ten Tails Cataclysm, nothing. I
Nah,
don't know, man. It's-
doesn't
That's
exist.
crazy.
Doesn't even know what that is, Kido. He hasn't seen Naruto. Shout out Jonathan Oliver.
By the way, what's it gonna take to make Jura angry? Can we just
Probably
get to
Am I
that?
Kawaki.
capable of
He
feeling that
doesn't seem to
emotion?
like him. Doesn't seem to like Kawaki much, so probably.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
why
Kawaki's
wouldn't
fun for
he?
the bookstore.
Would he really care, or would he be curious because that's never happened before? So now he's got to get the knowledge of what happens when the bookstore gets destroyed.
I mean, Koji made it seem like it was a big deal.
I mean, I doubt Jura cares that much, to be honest.
I mean, bro just
think
lost
it-
his eye and doesn't blink. See what I did there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't seem to care like at all.
I cracked myself up.
Kawaki looked so cool though. He looks great.
A
Does
nonchalant
look
villain.
good.
He's finally back. It's been 22 chapters.
He was never gone. It's just the community is a bunch of Americans.
No, he was gone for 22 chapters.
22, that's not right. That's not correct.
Yeah, but
Really?
Sauron, you
No,
use
that's
Twitter,
right.
so your opinion's invalid.
Damn.
Yeah, so you know that day when I said you're gonna see a character who's been gone for 22 chapters? That character was indeed Kawaki.
That's so stupid.
He has an appearance in chapter 1.
Sauron, I don't think Kawaki got his limiters off. What do you think about that, Sauron?
I think he did.
Why?
I mean, he literally went to Amado, and now he's here.
Yeah.
And he's seemingly... I mean, I guess we'll see.
You
I'm
remember
pretty
in
sure he
chapter
did,
like
though.
53 when he went to Amado?
Bruh, all you need is a statement that's right on screen right there.
Oh wow, Kawaki, you're so exponentially more powerful. Yeah, as if other characters haven't done that in the past.
Not Kawaki. He's limited. He can't get exponentially
I agree,
powerful with a
Kawaki
limited
is
arm.
limited.
I mean, prior to getting exponentially
I agree.
stronger.
He is limited prior.
Oh,
And
statement's
no.
literally right there.
But no longer anymore.
Yes, the statement is
Not
right
anymore.
there. You know who else could have got exponentially more powerful when they were fighting someone? Naruto the first time he fought Lee.
About to turn his light.
Kawaki never got a
okay.
chance to actually shine in Two Blue Vortex. He never got a chance to go all out. What, you think he can't use the cubes anymore? He never did.
No, he can do
He
it.
never used the rods. He never used his karma seal. I don't care what Kamui says.
He did.
He
use
did,
his
and he
rods.
got a 2-shot in Karma.
No, he wasn't
Beast.
using it. He was using it to fuel whatever his next attack was going to be.
It's still
Just
using
don't even
it.
entertain him. He's just wrong.
Yeah, let's not do that. He's rage baiting.
I mean, hey, you guys can say that to sleep easier at night, whatever it takes, but that doesn't make me wrong.
See, that's the definition of rage
are.
bait.
Rage bait.
So, okay, Sauron,
Yes.
define rage bait.
You'd make a great Twitter
Act
account.
of
Ood.
raging
Oh,
for
wow.
bait.
Wow, what do
Crazy.
you know, Sauron? Couldn't do it. Nice answer, Sauron. The one that you didn't give, yeah, that was a nice one. That's what I expected, to be fair, but yeah.
Hey, bro, you're not gonna make me fall for you.
Yeah, well, good. I don't want you to be angry. I just want you to know that you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's good if you're not angry, because that means you're in a more rational state of mind to realize you're wrong.
Yeah, unlike this series, which is an irrational series.
Well, it does have irrational characters. The author himself confirmed it.
The
What
series
you're
Naruto
itself
is
is
rational.
That's
The
a
series
point.
is irrational.
Well, it's definitely irrational.
Yes, there's just no way around it.
But yeah, no, Kawaki obviously wasn't using his karma.
But as of right now, I give this chapter like a 6. 7.
Okay, you do that.
This
Enjoyment,
chapter was at 10, man.
as enjoyment, like a 9 or an 8.
Oh, but you're giving me shit for saying that.
But Sauron is on Twitter, so why do I care if he says it?
What does that even mean?
You're right, I would make a good Twitter account.
You would make a good Twitter account, bro.
Sauron, when do you
You
think
have a
Kawaki
Twitter
got his
account.
limiters on? When do you think Kawaki's limiters were adjusted?
Mm,
In
it
the
could
last
either
five
be. It could be. Oh, like when he got his limiters on?
Yeah, when did Amado change him to be defensive?
My guess, I do think it did happen the moment he got his karma back. Like
So-
when he gave him the.
So he was limited in the
Yeah.
code fight.
Yeah,
Yes.
and in the Vorishiki fight, but it could have happened after.
So
Like,
you
after
mean
he,
when
had passed
OP
out.
Kawaki is spamming his laser beams and like the 4 stokes of his eye and the rods and the cubes, and is very fast and OP and stronger than Borushiki.
Uh-huh.
So that Kawaki.
Not necessarily
Yes.
stronger, but
Okay.
That Borishiki's ass, by the way, just to be clear.
He's stronger than Goad.
Code his ass, just to be
Stronger than
clear.
Delta. Stronger than Mabushiki.
Is Code stronger than Delta?
Yes.
Is he really?
Momoshiki
Yes.
is even stronger than like full power 6 months in Naruto, bro. So that means nothing. It's like but limited code. Is he stronger than Delta?
Yes, Kawaki says so, but like I don't think so.
They only indicate so. Because he
Yeah,
is
they
the
do.
next strongest after Jigen.
Because there's a statement that says he believes that he's stronger. Like they kind of indicate that he's wrong. Like
Where would they
he's just full
indicate
of
that?
himself.
It's the Boruto data profiles.
It's the
Well, also in the
uh,
manga itself, like he just makes it clear that he thinks he's stronger. But
Yeah, and Kawaki seems to agree.
it says according
Jigen
to
seems to
himself.
agree. He assigned Code to guard the Ten Tails with the expectation of Sasuke showing that Delta lost to Naruto. After they all think Code's stronger.
Yeah.
Well, I think Code has transportation jutsu,
Oh,
so
crap.
he could
Sorry.
go back and forth. Okay, yeah.
So he could just
It's
run
more so
away.
like a.
Oh my god.
I don't
It's
think
more so
that.
like a.
He
He's
also
better
sent
fit.
Boro to guard Naruto with the expectation that Sasuke might go there too. So he trusts
Hey.
Boro more than Delta as well.
Hey, look at that! Boru's stronger than Delta, and
Hey,
Yeah, that's what the series is
heck
indicating.
no. Heck no.
so Boru's stronger than Code as well.
Including abilities, Sauron, including his abilities.
No.
Boru's not stronger than Delta. Absolutely not.
With the virus, he is. He can just neg more opponents without having, Mitsuki anti-venom, creating hacks,
Oh,
whatever
sure.
antibody
How
stuff.
about without the virus?
Okay, but that's not Boro.
No, I'm just asking, like, stat-wise. Do you think he's stronger?
No, he gets
'Cause some people
No,
obliterated.
but that's why
Okay, thought so.
with
Right.
these.
That's why I think it's a bit more nuanced. You know? It's not just
Boro
stronger,
isn't
so
as
go
fast
hard.
as Delta or whatever, but his retard hacks are more beneficial.
Yeah, and his durability is ass as well.
It's literally has negative durability. He pops like a balloon from a vanishing Rasengan.
He's less
That is
durable than
why,
a
and
Jonin.
that also goes to the point that Newton's third law doesn't make sense here.
No, that's what happened. No, that's what Kawaki should be like, though. His durability should be like Boro's. He should pop
He
by like
is
everything.
a glass cannon.
Well,
Bro
until
got
they
knocked out.
inevitably retcon it and make it a pothole, but
Yeah,
Newton's third law is
But
in
you know
Naruto, by the way.
it
what'd you
is.
say?
Whenever Sasuke punches Gaara's sand, the force of Sasuke punching the sand makes his hands like scuffed up or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they
And
comment
according
on
to
it.
like some
It's not just art, they like directly comment on it.
Yeah, he's bleeding.
Well, it's inconsistently applied.
That's fair.
yeah, it is.
But it is in the
According to
series.
some novel, I think it was a novel or something. Sakura like breaks her bones every single time she punches.
For Boruto, you could
Yeah.
probably point to Konohamaru blocking Sasuke's Chidori.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be too steadfast on that, but you could point to that for Newton's third, whatever.
Yeah.
But either way.
I do not think Kishimoto was thinking about Newton's third law of physics at any point, to be honest with you.
I don't think he was thinking about Newton's third law, but I think he was thinking about how things would physically interact to figure out how to like draw them going in whatever direction, blah blah blah. Like,
Until
why
he
do you think
decided not
Konohamaru
to.
was blasted backwards? I don't think Kikimoto was thinking Newton's third law, but I think he was thinking force.
Yeah,
Force
come on.
losing.
Like obviously, like some aspects of reality does apply to fictional universes.
Yeah.
Gravity. They're not levitating all over the place. So, yeah.
Alright. Alright guys, I'm gonna head to bed. Hope y'all had a
Okay.
good stream.
Bye, Sauron! Wait, Sauron, real quick. How strong do you think
Yeah,
Boruto Zuzuhiko against Code was? Because I think it was really weak.
Compared to a
Yeah.
regular Rasengan.
I think it was weaker.
Oh, I think it's stronger than a regular Rasengan.
Weaker than a regular thing.
Yeah, well, it doesn't carve. It doesn't have containment. It doesn't have a blast backwards effect. And by that, I mean, like, the back of the water tank isn't destroyed in this case.
Well, because you just
Mm.
upscale Code's durability.
I'm saying if Boruto used Uzuhiko on the rooftop hospital water tank, the back of it isn't being blasted outwards.
Yeah, it's entirely blowing up.
I think a better argument to make
That's so
would be
stupid.
just the surrounding effects, because you actually could just say his durability is just that good, which is why you don't get that effect. But the outward effect, as in like if you look at how it's used against Hidari, there's like a lot of energy, which shows like how much power he put into it. Then you look at it versus Code, like there's barely an effect on the battle. It's like it barely kicked up any dust. It just goes to show like it's
generated a
just
decent
way
amount, but
less.
it wasn't anywhere near as much as the Hidari one.
Can we stop pretending like
Yeah,
Code's
it was
durability
barely.
matters when Code weighs like 130 pounds and he was blasted backwards 15 feet? Durability doesn't matter at that point.
Okay, Ikimoto is not thinking about that, Oodie.
It matters to some degree.
It doesn't matter, Kamui. The charged up Uzuhiko he used against Hidari knocked him up like 20 feet in the air.
Okay, Kobe
So
feet in the air.
Like, we see the devastation of Uzuhiko. It's not that powerful.
Yeah, I agree.
there's a regular Rasengan.
It's
But I
weaker
don't
than
know.
a regular Rasengan.
agree. I don't know about the weaker regular, but it could be.
Well,
And
what do
that
you think
actually
the power
helps
from
my
the
point.
regular Rasengan comes from? It's from the three different aspects. The rotation, the power, the containment. The Uzuhiko doesn't have all three of those aspects.
It could be. And look, ooh, that actually supports my argument. You should have made it, bro. That's a good point.
Huh?
Because that then explains why a regular Rasengan destroyed Hidari's body. Okay?
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous to say that Boruto's surprised that Code is you stood up from the Uzuhiko? Because obviously it's in reference to the 3D dizzy effect.
Yeah, but he hadn't gotten dizzy yet. He wasn't
I
even
But
dizzy.
you could just argue that he thought he would have been affected by it at that point.
Yeah,
so.
he was hit by Uzuhiko, Kamui. Be reasonable.
So why is there a delayed effect in the first place?
I don't
Hey,
think
there
there
was
really
actually
even
no
is.
effect on Hidari.
I think Code just
So-
stood up, not realizing he was dizzy yet.
He was actually showing some signs. Like you look at his facial expression, he just didn't get to it to show us at that point.
I think I could agree to
I
that.
think Boruto jumped the gun with that statement, to be honest, because it's like one panel later, Code is like tumbling over. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous. Obviously, it affects him. From the get-go. Otherwise, you'd have to say there just is a delay for Uzuhiko, and then why would there be?
I don't know, but both times, even with Jura, I think it was similar. He didn't fall down immediately. But he might have
Hey,
been
that
like,
actually supports Ude's argument. Hey,
Yeah.
he did. Boruto could have just not waited until Jura fell down and said, "Oh, I'm surprised you're still standing." But this time he didn't. He actually waited until he fell over. Good on Boruto.
Anyways, peace, y'all.
Peace.
Kamui, keep up. Yo, Kido, keep up the good content, man.
I will do.
You're one of the last Boruto YouTubers to watch.
Tragic.
Like, look at how... Bro, I'm not exaggerating with he's blown back 15 feet.
Peace.
Unironically, it might be less.
to be fair though, Oodie, in Boruto, how far has a regular Rasengan ever blown someone back?
Yeah, usually the regular Rasengan actually does damage. This one doesn't do damage. Like, Code is surprised it doesn't do damage. Well, he was expecting it to be a Rasengan, which would have done damage.
When was anyone hit with a Rasengan Boruto? Did that ever happen?
Sorry, do what? You're quiet.
Yeah.
When was anyone ever hit with a Rasengan in Boruto? Like, outside of like Momoshiki, which
Shojoji.
obviously.
You know,
But he's
even
like
Goro
300
with
pounds.
negative durability, how far back does he go? Granted, he has negative durability, but like...
Well, that...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
He was
that's more
just
of
erased,
popping
so
him. Yeah, I'm not really
Yeah.
gonna count that.
No, but the first one, I want to see how far back he's blown.
I
yeah,
would
he
say
was blown back a
Shojoji is
bit.
the best looked point, but obviously Shojoji like 300 pounds or something stupid.
And he actually flew into the wall behind him, so
Yeah. Realistically, I would point to probably the anime, if anything. But Kido, you agree with me that Uzuhiko, the way it worked against Code, it looked more like Gel Palm than anything.
yeah,
Like
I agree.
Boruto's wind style fist that he used to like knock back Naruto. We're not gonna say Naruto tanked that because of his durability.
He's making this face. He's not making this face for Gale Palm.
Code doesn't know what he's being hit with, and he knows that Boruto's been doing something, and he's been testing Boruto out to try and not be hit by it.
He said "Gah."
Okay.
You know who else said "Gah"? Hidari, when he was hit by a Chidori. The Chidori is equal to the Rasengan.
I don't think Ga really matters here, Kamui. If you want to hinge your entire
Oh.
argument on that, you can. I don't even feel like arguing against Ga. If we're being reasonable.
I mean, like,
Yeah, that's pretty
it's
powerful.
just blatantly weaker than the one using on Hidari, bro. Like,
That's not the argument. The argument is this Uzuhiko
weaker
equal
than a
to, less
Rasengan.
than, or greater than a regular Rasengan?
Yeah.
So,
That's
Kamui,
the
what
question.
makes you say it's greater than a Rasengan?
I'm not necessarily saying it is.
So, what are you saying it is?
It should be at least equal.
Why?
Well, a variety of reasons, but
Well, for example, do you think the miniature Rasen Shuriken is as powerful as the Rasen Shuriken?
I don't really remember what the mini Rasen Shuriken was used for in terms of what it did.
Okay,
but
let's put
I remember the
memory
scene,
out,
but not what it did.
and let's put memory out and use probably more so along the lines of common sense. We would say that the smaller
Well,
one
it depends.
is weaker.
Is it a compressed one?
It's not.
Or is it?
It's just the smaller
then
one.
it's probably weaker.
Okay, probably weaker. So there's variants that we can apply to the Rasengan that can make it weaker. That's doing extra steps. He could have just made
Yes.
it normal. He went out of his way to make it smaller.
Mhm.
Obviously, in certain
So you're
circumstances,
saying that here, but I don't think it's necessarily the case. He doesn't necessarily need to do that.
Honestly, Oodie, you're making a good point here. I might do a video on this.
thank you.
Interesting. I might make a video on this. This might.
So also,
It's like, even if you
Yeah.
believe Code is relative to Boruto, like, Code wouldn't be able to tank a Rasengan from someone he's relative to.
yeah.
It would actually damage him. Not
If
as you have
anything,
to be-
I think Mello's just
yeah.
wrong. I think the story's pretty clearly portraying Boruto as stronger. And so I think a normal Rasengan, like, Boruto says he can just kill Code in like 2 seconds if he wanted to. You could say that's his sword. That's fine. I still think a normal Rasengan would do more damage than this. I don't think Code's durability is all
Who
that
do you
strong.
think's more durable, Hidari or Code?
I think it depends, but I would probably lean towards Code and combat.
Okay, so the minimal damage that's done to Hidari, Boruto's Rasengan's doing less than that. Doesn't mean it won't do anything, but it's going to be less than that.
What do you
So it's
mean?
not like Boruto's
Maybe.
Rasengan's one-shotting Code or anything.
I agree.
Okay.
Like, I don't think...
I don't think you necessarily think it's way weaker than this jutsu is being way weaker than a regular Rasengan. You just think it's a little bit weaker? Is that correct?
I think it's completely changing the properties. Obviously, the containment isn't there. I think the rotation aspect is there, but I think the power aspect is also way weaker to the point that it's not doing carving damage. The whole point of the Uzuhiko isn't the impact. That's not where the damage comes from. Boruto's charging this Uzuhiko only for the Coriolis effect or whatever.
I mean, it does definitely do damage, though.
Well,
Yeah.
does this one do
It
damage?
does some. Yeah, it does
Yes,
some.
just not
Well,
as much as Hidari.
yeah. I mean, Boruto later on states that it's going to rip up his insides until he dies or something. So it's doing
I
some.
don't think he says that, does he?
That's not what he said, but
He said something like that. Check it out.
no,
Alright,
he just
go
it
on.
was just
Scroll on to
that
the
You'll
next
be
one.
dizzy
the
Next
forever.
planet's
page.
gonna keep spinning, and like
Yeah. I think that we were
Your
making
life
No, well, go on to the
theories about
next.
something like that, but
Wait, go on to
I
the
mean, that
next
would be
page. Let me see.
cool. Ripping up his insides, that's actually just way cooler.
Yeah.
No, wait. Go on to the next page. Let me see something. Because I'm sure
Right.
something like that was said. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure it's something that we talked about. I don't think the chapter says it. But what do you
Let me
what
see.
makes you
The
say
damage
that
will
Code was injured?
continuously. So it says
That's
the
not one.
damage will continue semi-permanently. So it's like he's saying he's getting damaged. So there's some
Well, the
damage
damage
that's
is
happening.
clearly like the dizziness effect.
Yeah.
That's not that. No, that's not damage. Dizziness isn't damage.
That's clearly
he's
what he's
getting-
referring to.
No, that's not that. It's both. It's just not like the same as like
Okay, but
getting
then it
destroyed.
wouldn't be
There's some
because your
level of
life will
damage.
run out before the planet stops spinning because the planet will never stop spinning. It would just
Like
be
look,
semi
he literally
because you're
says it
gonna
here
die
again.
after 10 days. Or something.
Exactly. So that even supports it further. He says your life will run out before the planet. Like he's literally telling him that he's going to die.
Obviously, Kido, what he's saying is you're gonna die in 90 years,
Kido.
not 100 trillion years.
Oh my
Kido.
god.
Kido.
Okay.
Come on. Like why would he randomly say the damage thing in the middle of explaining the dizziness?
No, because he's explaining both.
No, he's not.
He's explaining both, man.
Kido.
He says before your damage, the damage, like we can search up the dictionary definition of damage right here, bro.
So
damage is not
what do you think the
dizziness,
damage
trust me.
is? How does it damage him?
So it's like a energy inside his the planetary energy, because Uzuhiko is both chakra and the planetary energy. Chakra itself can cause that, because you have to remember the rotational force is literally inside his body. So it's doing some level of damage that's going to continue as long as the planet continues to spin. I think that's what he's saying. So it's like he's going to die eventually. It's just going to be a slow, painful death.
Well, considering Boruto doesn't want to kill him.
No, because he does. That's why it's very slow, and he wants Code to tell him so that he would stop Uzuhiko. So he's gonna die slowly, but he's gonna have enough time to get his information from him, and if he tells him, then he'll retract it so he doesn't die.
By the way, Kamui, if you can zoom in on like the bottom right part of this page here. So, say whatever you want about Code's durability. I don't think his clothes would scale to that durability unless you're going to use the Sage of Thick Calves argument or whatever that was. But
I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't even gonna pay attention to the clothes because that's just inconsistent throughout all of Naruto.
Okay,
and
but
Boruto
to be
anyways.
fair, is it though when there's a Rasengan that hits him? Like, say whatever you want if there's not like a huge hole boring into the clothes, but there's not any scratch marks or scruffs or anything.
I'm pretty sure we've seen that before. No, I don't know what specific fight to point to off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure we've seen that before. I mean, I'm not gonna use Jura, but like Boruto did just hit him in the back of his jacket, and his jacket's fine. But I'm not gonna use Jura, but Jura's jacket is fine.
I agree with that, but Jura's also fine.
Yeah. I've never used his ego there. No, I was kidding.
Okay. You know, Kami? Okay, the funniest interpretation is there is a huge gaping hole in Code's jacket or whatever. It's just beneath the napkin
On the
or
back
whatever.
side, like the water tank.
Oh, yeah, the other side. Yeah, beneath the gape.
It's more so like chakra. You know, like the chakra cloak and shit, like the Raikage.
Mm-hmm.
But that shit doesn't affect his clothing, right? It's like chakra can can seep through the seams of the clothing. You know, you can just use it that way.
Yeah. So
but
something
just seeped through into his body.
Another Uzuhiko thing not something I'm necessarily 100% on board with, but something that I've always theorized and am just more and more confident on with this news chapter, is the fact that I think the chargingness of Uzuhiko doesn't actually matter when it comes to the dizzy effect. I think you can be hit by a 0.01% Uzuhiko or a fully charged Uzuhiko. The dizzy effect is the exact same. It's not stronger, there isn't more of it, it's just the same.
Seemingly, I mean, we don't really know. I mean, again, like, Hidari doesn't act like he's dizzy, but ignoring him,
I'm not gonna count Hidari.
it's possible that you would be more dizzy, but if more is hit on you, just because there's just more rotational forces. But, I mean, we don't really know.
Yeah, I do think Hidari, in retrospect, was dizzy, we just didn't know. Maybe he didn't even know, yeah. But...
Exactly, he doesn't even know what that is. He probably thinks it's a disease. But...
yeah, but I do think his world was spinning.
Real quick, Kido, because you said this chapter is like a 10 out of 10. Are you aware of the plot hole of this chapter?
Not necessarily.
Which one?
Oh wait, hold on. I need to actually Oodie, just stall for a minute. I need to go do something for like 20 seconds.
Okay. So, Kido. On your latest video, it was about Naruto's power level after losing Kurama or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, I just want to hear the thought process. What went through your mind when you decided to have Baryon mode Naruto on the thumbnail?
Well, you know,
just gotta
I just thought it looked pretty cool, you know.
That's for that video in
that's
particular.
all it was.
I'm back.
Interesting, Kido. Interesting.
Yes.
It definitely did look cool. And man, I sure do wonder if Naruto has Baryon mode after losing Kurama. But moving on. It's okay. Back to Kamui's thing.
So, Kido, I'm gonna ask you a question. Who told Kawaki about the sand mission?
Oh my goodness.
Who was it?
This again.
Who told him? Shikamaru.
You think it was Shikamaru?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Well, let's work through everyone real quick. I think we can agree it wasn't Koji, right? Everyone agree? Okay. So Koji told Shikamaru to only dispatch Konohamaru, Sarada, and Mitsuki, who would then team up with Orion Yodo, and no one else, because he specifically wanted to defeat Ryu and Matsuri with the minimum force required in order to minimize the chances of Jura intervening. Given Koji's order and reasoning, the fact that Kawaki wasn't even there when Koji was talking to Shikamaru, and the fact that Koji's toad was literally hanging out on Shikamaru's neck afterwards the whole time, so if Shikamaru did tell Kawaki, Koji would know. Most likely, Shikamaru didn't tell Kawaki about it, because Koji would know. His toad was with him. Similarly, Ada was also there. She heard the order and reasoning. She hasn't interacted with Kawaki at all since then. She's also got a toad on her too. So, again, if she told Kawaki, Koji would know. And wouldn't be surprised when Kawaki shows up. So, we can also just assume it's probably not Damon, because he's been with Ada, and he wouldn't ever do this for Kawaki anyway. I think we could agree on that.
Kamui, I like how you're using the actual justification from point A to point B. Instead of just looking at what they say in this chapter, Koji literally didn't foresee it, and Ada's surprised that Kawaki's there.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to get to a point. The point is, it isn't. So, Kido, do you still think it's Shikamaru? Or based off what I've said so far, do you no longer think it's Shikamaru?
It could still be Shikamaru.
Then why doesn't Koji know?
He can still be, because he can be convinced. It's more so like let's say Kawaki gets the limiter removed and he pulls up to the office and he's like, "Yo, where did Boruto go? I have my full powers now." Yada yada yada. Shikamaru's like, no, Kashin Koji said this is the only team, and Kawaki kept
No.
pushing the
Why
issue,
doesn't
blah,
Koji
blah,
know
blah.
Kawaki's on his way?
Because Ada doesn't know, and Ada doesn't tell Koji.
Shikamaru has a Koji toad. He can
Well,
hear
he
Shikamaru's conversation.
doesn't mean he has it on him at all times, to be honest.
I
He
agree.
could have just not have the toad at that point.
Be kind of stupid.
No, I think it would be
Maybe.
consistent, if anything. Like we see during the interrogation, the toad's underneath the Hokage desk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he has multiple toads. Like he has one on Shikamaru when Shikamaru's telling Konohamaru about the mission, for example. Then they go.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
say it's
But
always
there's
there.
probably
Yeah.
it's possible that he wants to go, he wants to use the bathroom, let's take a dookie,
Yeah.
take a shower.
Well, either way, okay. Do you think Kawaki went to Shikamaru and then Shikamaru told him?
Possibly, but he also doesn't need to. Kawaki has certain privileges, I assume. Like he works with a ninja force or whatever. Like he knows they were dispatched to the village. Like,
Well,
Well, how does
let's
he know
keep in
that?
mind you
Why
can't just
would he know
leave
that?
the village or you're branded a rogue shinobi.
well, also I don't think Kawaki cares. But putting
Yeah, I
that
don't think he
aside,
cares about that. But like,
I think he could have just like searched the files or asked the sensory team or whatever, like, and they would just tell him. I don't think it's a secret that they
okay.
sent
Two things,
dispatched them
Kido.
to the Sand
One,
Village.
in character, do you think Kawaki's really searching through mission files? And two, if he's busy looking through ninja files, how did he have time to immediately show up? Takes time to find those files. Doesn't
Because
know
I
what he's
think,
doing. Kawaki doesn't know the layout of the Hokage office, and Shikamaru's in the office anyway. He's gonna see him doing
well,
this.
we don't know. To be honest, it's been 3 years, and based on what we've seen, he's working closely with the Okage. He's literally like a police officer at this point. They dispatch him, and he works with the team, and he
That's
goes around and
true.
protects the place and stuff. Kawaki,
I said that's true,
like he's
not
just
who.
okay, yeah. So he's like, so I would assume he has connections. I will say, and again, like the mission to the Sand Village isn't a secret. Like the Kankuro reported it to them, Sarada to all, like they all heard
Kankuro
it,
called
and they know
Shikamaru
that
and
they're
asked for help.
dispatched.
He told him
Yeah,
not
but
to
like
tell
Sarada heard
Tamari.
it. Like Sarada and all of them,
That's
like,
not Koji's sand mission.
I know, but the thing is that we're assuming that this is some secret mission that code, like no one knows about and no one wants to tell anyone about that. But that's not really
Well,
the
no,
case.
it's
They
just a
just said,
ninja thing. Like the ninja just don't, like, for example, Hiruzen gives Kakashi a mission. He's not just talking to Iruka about Kakashi's mission. Like they don't
well,
do that.
actually,
They keep it
they
classified.
actually do that. They did it. They
Depends on
did it.
context. It
Yeah,
depends
yeah,
on
depends.
context. But in a lot of
But
cases, it is classified, especially when
true.
Koji wants to minimize who goes there.
And this one would be classified. It's the Kazekage. That's why. So that's a good
They're
point.
literally,
But
Shikamaru's trying to hide it from Tamari. He's not telling
yeah,
everyone about it.
but
Koji wants to
do
hide it.
think
Shikamaru, we don't know.
Kawaki has means of getting that information, honestly. Like he's literally the Okage's son.
I
I'm
can see him snooping
sure
around.
he has means of getting his information. I'm pretty sure. And I'm sure he could also simply just convince Shikamaru, to be honest.
Especially
Like,
if it's something he
Boruto's gonna
wants.
die if I don't show up, because he can literally just go ahead and tell him what Boruto told him, like, yo, Jura's gonna show up and he needs his help, yada yada yada.
Well,
If he
okay.
has him,
So,
they
I
can do it.
mean, okay.
They can go any route, really.
So, okay. We're getting this far into it.
If
What do you think
Kawaki's telling him
about...
that because Boruto told him all that, he doesn't need to
Exactly.
find that out from
So,
Shikamaru.
how very cunning of Boruto. He must have relayed something to Kawaki during the past few days.
Don't know
This
why you don't
chapter
just start
is
with
just
that.
implying all Boruto and not Shikamaru.
It's possible that happened as well, for sure. Yeah.
But then that gets into... now, I
All
will
that
say,
wasted time.
if you insist on Shikamaru, that can be the out, but I do think there's a lot of things suggesting it wasn't Shikamaru. But here's the thing. Let me just go pull up. obviously we saw the Boruto Kawaki conversation, and he doesn't mention the Sand Village. But
Yeah.
you can say, oh, he did Oscar. He gets up. He's talking with the limbers. If you think I'm lying, ask Amado. I'm heading out. He gets up to leave. Kawaki stops him to say one last thing. But again, he's getting ready to leave. And then, you know who's watching this conversation? It's Ada, because she mentions that Boruto and Kawaki agreed to team up because she saw it. She tells Shikamaru and Koji this. Find it real quick. Kawaki's agreed to team up with them for now, so blah, blah, blah. I'd leave the two of them alone to do it. She watched chapter 15. She knows they talked and agreed to team up. Koji's on her neck. He heard that. He knows that Boruto talked to Kawaki and teamed up. But Boruto got up to leave without mentioning the limiters. And Ada was incredibly surprised when, Kawaki? What the heck? Koji? If she saw Boruto off screen say, hey, when you're done with the limiters, come to the Sand Village and save my ass.
Well,
Why is she so confused?
It could have just been a later conversation that she didn't see.
Do you think Ada, who is notorious for watching every little thing Kawaki and Boruto do, as Kawaki himself points out in chapter 6
she
here?
doesn't watch everything because
She
that's
does,
contradicted
bro.
in this chapter.
They literally make it a point.
And
that's why she's going to be a
that's
singularity.
Kawaki saying it. He says the same thing about Mitsuki.
But this chapter literally contradicts that because she didn't know that Kawaki was on his way.
Exactly.
She didn't know until he arrived. So
well,
it just proves that is just hyperbolic.
In this case, she's specifically watching the thing that Koji told her.
But she's exactly, and she could have been.
But she goes back in the past. She goes back and reviews things in the past. They literally make it a story point. Just spy me if you want to know, because you know she's gonna do that.
She's also shown watching the Ten Tails dimension, and then even in chapter 16. She watched it again, and Koji's like, she's like, don't tell me to watch them again. Like, was she watching Kawaki then? No. So there are multiple points where she isn't watching Kawaki, and those.
Yeah,
but the point is, she's watching
Boruto...
that. Like again, when she's actively watching this fight, she can't also watch something else. But when she's just hanging out with Shikamaru willy nilly, yeah, she is watching them all the time.
No, I don't think she is.
She has to use the Senrigan.
She's got nothing better to do.
She has to use the Senrigan.
Even outside of this fight, she has to use it. Even outside this fight, we see her literally using the eye to watch other things.
Yeah.
Even when she turns off the eye, she's literally having conversations without watching anything.
Exactly.
She even stood on the patio talking to Mitsuki.
She'll go
the
back
entire
and watch
time.
It later.
What if she wants to watch it real time?
But hold on. But how would she know to watch the conversation with Boruto and Kawaki? She doesn't know that it happened.
For fun. She just does it. That's why.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that she does. She watches every single waking minute of Kawaki's life. I think that's just hyperbolic.
She literally physically can't do that. She doesn't have a fast forward feature.
Ada's just gonna happen to see Koji talking to Boruto because she just does.
You can't say that she watches 24 hours of Kawaki's day, 24/7. That is literally impossible, man.
Okay, I'm not saying
every second. She's
probably not watching his sleeping hours, but like the point is, Ada is always watching. They make it a point. Bro. Every important, like literally, no, Kido. This is a consistent thing in this story. Every important conversation between random ass people, the Shinju she's never met, Code in his dimension, every important thing, she's always watching it consistently. They make it a point every single time.
Not everything.
How does she miss
just
this?
Those things that they want her to watch. She can miss things. She has missed things in the past. That's why she went back to watch it.
What does she miss besides this hypothetical one?
What did she miss?
Yeah, what has
she missed? She missed the conversation with Boruto. She literally watched Boruto's conversation with Kashin Koji 3 years after it happened. Like
that's not missing it. She did
miss it. No, she did miss it for 3 years. So look, maybe she would have gone back to watch this Kawaki and Boruto conversation. She didn't get around to it as yet.
Real quick.
She didn't get around
You
to it,
can't
clearly.
say for a certainty that when she's watching this is 3 years later. This might have been her watching this 2 years ago, and it's still part of the flashback. You don't know, because not like Ikimoto tells you. He doesn't have any
Nah,
descriptors of
because they
flashback.
used wasn't the paneling different to show that it's the future and one is about. Hold on, let me scroll up.
What is different about this?
Hold on, let me see.
I'm sharing my screen, aren't I?
Yeah.
Because all right, so one, we know this isn't true. Because one, she didn't know about anything about Boruto and all that stuff and singularity. She's just learning about this in chapter 16, and that's when she starts to work with Kashin Koji. And she's looking at this. It shows the panel of her sitting in the room with Sarda and Sumire.
Okay,
After
real
she
quick.
just finished
It
viewing
shows
that
her
past.
sitting, like that isn't what she does 24/7. I would not use the sitting as your argument, but
Uh,
she sits like, I mean, well, actually, hold on. I can argue. Okay, you can argue. Okay, Damon probably just gets morphed out of this, but Damon's not on her lap here, but he is here.
I mean, he is in the second panel,
Her arm
but or
is
the third
also.
one, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's kind of tricky with her legs.
Kamui, we're not actually comparing this. What are we doing? You're too deep in the weeds.
Oh, actually, her hand position is different. Oh wait,
Ikimoto intended it to be this way, guys.
Yeah,
Come on.
We'll scrutinize that.
Ridiculous. And you say you
The legs
enjoyed
are
this
the
chapter
same,
more
the
than
hands
me.
are the same.
Either way, the
The legs
point
and
being,
hands
she
are the
always
same.
eventually gets to it.
Well,
Time is
even
going off.
if you assume that she does, oh, she didn't in this case. She didn't get to it yet.
Well, but isn't that already a concession, though, Kami? Because if she eventually gets to it, well, she just hasn't got to it yet. She would have got to it at some point after.
Okay,
this
well,
animation.
let me also just go through this, though. Okay, so Boruto goes right back to Koji, pretty much. When did he leave to come back? Also, why is he getting up to leave? Hypothetically, two scenarios. He gets up to leave, and then it's like, oh yeah, actually, by the way, the most important part, actually, I forgot to tell you this earlier, but like, can you go to the Sand Village when you're done? Because I'm gonna die otherwise. Why wouldn't he just mention this before getting up to leave? Or hypothetically, he leaves and comes back. Why do that? Just tell him the first time. That doesn't make sense.
Because he knows he's going to do it anyway, because Kawaki has connections. He knows that Kawaki is gonna know where to find him.
Why would he change? No, just tell him about the sand mission.
He's gonna know about it when it comes. He doesn't want to affect the future too much. They don't know about the sand mission yet.
Bro, he's not gonna jump the gun. Kawaki to show up. Just tell him.
I have a different theory. I think Boruto saw the future, to be honest, but that's besides the point. You could just argue.
I don't think so.
You could just argue. I actually think he did. He saw some flashes, to be honest.
Nah, based on the Boruto Koji stuff, I don't think so.
Maybe. Because you have to remember, like, even then, Momoshiki, the futures that he sees using Momoshiki's ability isn't like, I see like every second of every day. It's just like flashes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Momoshiki knows when to jump onto a tree branch against Mitsuki.
Well, that was Momoshiki, not Boruto.
I think that was more so intuition or sensing rather than
I would be fine with that. I've thought about that as well.
Yeah, it didn't have to be Byakugan active, so...
Yeah, Momoshiki's just a battle experience is telling Boruto what to do, not that he saw that future necessarily.
You know, what was that battle experience in his fight against Naruto and Sasuke?
Naruto and Sasuke are strong.
I have my same question. The narrative of that fight was that they beat Momoshiki with skill, not strength.
That doesn't change the fact that they are really strong.
But they outskilled him. So
okay, that's also not the narrative of that fight.
You get what I mean, though.
Yes, I know what you mean, and it's not that.
Related.
So I think it's reasonable that Ikimoto didn't want to tell the audience this information. And so what he did is he just cut this scene
but why
short.
not?
Regardless of that, I'm just explaining what happened, not why it happened, from what I'm imagining. Assuming that he told him this here, this would be why he cut the scene short. Again, I don't know why he doesn't want the reader to know that. Well, the real reason why is because he doesn't want us to know that Kawaki's going to show up. He wants us to theorize and or think that Boruto's about to die. He wants that tension to be there.
But nobody thought.
Nobody thinks he's going to die, but it's about the feeling rather than the expectation. Like, Boruto's in real trouble here. How's he ever going to get out of this one?
Yeah, we all knew
It's more so the how
someone
than if.
Yeah, if we know that Kawaki's just gonna show up, then we don't really care. If anything, seeing the fight is almost a waste of time. Because as it is, we don't even know if someone was gonna show up, if Boruto was gonna get himself out of the situation, or what.
Regardless, I agree. Like, whereas, yes, we all knew he was going to get bailed out. It still works better if you just don't reveal that. I agree with that. But
yeah,
ignoring that, the writing perspective there I get, but conversationally, I don't. Just doesn't make sense.
Conversationally, I think it's still fine, because as if anime doesn't do this all the time, to where a character gets up to leave, and then it's like, oh, right, one more thing. Blah, blah, blah. Like, that's totally a thing that anime do. Huh? Oh, the most important thing. I disagree. I don't think that's the most important thing. I think telling him with the limiters
Oodie,
was
you
the more
do think it's the most important thing because you think Kawaki still has his limiters on.
That doesn't make it the most important thing for Boruto.
Thing.
But either way, regardless of
No,
that,
answer my question. What do you think was the most important thing that he said?
I think it's what he started with, the limiters. Or did he start with it? Either way, I do think it's the limiters, regardless of what he started with.
So why would that be the most important thing if Kawaki's showing up and beating Jura without getting the limiters off?
It's about them teaming up. Realistically, that's probably the most important thing, is to team up.
Okay, but the teaming up was proposed by Kawaki, technically, kind of, in a way.
Kamui, do you really think Boruto doesn't want to team up?
I'm not saying that, but obviously, I agree. There you go. Yeah, the teaming up. What does the teaming up consist of? Kawaki going to the Sand Village and teaming up with him.
He didn't specify that. He just specified teaming up.
No, but again, but if he doesn't show up, they can't team up.
Not necessarily. Boruto's never supposed to go to the sand in the first place.
But Boruto wanted to.
Doesn't mean he was going to.
So why was he expecting Kawaki to show up?
I don't necessarily think he was expecting, but more like hoping.
On the moment he showed up, he wasn't too surprised about it.
Well, he believed in Kawaki to do it. He didn't know Kawaki was going to do it. He's not sitting there the whole time like, oh man, where's Kawaki? He should have been here by now. He doesn't even know if he's coming. He just believes in him as his brother to show up. He has high expectations of him.
Why not just believe in Kawaki to do it?
His bro.
Exactly. Irrational love.
Okay, but then why didn't he believe in Kawaki to save Konohamaru for him?
Sorry, you're far away from your mic. To save Konohamaru what?
Why didn't he believe in Kawaki to save Konohamaru so that he didn't have to go there?
This is stupid, Galway.
Well, you said it yet. This amazing faith. Why didn't he trust him?
Yeah, well then why doesn't he believe in Kawaki to just solo Jura in the first place? Why'd Boruto even go in the first place? Why does Boruto even learn Uzuhiko?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, why does Boruto want to slug Kawaki? Why doesn't he believe Kawaki to just solve omnipotence and Boruto's problem with him in the first place?
I'm asking you.
Because it's not reasonable.
So why was it reasonable to believe in that he would show up in this case in time?
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that he has a high expectation of Kawaki. And so he's
So why
expecting
did he have
Kawaki to
that high
do
expectation
what's
for
not
Kawaki
likely.
to Konohamaru?
Huh?
So why didn't he have that same expectation from Kawaki in terms of saving Konohamaru?
Maybe he doesn't want to risk it.
But he wanted to risk the whole world over Konohamaru.
It's not reasonable
I
for
mean-
Kawaki to do literally everything. Like, he's expecting to do Kawaki up to the certain
Well,
threshold that's actually, like,
mean-
reasonably possible.
According to Kido, he expected Kawaki to go through the mission files and find out the sand mission.
Like,
Hey,
if Kawaki has
one
a
possibility.
potential range of making up random numbers, his potential ranges from 18 to 32, then Boruto's expecting Kawaki to be at that 32 threshold. He can't go beyond that. Boruto's not expecting him to be at a 50. It's not possible.
Does Boruto even know how strong unlimited Kawaki is? No, actually, I have a different question. Why did Koji tell Boruto about Kawaki's limiters if he didn't plan on Kawaki doing anything with that anytime soon?
It's
Huh?
possible
I
that
was
Koji didn't
assuming
tell
that-
him. He might have just known.
Huh? There
But
we go.
Koji doesn't tell Boruto things about the future unless he needs
Boruto
Boruto
saw
to know.
the future himself.
Well, you didn't listen to what I said. But then why?
Because he's sad.
Okay, so why did Koji tell Boruto that Kawaki might free Naruto and Hinata? Well, just Naruto, but you get the idea. Boruto's
He
just
didn't
saying
tell him.
that.
Huh?
I'm saying Boruto's just saying things, saying what he wants.
You think Boruto just knew Kawaki was going to, in the future, ask Amado to remove his limiters without Koji telling him that?
It's not necessarily about knowing in the future that he's going to ask Kawaki blah blah blah. It's more so knowing about the limiters in the first place and then just deducing it for himself.
Well, actually,
How does he know about the limiters?
he
No.
says
He maybe
based
just
on
intuition.
his dialogue, he says Kawaki comes to learn of this at a point in the future. Hold on, let me get the real dialogue.
He
Let me
says,
get the
you're going to come to this conclusion sooner or later, so I'd rather you just do it now rather than later.
Yeah,
Go to
and you
Amado.
can apply that to 10 directions, but that doesn't necessarily need to be applied to 10 directions. He can just say that. Like, that's
Well,
a
the
thing that
question is,
anybody
how
could
does he
just
know
say.
about the limiters then? If it's not through Koji,
It
who's
could
telling
just
him?
be through fighting Kawaki. It just could be intuition.
His intuition was telling Kawaki, haven't you been training at all?
Bro, he's just saying that out loud. But that's
Mhm.
clearly an
if he
indication
knows
of
about the
what his
limiters,
thought
it's kind of,
process is.
Pretty
Oodie is
mean.
doing his best to ignore the future side. Doing his best. He knows the answers to his questions, but he's
I'm
doing
not
his best.
doing my best.
But that's not a realistic.
I'm just not addressing it because it's not important for what I'm trying to say right now. It's possible he used future sight. I don't think he needed to. In fact, I think that this would give a reason for that Boruto Kawaki fight in the first place.
Which one? The one in the time skip?
No. The one where, like, when Jura first invaded. It's like chapter, 9 or whatever.
Oh.
He's beating up Kawaki, and he's like, wow, you're even more pathetic than you were before, or whatever he said. Have you been training? Like, I don't think Boruto genuinely only thought, oh man, Kawaki hasn't been training. No, I think Boruto, being smart and literally canonically aware of his surroundings, is just being sarcastic. You know, his character.
Honestly, I don't think there's any way Boruto just figures out that Kawaki has limiters. I think he had to have been told by someone, or it's a future side thing. I don't think there's any way to just know that Kawaki has a limiter that Amado placed on him.
I don't think it's likely, but I think
Yeah.
it's definitely possible enough to the point that it's reasonable, in my opinion, if they did go that route. I think it's also would be saying it's reasonable for the reason that Ada doesn't know is because she stopped watching because Boruto got up. She thought it was the end of the conversation. Then Boruto says, oh, by the way, one more thing. Obviously, Ada didn't see that part because she thought the conversation already ended. It's also possible
I'm pretty
that...
sure she would have watched them like fly away before calling it quits.
I don't think she would need to do that if she just assumes it's over. You could say it's a character flaw. But it could also be something along the lines of, I don't know exactly what the Senrigan sees, but it could be something along the lines of, like, Shikamaru giving Mitsuki the code to unlock Boruto's whatever. Like, maybe Boruto did something or the other to get around whatever. You could have just let him know some other way about the sand mission.
I feel like he would have done that to everything then at that point.
Yeah. But that's just going with the possibility that's when he told him. Obviously, it could be literally any point off screen in between here and there. He could have teleported from Koji's hideout instead of to the sand. He could have teleported to the leaf for 5 seconds. Hey, Kawaki, come to the sand real quick. Then he teleports to go save Konohamaru from Matsuri.
That's so funny. Unironically, though, you are right. That actually is like the way out of the plot hole, as ridiculous as that is.
Yeah, that's realistically, despite what I've been arguing for the past 15 minutes, that's more along the lines of what I believe. Not that it has to be in that moment, but like at any point. Probably before he sat down with Koji about the sand mission. Because I also think that Kawaki getting his limiters off doesn't necessarily have to be in real time at the exact same time as the sand mission. It could have been an hour ago. It could have been yesterday. I don't know. I don't even know what the time frame is for Two Blue
It would be
Vortex.
nice if Ikimoto would put like a 1 hour earlier timestamp like Kishimoto used to do with things like that.
Well, Kamui, you'll be happy to know that My Hero Academia's second to last season does that. See, I'm hyping it up! Where's space when I need him?
But anyway, I guess enough of that. You have a lot of 10 directions things, Oodie, if you want to talk about any of those.
It is late, Kamui. If you... I feel like I should probably save these for another time, but if you want to do whatever last topics you had, or if you wanted in here, we could do that as well. Not that I don't want to do these now, but it is just late. Not that, like, we couldn't keep going, but I just want to be considerate of the fact that it is late.
Yes, you should. You should be.
4:30. It's only getting later. I would say the
Wow,
night is
it's
young, but
only
it's not.
here.
Very old.
You guys
Yes,
are
real
living in
quick.
the future. Crazy.
Augusto's question.
Oh, right. Yeah, I
Yeah.
did tell Augusto that I would answer the question. I sort of have to go over this in direction stuff.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, well,
someone, I know he argues with Jonathan Oliver a bit about this.
Hold on, guys.
But-
I'm gonna leave. So
Okay.
No,
Good
Kido,
talk.
you must stay.
I must stay.
Kido,
Yes, you
is
must.
there anything else you wanted to say on any previous topics or even this current topic or whatever else?
No, that's good. I'm falling asleep.
Okay, fair
Thing
enough.
fell in my face just now, so I need to go.
Okay.
All right, bye. See ya.
Good night, Kido.
Don't let the bed bugs bite. But Augusto says,
Can someone
Augusto
explain me
says-
this Jeepo shenanigans? Your turn.
aren't changes in this timeline based on the character's decisions exactly what creates different futures? Isn't that precisely the power Jipo has? How can a change in the timeline not be predicted if his power is literally to see those possible futures?
So, okay, before saying this second thing, first of all, we could probably address that. But first and foremost, have you read everything I wrote down about 10 Directions? And do you agree with some of whatever I said? Because I did multiple different
Honestly, I
possible
think
things.
yes, but I also think I was doing it like in waves. Like it was either
Okay.
at like 8 a.m. when I was up too late, or when I was in a rush before work, or while I was at work in the bathroom, stuff like that. So I don't
Okay.
really remember everything you said.
Okay. But for the most part, I think I'm on the
I remember
right
having
track.
things to say, but I was like, I'll wait for the stream. But I don't remember
Okay.
any of it, so we're just gonna
That's
figure
fair,
it
that's
out
fair.
as you get through
Yeah,
it.
I thought of it as I was rereading the chapter through like Viz or whatever, since I didn't want to read those stupid grainy physical scans again. It wasn't through Viz, it was through Manga Plus, but either way. So yeah, I think I figured it out. We'll get into it. But he continues by saying, if an important change, like Boruto telling something to Kawaki, happens, that possibility should be among the ones Koji can see. If it's not, then the power loses its meaning. It wouldn't really be all possible futures, but only some, or worse, a somewhat fixed future with random flashes. So I did, when I was reading the chapter, as you can see on stream, I did think the same thing as Augusto, and I thought it up until I read the chapter again, but now after rereading the chapter, I think I have a pretty strong thought on 10 Directions in general. Kamui, I didn't know if you wanted to read Mamba's thing or Augusto's things at the bottom or wherever. But I mean, even there, I reply.
I haven't read all of their back and forth.
Okay, that's right. We don't have to read all of it. But even there, I say
I've read a little bit. I stopped. I know, like he and Jonathan Oliver went back and forth for a while.
I think I figured it out. I'll explain it live tonight. He does say more 10 Directions things though. If you want to scroll down about like his thoughts on it.
I guess since he's responding, Mamba said, "Singularities of fates can change it, and no, he literally said it's been days since the update, and Boruto did something within those days. I don't know why you guys are fixating on that convo when it hints it's more than that. Even Delta being there should tell, so we wait for an explanation."
I also don't want to say from Mello's interpretation that it is like on a time wave frequency, whatever. It could be 5 days, could be inconsistent, whatever. You could say that. There's nothing as of now, I think, that debunks that. It just would be the most random, coincidental timing of all time, and the worst writing choice they could do. Why would a written story do that? But I don't know.
Shikamaru.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. It would be irrational. He says to me, okay. I guess I'll say this. So, Augusto responds back to Mamba.
Well, actually, real quick about the randomness thing. A possible reasoning could be similar like with Ada. I know you can disagree, but just go with what the story says. Ada can't control it. Seems to just activate whenever she has very strong desires for something. Seems to be when it's activating, based on what we can tell. Now, Koji probably isn't having strong desires, but because he's not Otsutsuki, it could be that for him, it's going to have that somewhat random nature to it. Unlike Shibai, who theoretically could maybe just update it or whatever the hell he wants. Probably not going to look possessed while it happens either. Stuff like that could be at play, which could get into the randomness. It could just be, he can't control it. And then in this case, it is just kind of coincidental timing. But it already is anyway, because it happens before Kawaki shows up, but not while he's talking to Amado. It's like in that in-between stage when he's like getting his clothes at the clothing stores when he's seeing it. So it's already weird timing.
I mean, I'll be honest, based on the way that Ada was reacting to Boruto about to die, I'm genuinely surprised Ada didn't activate omnipotence in that moment.
Or ask Damien for help.
Yeah, but even then, I feel like she doesn't even... Like, say whatever you want about it being Ada's choice. If you want to say she, like, passively activates omnipotence or whatever, I feel like she was she was pushed to that point again. She was in that same mind space. So I don't know why omnipotence would versus wouldn't activate in certain scenarios.
The only other possibility, which you will hate, but I'll mention it, would be that she's starting with chapter 79. It's because she was in contact with the Otsutsuki.
You're right, I hate it.
Coupled with her desires that made it. So with the Jigen, in the case of her love charm, she would have had to have been touching Jigen when she activated that for that to work. In which case, she just can't activate it when she's not touching an Otsutsuki. I know you'll hate it. I don't like it either. But it's technically a possibility.
I have a counter. She's technically always touching Shibai.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Gotcha there. Unironically, that'd be a really cool way to get around explaining Damon's stupid palm nonsense. He has to touch. Blah, blah, he's just touching Shiba at all times. Unironically, I would be perfectly
just
fine with that
Shiba cells
explanation.
like on his leg. He just touches those.
No, I was thinking on his palms itself. Maybe Damon chose to implant them on his palms, knowing that.
Very interesting.
I would actually be down if that's an explanation. It'd be cool.
But I don't know how the hell you can counter him. Just period.
Yeah. But continuing with what Augusto says, look, it doesn't matter when the last update was. Doesn't he see possible futures? That means he sees things that haven't happened yet. So why didn't he see the possibility of Kawaki showing up? He saw the Shinju appearing before they actually showed up. The power only makes sense if he doesn't see all possible futures. And Mamba's saying, let's wait till next chapter, blah, blah, blah.
So real quick, though, first, yes, it's possible they will. I wouldn't so confidently say they will explain it next chapter, because am I the only one who thought it was a little bit weird? Like, again, I'm not saying they had to explain it up this chapter, but they just glossed over Jura undoing Uzuhiko. Boruto has no thoughts about it. Jura doesn't explain it. Koji doesn't explain it. Nobody, it just glossed over like it never happened. It's a little weird. Like, again, if they wanted to delay it, then I think it would have made more sense if Boruto had some internal dialogue saying something like, what did I write down? I wrote an example in my script.
Well, Kamui.
It's not anything crazy. The point is, you do like a, 1 second, I can find it.
Kamui, what do you mean explain it? Jura already gave the explanation last chapter.
Not actually, though. He just said it has similar properties.
Well, yeah, that's explaining it,
which
isn't
ones in particular are the ones that you're like, what are the properties in particular?
Hikimoto didn't get that far. We'll never
exactly.
know.
But it's like, Boruto could have been like, similar to my Uzuhiko? Does that mean ... And that's just like, okay, Boruto's got an idea, but the story's not going to tell you yet until later on. But they didn't play it up as a mystery. It was just, shoot, don't work on him. And then no explanation of what he did.
Well, similarly...
Like, are we going to get an explanation?
Going back to the previous topic, would you be more okay if they did that with Boruto telling Kawaki something? Like, instead of cutting the scene off where they did, and instead of telling Kawaki about the sand mission, Boruto's like, oh, by the way, Kawaki, one more thing, ...
Oh,
and then it cuts away.
Now, I would be a little annoyed about Ada's reaction, but that would still be better.
Would you, getting the scene exactly the way it is there, would you be more okay with my explanation that Ada stopped watching as soon as she thought the conversation was done?
If we saw, like, well, she wouldn't think it's done if he says, oh, and one more thing.
Well, if he, like, stops and gets up and looks like he's about to leave, and is like, oh, hey, by the way, then I feel like it's fair that Ada's not gonna wait for him to leave. Not that
I do feel like Ada just would, but that's just me. I just feel like she would just wait.
It would be reasonable for her to do it either way, in my opinion.
It depends on how it ends. Like, if it really feels like an ending and they're walking away, I could see it. I don't think that's how it looked, but it just really depends on the specifics. We'd have to see it for that to work.
Okay. As funny as it is,
like hypothetically, they do a thing. I'm just gonna make a small rewrite. I'm not saying it's necessarily better, but I'm complaining. But hypothetical rewrite. If you have Boruto and Kawaki saying, "Oh yeah, back at you, bro. You jerk. We're bros. Blah blah blah. Team up. Okay." Then they're like, then you see like Ada watching. They do the little transition panel. You see her eye, and then it's her watching. Then you see her undo it, and she starts talking to Sarada. He's like, oh, Sarada, don't you love how hot Boruto is? Well, they're talking about something else. Then it cuts back to Boruto saying, like, oh, and one more thing, ... So then she stopped watching it for that. Like, hypothetical anyway.
Yeah. I thought of the stupidest way they could do it. What if they did it before that chapter, like 14-15 moment, wherever it was? Rather than during or after it.
Kawaki shows up, you see like Boruto sitting there, then Kawaki shows up. So
yeah, I'm saying, what if they did it before that, like in a previous scene, such as like chapter 8, when Boruto fought Kawaki there? What if they did that off screen?
That just doesn't make sense.
I mean, what if they did it over the time skip? Boruto came back after like year 1.5.
Well, we know that didn't happen, but two,
Oh, it's
that
possible.
would make sense.
It's definitely possible.
I mean, in my
It is
opinion, it's
massive
pretty
chakra
obvious he had to have done it in that conversation, but we see the conversation, we know Ada was watching, so it's like... Because, I mean, in my opinion, yes, you can say Shikamaru ignored Koji. You could say Kawaki was breaking into the Hokage office looking for mission reports. You can say Boruto left and then came back to tell Kawaki. But all these just are pretty ridiculous.
I
The
do
most
have
sensible
another
thing
one
would
for
be
you.
he just told them in the same conversation as the limbers. That
I mean-
just is the most sensible thing to do.
I do have
But
another one for you that
he
could
did.
be really cool. To where, okay, first of all, do you think that Boruto knows Amado was watching the conversation?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think Boruto thinks Amado's a bad guy? Like, does Koji tell him something about Amado?
Well, I don't know, because
Does
the
he
way he's
suss him
talking
out?
about Amado makes it seem like he either doesn't know or is trying really hard not to tell Kawaki about that.
I mean, he's not confronting Amado, and unless Amado does this weird wishing bone tricked sound genjutsu to like knock Boruto out, or unless he like randomly at some point implanted some sort of knockout code on Boruto at some point. That's totally possible. I don't see why he couldn't just kill Amado unless he's secretly Shibai or something. He's way more powerful than we ever imagined.
He's gonna fight Kawaki with everything he's got if he tries to kill Akabe.
And it is also possible that Amado genuinely is weak, but Boruto can't kill him yet, even if he wants to, because he needs Amado alive for something. For example, if he kills him now, then Kawaki doesn't get his limiters off, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
So, something there. But there's probably something for the future as well. But that being said, it's possible that he could have told Amado, who then Amado then relayed that information to Kawaki at a certain condition being met, or a certain point in time. Likewise, he could have told Delta for that same reason. He doesn't want to tell Kawaki, he wants to tell someone else to tell Kawaki at a certain point.
That's possible. I agree. But
Especially since Delta seemingly is just fully on board. She just knows everything that's going on right now.
I don't think he told Amado.
Okay.
Delta could be a possibility that Boruto just told her off screen, and naturally, maybe Ada didn't watch that conversation, but
Delta's the one I'm leaning towards. And as cool
that's
as that
my
is,
favorite, because I'm
Okay.
I'm cool with that one. But
I mean, I
yeah.
think the Amado one's cooler, but I think the Delta one is
I
also
agree.
cool.
I don't think
and
Amado has been
makes more
face to
sense.
face with Boruto once yet, though.
I agree. I feel like the story would probably make that a bigger deal anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to read
Because
that?
in
Or
many
read it?
future that Koji saw, Boruto never asked Kawaki for help, especially when Boruto doesn't even control his karma.
Dude, if Kashin Koji with Jippo sees all possible futures, how come he didn't see one where Boruto asked Kawaki for help? It was clearly a possible future, since it actually happened. LOL. I thought that was a funny thing to say as well. It's not just possible, it's possible enough that it actually
it
happened.
isn't actually the power to see all possible futures, because like singularity of fate just it's a
Yeah.
possible future. Like the moment Koji got the ability, these things would just become possible. So
Which is funny that Mello's hyping up the fact that, oh, thank goodness they finally nerfed 10 directions when that singularity of fate thing's been around since it was introduced.
pretty much,
So,
it's been
well,
around
that's
since
what
chapter 16.
Uh,
I mean, we were talking about this as a thing, like Boruto telling Kawaki about the limiters. Not silly that he has to show up, although we did expect it. But like Damon, for example, can be done the same way.
Yeah. Jeez. You read that
Yes,
one?
but like I said, KK saw many futures of Boruto never asked Kawaki for help. Koji doesn't really control that ability perfectly. It's like probability. Like Koji saw 80% of possible futures that Boruto never asked Kawaki for help, and 20% Boruto asked Kawaki for help. The problem is that Boruto didn't even let Koji know that he asked help from Kawaki to Koji. Okay, real quick.
So, like,
No, he didn't see the 20% of Boruto asking Kawaki to help. He literally says he never saw Kawaki showing up as a possibility. So, it wasn't this.
Did Jura use his scatter shotgun shot blast on Boruto MVP's argument? Because it's riddled with holes. That was a lot to say at once. I'm glad I got that come back out all at once.
But
first,
this is what Augusto says.
He said he never saw a future where Boruto asked exactly for help. So this 80-20 thing doesn't make sense. Second, he said that with Jippo, he can see all possible futures. So how did he not see this one? Third, if Kashin Koji sees all possible futures, Boruto wouldn't need to tell him he asked Kawaki for help. Jippo's power doesn't depend on Kashin Koji having prior information. He acquires info by looking at Jippo.
Koji doesn't master completely the Jippo. The 80-20% was an example because we don't know how many futures Koji saw for him to interpret that Boruto will never ask Kawaki for help. The weakness about the Jippo is that Koji cannot determine the decisions of a person. That's not true. He can't. A person can make 1, 2,
yeah, work 3
1,000 million, 100 billion different decisions for one situation.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The explanation given in the manga is possibly a lie or misleading. He says he can see all possible futures, but that's factually false. A person can make 100 million different decisions.
That's 100 billion, but thankfully he used the comma, so... No, it's not. It's 100 million.
100 million different decisions for one situation. Isn't that exactly the power Jippo is supposed to grant? The ability to see all those possibilities. Like Doctor Strange did. I'm just saying the explanation of Jippo contradicts what was actually shown. He can see some futures, not all, as said.
Yes, but Koji is not in a...
I love it.
Yes, but Koji is not an Aksusuki, so he do not control fully the ability. This is what you saw Koji having an update way later. They said in the chapter that Boruto asked help 6 days later. If that were the case, Koji would have seen it. If the ability should have updated if Koji truly mastered that ability, but the information got updated later. 1, because Koji is not in an Aksusuki. I don't see how he could be a Boruto fan and spell Otsutsuki this way. I'm sorry.
You do realize how consistently he does it like this too, right? It's like every time. He's been doing this for months.
I never noticed this bad, but...
It's always this way.
But like... How can you be this much of a Boruto fan and spell it? Oh, Otsutsuki's not English. You can't use that excuse. The French manga biz spells it the same way.
Does it? I'm actually not sure.
I'm sure it does. Why wouldn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't be too... Like, are you really that surprised? Translating from Japanese to French to English? Can we even find this? I don't know how. But even if it's technically correct in the French, he could be saying the Japanese to French, which could be different, or the French to English, which could also be weird translation there.
Say Otsutsuki anywhere.
I don't know. Oh, this is so stupid. I can't believe I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt on this. Oh, there's... Just watch the video.
Okay, the French summary. Right,
I don't think they say Otsutsuki anywhere here, do they? Did they say Boruto Otsutsuki anywhere? Oh, this isn't going to be helpful. Look at Jura's face there. Like he's in
Boruto to
freaking
Blue
Marvel
Vortex manga.
comics.
Here's a full you see here is not you're unleashed. That's it. The side where Shinki was transformed into a tree.
French summary, I'm confused. Is that French?
It's auto-dubbed. YouTube's doing that now. So the video isn't French, it's YouTube's automation is changing it to sound
Do you think
English.
anyone's gonna say Otsutsuki in the comments? Oh, this person spelled it Otsutsuki.
Okay, never mind. Jonathan Albert's just an idiot.
Oh, we're gonna keep looking. We see, like,
Oh no.
Yep. Chapter 14. Do they say Otsutsuki anywhere? We're gonna see if we can find anything that says Otsutsuki, please.
Oh no.
All we need is one line about Otsutsuki.
This is so stupid.
We're gonna figure this out, bro, okay? Like,
Oh my gosh.
a
That page?
dangerous Otsutsuki can image at any moment. Perfect.
Okay.
Kawaki's panel. Otsutsuki. Okay,
Ooh.
so it's
Okay.
in between.
Okay.
So it's just, well, that could also just be a typo as well. But
You should screenshot that, reply to the message, and be like, "It's Otsutsuki, idiot." It's just still wrong.
It's gonna be.
Idiot. That's so stupid. I'm so
Tot-otard.
glad we took time
What does
for
that mean? Whether it's now or later. Tot-otard.
Tot-otard.
Well, anyway. Glad we figured that out.
So
back to
back
this.
to poorly explaining Augusto's thing by continuing reading his messages before even getting into it. So if he sees all possible futures, why would the ability even need updates, you know? He only manages... First of all, is Augusto an Uzumaki? He only
Is
manages
that Kushina?
to see... Is that sexy Naruto's voice actor? He only manages to see Boruto asking Kawaki for help after Boruto actually does it? What sense does that make? LOL. He didn't need Code to kill Kawaki to see a future like that, or Kawaki killing Sarada and Boruto, or Ishiki killing Naruto, or whatever else. So yeah, the explanation given in the manga is wrong. So I'm going to start here. I don't remember exactly 618. So I think this was
I know what this
before
one
I came
is.
to an explanation of what it actually is doing. But
This
okay.
is something else. This is just you complaining. It was pretty funny.
We'll start here. Yeah, I know what this is. Why did Ikimoto retcon his own ability? So, okay, first of all, Kamui, do you remember when I was explaining in Call? I think it was when we were watching Platinum In last. It was like, I'm using retcon intentionally everywhere that I can, similar to irregardless now.
Yeah, no, I remember you mentioning that.
This is part of what I was mentioning, talking about.
I mean, even then, okay, it's not technically a retcon, but it is a retcon.
Why did
Because
Ikimoto
it's not technically,
retcon
and
his own ability?
I'll let you say it, but I'll explain how it's technically not a retcon, even if this is stupid what I'll say.
Oh god. Koji was already changed into having 10 directions at the end of the Ishiki fight. But now, not only is it seemingly in real time instead of an instantaneous moment where he sees everything, but most importantly, Koji's eyes are roll in the back of his head. I know Ikimoto hates everything Kodachi did and wants to irrationally change all of it. But even then, now he's going as far as to change 2 blue vortex things in his stretch attempt to ruin Kodachi's name? We have not just 1, but 2 instances of seeing Koji not rolling his eyes in the back of his head. We know it didn't happen. So why is Ikimoto trolling us with the most basic of things to keep consistent? Kamui, did you want to address that, or should I read the second thing as well?
So, whereas
I completely agree. And by no means should you accept my workaround for the
God.
retcon. But technically, the Ishika situation is the awakening, whereas what's happening now is the update. It doesn't
Okay.
necessarily have to have the same things apply.
I'm glad you're saying that because I get into that later. I actually agree,
Okay.
but we'll get into that later.
I don't necessarily like that too much.
I
'Cause you have
didn't
a way to
explain it
make
in that
dumb.
exact same way, but like it's a similar thought process. But moving on. Why would 10 directions make Koji's eyes roll in the back of his head? What? He can't control it because he's not Otsutsuki? Okay. Ada supposedly, apparently, hypothetically is said to be allegedly not Otsutsuki as well, despite both of them being modified by Amado to literally have Otsutsuki cell genes spliced into their bodies, which is how they have these abilities in the first place. But whatever. Ada's eyes don't roll into the back of her head. I already know what you're going to say since you already responded to it. Oh, her eyes turn weird, so I guess there you go, yeah. But we've seen it. What? Is he going to retcon that too? Or no? Because it's an Ikimoto original character. Does he just hate Koji that much for being Kodachi's character? Is it because he wants Ada to be pretty, so he wouldn't dare draw her in this ugly way like he's drawn Koji? Keep in mind, omnipotence is the Shinjutsu of Shinjutsu, Kamui, eclipsing everything else. Yet using this stronger ability by a similarly non-Otsutsuki has less of an effect on Ada.
See, that I have no real... I mean, unless you want to just say Ada's effect is equal, but it feels like Koji's was crazier, because he's like going crazy, he's getting a headache, his eyes rolling in the back of his head, you know. Whereas Ada is just like, she has like a blank expression, and her eyes go blank. But she's not like going crazy like Gaara when he's got a headache over here, like...
And I hate to say it, but I feel like, irregardless of, sorry, I do. I feel like Koji should just be normally stronger than Ada before joining Kara or whatever. Obviously, Koji didn't exist before Kara, but like, he's coming
but I
from
know what you mean.
Jiraiya, whereas Ada seemingly was just a normal girl. So I'm imagining base Koji's probably stronger than base Ada. Hypothetical versions of these characters that don't actually exist, but you get the idea. So, Koji's stronger than Ada. Why is he worse off with a weaker Shinjutsu? He's stronger and is using a weaker ability, and he has it worse. Like, from both ends, he's being burned. But... why would Koji automatically see 10 directions every time it updates? Note, this isn't asking why it updates when it does. That's a separate question that we ignore for the sake of this discussion. We know when it updates now, but we don't know why Koji uses 10 directions seemingly by force whenever it updates, and seemingly no other time. Ada isn't using omnipotence anytime it updates. So ignoring this middle part here, I feel like this last part goes along with this first part well. Why would Koji automatically see 10 directions every time it updates? So it updates, why is Koji forced to see it?
Maybe, I don't think this is implied, but maybe he wasn't forced to, but he knew he was getting an update, so he thought he would look.
I was just thinking that as well. That is a possibility. I mean, he might
Like,
as
he
well,
just-
I guess.
Like, hypothetically, maybe his eyes roll in the back of his head. He could just not look. He could just, like, look at the back of his brain, but, like, might as well look at that point.
Well, I was thinking if we're going with that interpretation...
The eye roll's him looking.
Exactly, yeah. So he could have just not done the eye roll in the first place. I guess evidence for that, it's not really evidence either way, but it's evidence both ways, if anything. He tells Ada, hey, be quiet for a while. I gotta check something or whatever. He tells Ada to be quiet for a little bit. Right before he does
He's
it.
getting an update.
Yeah. And so I think that could be evidence for either way, whether he's doing it intentionally or not.
Yeah, it's hard. It felt like it was automatic, but in both the instances we've seen, it just felt like it happened rather than choosing, but we don't know.
Yeah. Did you want to mention your response to my this thing?
Oh, I just walked away. Oh, let me come back for a second.
Okay. There's just a quick little thing here that basically already
Oh, I
said.
said
but-
I know Ada didn't eye roll backwards, but she at least did have an eye change / possessed look about her. So for me, at least, it's similar enough that like I'm okay with it. However, you're absolutely right about the Ishiki 10 direction scene not having an eye roll.
Yeah. Which again, if it is the update as opposed to usage of the ability / awakening, then I guess it's fine. For Ada, retroactively, I'm more okay with that, but obviously at the time, and really ever since until now, we've been questioning whether or not that was just an art error or what was happening there.
Yeah. That was her expression. Just looked blank. So that's just pulling the two together. But yeah, we don't know. That's the problem.
But even then, it being intentional or not from the author isn't even enough because, like you're saying, if Ikimoto wants to convey Ada has a blank expression, he doesn't need that to mean literally, and he could be doing that. I hate to use the word metaphorically, but like to convey it to the reader rather than to say it literally happened like this.
Yeah.
Like, that's a thing all the time in anime, to where characters have blank expressions, like doll-like eyes, but obviously their eyes would just have a pupil normally in universe or whatever. We'll say, does 10 Directions update / does the future / destiny change on its own? Or only whenever a singularity of fate alters it? So, for example, if Koji existed in Naruto Part 1, would 10 Directions naturally update without Koji doing anything when Naruto beats Neji? Let's just assume that Neji was right as well for that.
Depends on what you mean by the update aspect, because, like, for example, the quote unquote updates were in terms of snuffing out.
I'm not going to count that, no.
Okay. I don't think so. I think he just would have had the possibilities Naruto winning, Naruto losing, and that's that. Like,
Let's say that Neji was right, though. Which is ridiculous to say.
well, then Naruto just wouldn't win. Based on how Koji explains things anyway.
But, I mean, Kawaki showed up.
But that singularity of fate. So.
Yes. But I feel like you can have
So the question is, can you, like, unintentionally be a singularity? Because,
Exactly.
like, hypothetically, Neji was right,
Exactly.
but he didn't know. He was
Yeah.
just saying, he was just being a dick, but he happened to be right.
Exactly.
Does that have the same effect?
Yeah. And then because he told Naruto, that's the only way that Naruto could have won in this hypothetical.
Yeah. And that is really hard to say because mentally, but the problem there, though, is then Koji would have just foreseen that possibility, I think, because the way he explains it, because, so, all right, let's just do one thing with that. Oh, shit, I'm trying to carry things. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh my god, how am I going to do this? Hold on a second.
Chat, what
So
do
the
you
way,
think?
like, in terms of what's happening with the singularities of fate, they're basically just influencing your decisions. Like, Boruto tells Kawaki about limiters and probably go to the sand mission, and that's why Kawaki does that. Because Boruto didn't tell him, he wouldn't do that because he wouldn't have the information to even fathom the idea. So if Neji's telling Naruto, hey, it's her destiny to lose, that's going to influence Naruto to want to prove him wrong, and blah, blah, blah. So that would influence Naruto's decisions. The problem, though, is because Neji's not actually a singularity, I think Koji just would foresee Neji being a dick and saying those things, which means he would foresee some futures when Naruto wins.
Okay, because he would foresee the futures where where Neji tells Naruto that.
Exactly, because there's no reason for him not to see those futures because Neji's not actually a singularity.
Okay. So that was the example. So getting back to the question, does Kamui think that 10 Directions can update on its own based on the future or destiny changing or whatever? Or does it need to be by a singularity of fate altering it?
Well, I think that's the only reason it has updates in the first place. I just think if Koji, like, hypothetically, see, the problem is, so this one I don't know. The fact that Koji has the ability, period,
Yeah.
might already kind of mess it up. But in a hypothetical, like where okay, so for example, Shibai, let's just say Shibai is in his realm. He doesn't interact with Earth in any way. He was never going to, regardless of 10 directions. I don't think he gets an update. I think he just sees all possibilities. The only updating would be the snuffing out of old timelines, but like ignoring those ones, there would be no updates because he was never going to interact with them anyway. So nothing's changing because of this.
Well, let's just
Koji's
real
case-
quick, just to make it easier for the conversation. Let's not count snuffing out old timelines as an update. It's just separate from updating.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So, like, I don't think Shibai's would update outside of Koji shouldn't. Just pretend Koji doesn't awaken it for now. I think he would just see the possibilities. They would never update because in no future was he ever planning to get involved anyway. He's just seeing it. He's just watching a movie. You know, that's all it is. I don't think that's ever going to update. With Koji, slightly weird because he is a singularity and he can change futures based on it. And like he says, once you know a future, you can never act the same as though you didn't know it. But like hypothetically, can Koji purposefully, again, in this case, he'd have to pick a future, just pick the one he wants to go with, but can Koji purposefully act exactly the way he saw in one of the futures? So it's intentional, but like he just mimics. He's got the Sharingan copy wheel eye going for him. He's gonna mimic everything he does in one future to make a certain future happen. In that case, I don't think there's ever going to be an update. He's just following one of the paths in that case. So there'd just be no reason to update. He just knows which future it's going to be, obviously, because he's just going to just do what he did in that future.
Okay.
But, well, even that he doesn't necessarily know because he doesn't know what Boruto's going to do or what Code's going to do, but, like, at the very least, he knows what he's going to do.
So
But the moment you introduce other singularities, that's where, as he explains it,
so I'm pretty
things would change, and that's why there would need to be an update.
Yeah, I think I understand what your answer is going to be based on that, but just to make it exceedingly clear. So let's just say, rather than Koji, Ada was the one who awakened 10 Directions, and she did it when she was frozen in the time chamber, ice, whatever that was. So she cannot interact with the world, but she can still see everything through 10 Directions. She's a singularity of fate, but she can't do anything different at all. She can't do anything about it. Her 10 Directions...
And let's just assume nobody was ever going to free her.
Sure, yeah. Point. So her 10 Directions can't update. It would never update based on this.
I agree. Yes, that's what I think.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
What do you think?
I think what you're saying only makes sense. But at the same time, looking at the example, if Koji existed in part 1, I can't imagine the story being written in a way to where he wouldn't get updates on 10 Directions.
Well, I agree with that. The story would have just been written differently, though. 10 Directions would just work different.
Yes.
And because obviously he's introduced singularity of fates and he's making singularities of fates. So Ikimoto wrote in a mechanic to get updates. So he doesn't need another way. He already wrote the way he's going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the original explanation for 10 Directions was as a battlefield of fate, which I think is really cool anyways. But I think that's sort of important to keep in mind. It's not just like the physical battle. It's literally the destiny battle or whatever. You're fighting for your possibility of your future or whatever. For the future where you win, you're fighting for that. It's silly to say, but technically. But yeah. Moving on from that, though. So, you're probably going to disagree with this, but just I want you to hear me out on this. Did Koji really understand omnipotence via
I remember I
direction?
had a hopefully I can remember what I was going to write. I didn't write it down, but
because Koji's first meeting with Boruto in Two Blue Vortex starts with, "Answer me honestly. Are you Boruto Uzumaki?" But Koji would already know that.
So I think what it was just further, well, a couple of things. So like what he must have saw was like he must have just seen like Kawaki attacks Boruto and seals away Naruto. Then all of a sudden, flash of light, everyone's just blaming the same blonde kid. He's just watching the future. Everyone's just blaming the blonde kid for everything and treating him like they used to Kawaki from every perspective.
Yes, but I feel like
so he's just like
through omnipotence, it would just affect him in the same
their
way.
Lives got swapped.
Yeah, I don't think that would matter if like Sarad and Sumire are showing people photos of Boruto and be like, "Hey, that's Boruto," and they're be like, "No, it's not."
But the point is, Koji's seeing from a third-person perspective what happened, not first person. So he's just seeing from a third. It's kind of like Edo when she watches the Senrigan. He's just in the room watching Shikamaru go from wanting to attack Kawaki to wanting to attack Boruto. And he's just figuring out the reasoning. He's being like Shikamaru and be like, okay, this only makes sense if everyone's perspective was flip-flopped on Boruto and Kawaki. So he just figured that out. And when he sees Boruto, he's basically confirming. I mean, it's also possible, too, that, like, hypothetically, there are futures where Momoshiki was right. Or, there are futures, sorry, not that. There are futures where omnipotence just didn't happen. Or something. Yeah. And he's just confirming, like, where are we right now? Like, what? Because it's not like he was with them. So he'd just be like, are you Boruto? Let's figure out 1, was I right? 2, does my ability really work? 3, which future path are we on? Like,
so I agree with what you're saying, except for like, well, I agree with everything you're saying, but you're just not saying one thing. Yes, he's watching from the third person perspective, and he's seeing everyone blaming one person and then blaming the other. Their perspective changed. The problem is, at the same time, Koji's perspective is going to change as well. As soon as omnipotence hits, anyways. Like, he might have been able to tell Boruto beforehand, omnipotence is going to happen, this is what it's going to do. But the second omnipotence actually happens in the present, Koji's perspective on Boruto is also going to change, and he's going to think that they're on the right side. They're just consistently attacking the same person the whole time.
Well, the thing is, though, he can be told the opposite because he's already foreseen it. He knows like what he remembers foreseeing. I don't know. I don't think Omnipotence rewrote the parts that he foresaw with 10 Directions, if that makes sense.
I agree.
Like, I think he just remembers separately his 10 Directions visions.
But that's so weird, because remember is a word you would use for the past, but this is for future things.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree he would remember them, but would his perspective on those memories change?
Well, either way, hypothetically, he would just might have the wrong guy. Like, he'd just think like Boruto's Kawaki's flip-flop. So either way, he knows there's a flip-flop. You might just think, oh, I had the wrong guy, but like, he knows it's a flip-flop.
I mean, I'm sure we both agree Koji is under the effect of omnipotence. He's not immune to it like Sarad and Sumire. It's just he has 10 directions to... The question is controversially
it's also worth noting, though,
or whether he knows it.
Koji has no biased loyalty to the situation anyway. He doesn't care. Naruto sealed away or whatever. So, like, he's also not influenced to hate Boruto, so I think that also plays a pretty big factor. He just doesn't care, so he's looking at it much more objectively.
Yeah. The question is, when he confronted Boruto, did he know, and by know, I mean, believe that it was Boruto, or did he think it could be or is probably Boruto, but he actually wasn't really sure?
Definitely is probably. I will also add though, when he asked Boruto that, there's definitely at least a factor of him wanting to prove his point that he can see the future.
Oh, I completely
like-
agree. That's the real thing
Yeah,
that
it's
was
like,
going on there.
I know who you are. This is how.
Yeah,
kind of
story-wise,
thing.
I 100% agree. I'm looking specifically at Koji's character / reaction and universe.
Yeah, I think he just did know because, I mean, again, well, I mean, there's no situation where he wouldn't be Boruto Uzumaki because if omnipotence didn't have in a future, that would still be Boruto. So no matter what, it just would be Boruto. He just did know.
Okay. I mean, I think it's really cool, the thought of Koji confronting who he thinks is Kawaki.
I
would
would like to see that interaction, but it's not really. I mean, at the same time, he doesn't really have much to confront Kawaki about, other than chapter 1 of Naruto Next Generation / Forward Scene. Yo, why are you ruining the world? But other than that, what's he gonna confront him on?
Well, I think
Hey,
if
sorry, I
interested
freed you from Ishiki. Sorry. Why didn't you say thank you sooner, buddy?
Well, I don't know what Kawaki's thoughts on Koji would be as of right now.
I mean, the last thing he had heard of the dude is he saved him from Jigen and killed Jigen and died versus Ishiki. And then he's like, wait, these are Koji's toads. Like, I feel like he's going to have pretty positive thoughts. Because I also want to add, even if Koji was acting, and I'm sure he put up some act, I just can't see Koji, though, being abusive to Kawaki like Delta and Boro and Code. I feel like Koji was mostly just mysterious and like silent. I don't think Koji was like punching Kawaki in the face and shit. I think he was the one member of Kara who wasn't a dick to Kawaki.
Well, remember in the anime, they were sort of kind of hinting in that weird direction during the Garo flashbacks and around that time when he's talking to Delta. In the anime specifically.
Well, he was just watching from the shadows while Amado was freaking out like, yes, the world will kneel before the Kara.
Koji wasn't saying otherwise.
No, but either way, like I said, I'm sure he's putting up acts, but I don't think he was abusing Kawaki. I feel like if Kawaki was going to pick his favorite member of Kara, he was definitely picking Koji. And it's not because he loves Koji, so he's the only one who wasn't mean to him. If Koji, then Deepa, because Deepa made him laugh, maybe.
I just remembered we asked Kawaki's voice actor that question. What was his answer? Was it Koji?
I don't remember.
Might have been Boro. If I remember, I don't know.
Boro's worse than Jigen.
I know. I don't remember what he said. I feel bad for not remembering, but that's okay. That's why it's recorded.
I think his answer might have just been no one. He hates them all, but...
Yeah. So, aside from that, another thing Koji said, Koji says in that conversation, even now, the future is constantly changing. So is this retconned? Was Koji lying? Did Hikamoto forget?
What do you think he meant when he said that?
Well, do you know what the future is? Well, what does 10 Directions see / get updates on when the future changes?
So, I mean, there's different ways you can interpret it. The way I think he means is just that, like, I think it's a battle royale of destinies. It's always flipping. You never know which path it's going to switch to, and maybe it switches between paths. I don't know how the possible futures actually work out, but like the point is, it's paths shift from path to path all the time. Every step, every decision you make, it's now a new path. It's constantly changing. Like you don't know which path you're on, and that just was the case. Koji doesn't know which path it's actually going to be.
But
the update situation is changing the possible paths. So the future's always changing in both cases,
but the possible futures themselves just are extra change.
Well,
in
but
the latter.
Kamui, that wouldn't be the future. That would be the present.
Okay, I see what you're trying to say there.
That's
guess
both
the
intentionally
future
dumb and a serious comeback at the
After
same time.
on is what's changing.
But if he can see all possible futures, then
Yeah, so that's getting back to Augusto's point.
yeah. Also, the fact that he doesn't even
obviously-
know which path he's on, just the one that's most likely.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't see all possible futures, as we know. He just doesn't see singularities of it. It's not all possible futures, but it's all possible futures where 10 directions isn't influencing things, basically. is what he
Well,
sees.
What if the singularity of fates were impossible, and in the present moment the singularities made it possible?
What I mean though is that I think Koji just sees all possible futures where 10 directions knowledge isn't influencing anything.
Well, okay, let's just a little example for you. So let's just say it's like 8 p.m. at night, and 8 is like, man, you know what? I really wish it was like 5 p.m. right now. And she just uses omnipotence to change it to 5 p.m. Obviously, it was impossible for the future at 8 o'clock to switch to 5 o'clock instead of 8:01. But Ada, in that
I think
moment, made
Koji
it
would just
possible.
foresee that Ada using omnipotence.
Well, no, because that's not a possible future. That is impossible.
No, it is. It's possible because Ada has that power.
But Kamui, it's an ability that does the impossible.
But he can see, yeah, but again, like he would be able to foresee it because it's possible because Ada has it. So
okay.
it's possible for Ada to do that, so he would see it.
He would see Ada doing it, but he wouldn't see it being done.
Well, it depends on whether she's gonna like flash a light in the sky or not. But
What I meant by that was the changing from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock.
yeah, you just see the clock itself.
But that's looking at the clock, not at it itself.
Well, but he knows. Maybe the sun. Maybe he sees the sun setting and then it goes back up in the sky.
But Kamui, that'd be the sun.
You get what I mean, though.
Yeah, I know.
You would see this visual signs indicating it.
Yeah. So Kamui, to what extent are we, the audience, being like the Otsutsuki, and hyping up Shinjutsu with these divine godly powers in comparison to the puny, pathetic human ninjutsu? What is the gap between the two truly, on average?
No, I've been saying this, with the exception of like Damon's ability,
Which is
obviously
basically
omnipotence.
Hidan's ability. You know, the weakest Akatsuki
It's
member.
better than Hidan's ability, obviously, though. But,
Obviously. It's similar.
but like,
Doing similar things.
there are definitely some Shinjutsu that just are ridiculous. But then again, if creation of all things is a ninjutsu, I'm just gonna say that. Okay, there you go. That's freaking borderline omnipotence level right there, and that's a ninjutsu hypothetically. So, but as of right now, there's a couple exceptions. The Shinjutsu of Shinjutsu are really insane, but like, I understand Sukuna Hikona can be used extremely versatility, very versatile, and it is pretty hacked. But it's mainly the user being smart, and I don't think Sukuna Hikona realistically is better than Flying Raijin. Now,
Yes.
in the case of and I'm mostly focusing on Jigen's usage. When it comes to like Ishiki, it gets extra weird because like, I mean, he basically gets jutsu nullification out of it in one jutsu. So you can shrink your jutsu, and he can shrink himself. You can argue it's better than Flying Raijin, but it loses a lot of the utility of Flying Raijin. So I feel like Flying Raijin as a jutsu is just Shinjutsu tier. It just is.
But
Claw
like,
marks depends on the day of the week for Ikimoto. Sometimes it's freaking the third best Shinjutsu of them all. Other times it sucks. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know, because if apparently it can block Boruto's sword, but it can also be used as a one-shot kill. You can also teleport to your claw marks in chapter 56, but then you can't after that. Sometimes you go instantly through the claw marks. Other times it takes you 30 hours to go through it. So, I don't know with the claw marks.
I mean,
What
the
else?
jutsus themselves are strong, but the Boruto series tells us it's not the tool, it's how you use it. So I feel like maybe it's not even that it's strong, but that Shinjutsu, it's the easiest to live up to its maximum potential in comparison to ninjutsu that has to be honed or trained with hard work and effort and talent, or not talent, but you get the idea. It's the opposite of talent. But to where ninja, they have to work for it, but the Otsutsuki, they just have it. They just instinctively know how to
But
use.
even that, I don't even
Shinjutsu.
agree with that, because with the exception of, again, Damon and Ada for a moment, just gonna ignore them. Let's look at the other three confirmed ones. Claw Mark, Sukuna Hikona, Daikoku Den. They are very powerful abilities. But really, it's mostly the user being smart that makes them strong. Because we've seen in early code, uses it really smart. Claw marks are insanely OP. Later on, code post limiters, I guess, decides to be an idiot with them, and you know what? The claw marks really ain't all that. You look at Sukuna Hikona, Jigen, the way Jigen used it, actually pretty insane. The way Kawaki's using it for a long time now, at least, we'll see if it recently changes, but for a long time, the way Kawaki's using it, yeah, it's good, but it's not that good. Like,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, Naruto's killing you with his massive Rasengan. Boroshiki's firing bullets at you with ninjutsu, vanishing Rasengan, catching you off guard, all this shit. Meanwhile, I've just dodging Kawaki's rods. Shinjutsu, okay, but you're not getting anywhere with it.
Well,
The
that's
ninjutsu
why
just is doing better.
that's why I was
If
clarifying the difference between awakening it and being given it. I feel like there's a difference there.
What do you mean? What are you referring to?
Well, for example, like Shibai, he unlocked the claw marks, whereas Code,
Mhm.
he was given the white dud karma, and from there, it's like an external boost on top of whatever he has the ability. Whereas, like, Shibai, it's like ingrained into him. He is one with the ability in a way.
What's that have to do with anything, though?
So
in
Code would have to
particular?
like learn or get used to the claw marks, whereas maybe Shibai, the moment he unlocked it, he's just like perfected it, basically. Doesn't even have to think about it. It's like Baryon mode. It's superfluous movement. It's just autonomous. It's subconscious.
No, I feel like you could just apply it to a lot of ninjutsu the same way, though. So then it's the same situations. Like
I
Obito
disagree.
awakens Kamui, pretty much using it nearly flawlessly the first time he's using it. Kakashi, on the other hand, sucks ass with it until he uses it for like 6 months.
Well, yeah, awaken it versus given it.
So what does that have to do with like the ninjutsu versus shinjutsu aspect?
So yeah,
It just
you
applies
can
to
say
both.
it does apply to some ninjutsu because the Mangekyo Sharingan in particular has been referred to as instinctive. But to be fair, the die does come from the Otsutsuki, but maybe you can say it applies to some, but I wouldn't say it applies to most. In fact, I'd argue the exact opposite, especially if you're going to argue that the whole point of ninja versus Otsutsuki is this aspect.
Well, the ninja aren't given their abilities, they're awakening them, they're learning them, so they're not being given them, so they would just be the same way. It's ingrained into Naruto how to do the Rasengan versus
I
being
don't
given
mean
it.
awakening it versus giving it. I mean learning it versus already having it be perfected from the moment you conceptualize it.
But that's not the ability comparison. That's like the user's knowledge at that point. The reason being another thing.
What I'm saying is a user has to build the foundation from the ground up in order to create it, whereas the Otsutsukis don't have to hone it. It's just already perfected.
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Well, I'm saying in this case it is true because it'd be my theory.
The problem is we don't know enough about like what Ishiki when he first got Sukuna Higona was like. So,
Exactly.
but
I mean, it would make sense.
either way,
Narratively and fundamentally. Sort of goes along with
I
two
mean,
essence that
obviously,
you have
on
as well.
average, Shinju's gonna be better than
Okay, this is funny. I really liked this one. So, when Jura inevitably doesn't hold his Rinnegan, I'm officially done with anything to do with the future in Boruto. I will only ever live in the present moment forevermore. You did the laugh emoji, react to this. I went back and I edited this message to include another paragraph here. Let's be so for real. Jura only held his eye in 10 directions because Ikimoto didn't want to reveal the eye stab yet. But he's being dumb. For one, it would be cool to see and then find out why. Even if you want to argue it's worse. Whatever. And for two, he could have just not shown it altogether. Now we know Jura has something happen with this eye because of the 10 direction scene. Could just shown something else in 10 directions, or just had that panel be white.
Well, that's a. Let me actually
Ikimoto wants his cake
to-
and to eat it too. I feel like I am being unfair by saying that, but he's showing Jura in 10 directions holding his eye. He could have either not done that at all, or just show Jura with his eye stabbed out, and then we learn later in the chapter why it's stabbed out. Not even stabbed out, just the eyes missing and bleeding. But obviously he wants to say that reveal
like
for
the
when Konohamaru gets there.
context, because like
But he wants us to know that Jura
in
is
both
damaged.
cases there are other things, like you see Inojin, Shikanai's jacket, Himawari.
Yeah.
But in both the Jura cases, there's different Jura panels. You see Boruto lying on the ground, which makes it seem like that already happened. Like we're past that point. But why would Jura be holding his eye? I mean, he's holding his eye pretty expressionless here, like he's not actually in pain. But
Yeah.
why is he holding his eye? Because again, he's not holding his eye while fighting Kawaki. He just doesn't care. He's just taking it like a Chad.
Bro, it's not
So
gonna
is he
happen.
holding his eye for later on?
Okay, Kamui. Genuinely, what is your expectation? Do you think Jura is going to hold his eye or not? I'm going with no. It doesn't even have to be that exact panel, that exact angle.
Imagine like he was healing
Just
his
happens at
eye.
all.
I could see him doing that, but that'd be like, why isn't he healing his leg? You know,
I feel like if he was gonna do it to heal his eye, he would have his hand in a different position.
he also, I don't know, maybe be smiling or something, happier looking. But yeah, like I don't think that's what he's doing, but it's a possibility technically.
I agree.
But like, I just don't know why he would be holding his eye, because it's like he doesn't seem to be in pain. Like he literally hasn't made pain noises other than I guess the purple lightning one. But his leg gets chopped off. He's just like, oh, good move. Like he just doesn't hurt. I guess he gets stabbed in the eye. Got nothing to say about that either.
Yeah.
So like, what's he gonna hold his eye for? Clearly, it doesn't hurt him that much for whatever reason. He just has a high pain tolerance. So I don't know
the
why
other
he
Shinju
would
both
hold
do
his
and
eye
don't at the
this
same
point.
time.
But like, that would just seems like such a. At the same time, though, like I said, they never showed us. I'm gonna have to agree with you, because to this day we never saw. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
The Kawaki
We
panel.
never saw all 5 Shinju doing the
That
freaking
as well.
beach walk, the Baywatch walk thing. That just never happened.
Yeah.
That scene doesn't exist, and they showed us that. So
Now, to be fair, that could have happened off screen, unlike the Kawaki Chapter 79 panel.
yeah, the Jura eye holding thing can also happen off screen, as dumb as that is. But
Yeah.
it's like, why are you showing us these things if you're not going to show them on screen?
And I cannot wait. I cannot wait for when it doesn't happen, and I'm absolutely going to complain about it. And then Jonathan Oliver and Mamba and everyone else is
They're
going
gonna
to
tell
be
you
like,
to be patient.
well, first of all, yeah, that, even though it's already going to be too late. And second of all, which I expect them to absolutely say, it's a future that was snuffed out. A sees all possible futures. That's the one that didn't happen. Why are you complaining? We already know that. Did you not
Why did they
read how
show
it's
us?
explained?
They showed us the Jura eye hold 3 different snapshots, 3 different times. It shows it. You got the Inoji and Himawari surrounding it. Shows it again from a different angle, just Boruto and Jura. Shows it a 3rd time, just Jura. Why would they emphasize it this much? And it's clearly in reference to Kawaki showing up, because that's right when Kawaki's like, what? Koji's all like, oh, what's going on? Like, I've never seen this before, blah, blah, blah. Clearly in reference to the Kawaki fight.
And as of now, it might change in the future, but as of now, Jura holding his eye isn't important. He's just holding his wound. So it's not like that's something important to show us. It's not like there's any crazy pivotal decision that would lead to that. It's just because his eye is injured. I don't know why he would versus wouldn't in any possible future. Like, he either does or he doesn't, and Koji's seeing he does, so I expect him to. So when he doesn't, I'm gonna complain about it.
Yeah, this kind of as a small segue gets into one of the topics I wrote, just because it's related to this, because they would call this a nitpick.
Go to it.
This was inspired by Dan. Given that the Boruto manga is a visual drawing art media, can we even call Matsuri's god-awful Rinnegan Eyes panel a nitpick? The art is the art. It's 1/2 of the overall artistic product. Can we call it a nitpick if the art is just blatantly lazy? It's 1/2 of the visual media.
You know, that's a really good point. Just for like a similar comparison, can we complain if a novel is chromatically wrong? Yes, that's not a nitpick. That's what you're consuming.
When Viz says, I didn't realize how powerlessness I am, I'm gonna call that out. That's not English. This isn't, I know it's translated into English, so it's not a knock on Ikimoto, but a knock on Viz. But yes, I have a valid complaint. Viz is an English writing. You can't say that. It's just incorrect.
So, nitpick definition: find or point out minor faults in a fussy or pedantic way.
You could argue it's a minor fault and that it's fussy. But it's objectively like, hey, what's up with that?
See, I want to see more definitions. To engage in nitpicking. Wow, thanks, Google. To criticize by nitpicking. Wow, yeah.
That's not helping.
An example is warns her lawyers not to nitpick on relatively simple matters. So, I would say this is not a relatively simple matter. In terms of its, like, importance, in terms of its actual comprehending the critique. It's a very simple critique. The art's bad, but when it comes to the importance of the art, it's very important.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what I would say about it.
But I get how you can call it an epic. Like, I do get that perspective. But on the other hand, it's like, at the end of the day, why is that there? You know, how it's just like, if Ikimoto, I know Ikimoto can draw circles. I can do it. Oodie did it with his freaking laptop better. If Ikimoto, honestly, though, let's just, I don't know, he's just got the anti-circle disorder. He just can't draw circles. You know, like, stencils do exist. If he really needs to do it, if he has this circle drawing problem, why doesn't he just trace an eye stencil thing? You know, if it's a zoomed in image. Like, again, it's not like, hypothetically, you've got a zoomed out Matsuri and the Rinnegan eyes are kind of bad. I get that more because it's zoomed out. It's harder to draw it that way. I get it. And it's also just so small, you're not going to notice. But this was like a zoom in on her eyes. It was a pretty big panel. Like, you know, it's big enough to notice. You know, what happened? Like, how did, like...
Yeah, or, you know, maybe just give it to one of those editors he desperately wishes he had, but refuses to pay for more, even though it's his choice, as I told Sauron, who gave me the anti-benefit of the doubt before looking it up and realizing I was right.
Yeah, or another example, to this day, I will never not give him slack for this. Like, chapter 65. The end of the chapter, Kawaki awakens Karma and he awakens Ishiki's eye. There's no excuse for Ikimoto forgetting to color it. It's Kawaki's debut of the Dojutsu. And it's mostly black. How do you just forget to make it black? That's not one of those things that, like, oh, it's a small... No, it is the impact ending cliffhanger shot. How do you just not have that? Who proofread it? It was like, that's totally fine, Ikimoto. Don't even worry about it. We'll just fix it in the volume.
Must have been Kishimoto.
You know, yeah, exactly. That's how I know Kishimoto wasn't reading the chapter, because he would have noticed.
Yeah, it must have been.
He didn't have the balls to tell him.
And where were Ikimoto's editors when that happened? Oh, right! He forgot to hire him because he's too greedy to.
Mama's not gonna like that.
And to be fair, if you want to call it a nitpick, whatever. I feel like it's not really a nitpick when we have a comparison of Boruto Part 1 to compare to. So you can really relish in the glory of this art that's actually really good and all Boruto art. Looks so bad on the PC, but trust me, it looks pretty good on phone.
Yeah, it gets a blurry, but...
Yeah. Like, look at these backgrounds. Boruto looks great here as well. Freaking woo, that's right.
Like, what I'll say is, there's obviously certain things Ikimoto was, like, weak at early on. His art style was very off of Kishimoto's, as we all know. You have Harry Potter Sasuke. His dimensions of some characters or their age appearances were a little bit wonky at first. Some characters would randomly, like Himawari just looks way too young. Sometimes their heads look too big or whatever. Like, he definitely had those things. And those things have improved for the most part. But when it comes to just detailed art, he was banging here. Like, this panel is good.
Yeah.
There's nothing to critique.
Well, this is why it took me like 3+ chapters to read every chapter every single month in Boruto Part 1. It's not just because the story was good. It's look at all the details here. I wanted to see every little detail of every single panel.
I do the exact same thing when this is kind of why I stopped reading the Naruto manga, to be honest, because it was like, oh, like, I'm too insane for this. Because I will literally examine... It sounds so over the top. But I like to, like, I want to appreciate it to its fullest extent. Like, I want to leave no stones unturned. Exactly. I want to find every small detail. And I just want to be able to say, not just I read the Naruto manga, but I read every nook and cranny of the Naruto manga. And I did the same thing with Boruto. So I will just go through the page. My eyes look at every little crack and crevice on the screen. But in Tubu Vortex, most of the screen is speed lines. So I really just got to look at Boruto's face. And that's about it.
Like, I'm not
I don't have
reading...
the rest of the panel to look at. I read the chapters in like 10 minutes nowadays when it used to take me like an hour.
It definitely takes me way, way more than 10 minutes. It takes me at least an hour, maybe. It doesn't take me 2 hours anymore. It was consistently 3 hours every single chapter in the past. But now it's 2 hours max, usually 1, I would say. But it's just because there's less to look at, not because I'm trying to rush through it or I'm not enjoying it or I don't want to
I
actually
do think
read
I
it.
am rushing through it more than I used to. But
I don't think I'm rushing through it, really. I mean, maybe I technically am, but there's less
there
to
is
look
just
at.
less to look at, though.
Exactly. Like, this isn't even just the backgrounds. He's drawing so many citizens that he doesn't draw otherwise.
But I just want to clarify. There are more citizens here than we have seen combined with the Code and Jura and Hidari invasions.
In all
There's
of
one
Tubular
panel.
Vortex, yeah.
Yes. We have seen more civilians in this one panel than all of Tubular Vortex.
Like, yes, Jonathan Oliver, I know Chapter 1 had the claw grime hitting that one citizen with that one police force officer right there, and there's a couple other people in the background. This is just more in this one panel than that one panel in all of Tubular Vortex. Yeah, no, just goated art. Again, this looks bad because it's blurry, but it's very detailed. If you go to the Discord and pull it up on your phone, don't know why it looks so bad here, but looks really good.
Part of it's probably that you're, blowing up the size, but...
Well, but again, like, when I blow it up on my phone, it actually just looks really good. It doesn't look like this. So I don't know why it's looking bad like this. I think part of it is because Mamba clearly took the images on a phone, if you tell, like, but they keep long black bars at the top and bottom, so I think that's part of it, but yeah, either way. Yeah, so, oh, look! There's 5 citizens here! And a couple more here that are, like, really far in the background, and oh, but this kind of close.
Let's also mention, though,
Police
we
force.
got these for
Police
Code's
force.
invasion. Didn't get these in Jura and Hidari.
So hey, I'll give them. Here's a whole page of citizens here, but I think this is like literally it. There might be like 1 or 2 more pages. But...
Yeah. Kind of ends right
really
off.
all there is.
The moment like Kawaki, Team Shikacho and Sarda show up and stuff, and they just disappear.
Yeah. Bro, this dude got smacked.
I mean, it was cool.
It was.
Even if it should have been biting him.
I agree. So, Kung Fu Zombie. We've talked about this before, sort of 10 directions. We'll probably come back to this another time. But so once again, why did Koji tell Boruto about the sand mission? He seemingly doesn't get anything out of it. He only risks Boruto dying / Sarada not awakening her Manga Sharingan. Right now, like, Koji could probably just be talking to, like, Ada or whatever while Boruto's, like, asleep. Or, like, training his next Uzuhiko 2.0 or something. Like, Boruto doesn't even need to be aware.
I wrote this down because it is a little bit weird because Koji says on 2 occasions, you are not to go, Boruto, which you can use to imply Boruto's just not supposed to go at all. He does, however, say in one other chapter, chapter 19, like, I know you want to rush over there, but don't. Now's not the time. Which, taking that and pairing it with the fact that Boruto seemingly preemptively planted his pieces of metal to teleport with, kind of implies that, okay, Koji wanted Boruto to go eventually, just not yet. So when was he supposed to go? This actually gets into a recent topic I posted.
No.
A lot of possibilities. It's very, a lot of things, though. So, hypothetically, if Boruto didn't show up to save Konohamaru and Matsuri was successful, well, I think I might have had the possibility of Konohamaru winning after, but let's go with this one. All right, so hypothetically, if Boruto didn't show up to save Konohamaru and Matsuri was successful in devouring Konohamaru, what happens next? Koji should have foreseen this possibility. He probably did. He makes it seem like, yeah, it's probably what was going to happen. So, let's break down the possible options. There's no particular order with this. Option 1, Matsuri gets stronger from devouring Konohamaru and goes back to heal, then comes back to try and take Ryu's Thorn Soul back. Sarada's knocked out still, so that only leaves Mitsuki and Araya to fight Matsuri. Can they beat her, based on how they do against Ryu? If not, then everyone dies, including MS Sarada. If that happens, all of this is pointless. Why did Koji want that?
Option 2, same thing, but Matsu's just equal in strength. She just gets something else from devouring Konohamaru. I think the rest of it would just be the same. Can Mitsuki and Araya beat a full power Matsuri? I don't know, based on what we've seen. Option 3, Matsuri just doesn't go back to heal for whatever reason and just goes straight for Ryu, bouncing around on her clothing hair thingies like springs. Can Mitsuki and Araya beat this Matsuri? We'll stop there. Do you think they could?
I'm leaning towards this one.
You think they can?
Well, I'm leaning towards option 3 that Matsuri doesn't go back to heal. It's more so what I was saying.
Okay. Well, the question is, why not?
She's just that mad at Konohamaru.
Okay. Well, in that case, though, do you think Mitsuki and Araya can beat this Matsuri, or would they lose?
Well, considering what Boruto said.
Well, Boruto wouldn't have beaten her that easily if she was full power, but that doesn't necessarily mean Mitsuki and Araya can beat her.
Just because I hate the Boruto
feel
line,
like they could,
I'm just going to say, I'm going to justify it by saying that's the reason that line was there, and they're going to come back to it to explain this. The original thing was this.
That was the original plan. Okay.
Yeah.
That I would generally agree with, and I feel like that's probably the most realistic answer for Koji, but it's also like, why doesn't she just go back to you? Like, your answer, she's just too annoying. But option 4, Matsuri just goes home and says, F Ryu. I don't like Era at all. Option 5, Jura goes after Ryu's Thorn Soul. Everyone definitely just either dies or Jura just snatches the Thorn Soul and leaves, and mostly pointless mission other than Sarda MS, I guess, if she doesn't die here. Now let's assume Konohamaru kills Matsuri. What happens? Option 1, Jura shows up and takes the Thorn Souls back, and maybe everyone dies, is what I meant to say. That would make everything pointless. Option 2, nobody comes for Ryu or Matsuri's Thorn Souls. Why? It feels like if Boruto didn't show up, either everyone's just ditching Matsuri and or Ryu for whatever reason, despite Jura not doing so for Hidari, or everything goes bad for Koji. What was his plan? I think option 3 is the only one that can make sense.
So, well, first of all, it's definitely not the only one that can make sense.
Well, okay, the one that makes the most sense. There are some others that you can do. Like, Jura shows up, takes the Thorn Souls, but doesn't kill anyone.
Based on what Koji's saying, I don't think Jura was going to show up if Boruto doesn't. I think he just doesn't show up. And I don't think that's a problem. You can say, why? Why is he just ditching them? To be fair, for Hidari, he was already there. And part of the reason he even involved himself at all was because of Boruto's knowledge from his accomplice, blah, blah, blah. Like, I feel like if Boruto just wasn't there and Hidari just was beaten by Konohamaru and Sarada or whatever, Jura might not even stop them from just having the Soul Thorn. He might just leave.
Why, though?
I mean, if he is there, he might just take it back anyways, but...
I mean, you say that like he can't just instantly teleport and instantly just suck up their Thorn Soul's magnet. I mean, frankly, I don't know why he didn't just suck the Thorn Soul back to it, put it in his claw mark, and send it back to Mamushi. Why? Like, he really just can telepathically do that. So, why not?
Yeah, I mean, we're now we know he just doesn't/won't, so we have to accept that that isn't the case and find the reason of why, rather than saying why wouldn't he do it, because we know he doesn't.
It could be because Matsuri, this doesn't apply to Ryu, but in Matsuri's case, maybe like he's like, all right, she's too susceptible to love, and that's a problem, hypothetically.
Yeah.
But then what about Ryu? I don't like him.
He lost to
So
Sarada.
you were mean to Code.
That could be it. Yeah, maybe Ryu wasn't as loyal. He could tell because he could tell that he wanted to kill Code, despite the fact that Jura didn't want him to, despite the fact that Jura told him to. But you get the idea.
Ugh. But I feel like if you're gonna do that, I'll maybe like play into it a little bit.
I mean, they still could. I mean, as far as we know, Ryu's just coming back anyways. But I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Earlier, yeah, I remember Mello asked a question, I started answering, and Free Game started talking about, woman's boobs or whatever. But I totally understand if Ikimoto just doesn't want to spoil it. I totally get that. But based off the fictions we saw, they just were, like, Ryu and Matsuri noticeably were the only people of importance and not shown in Koji's updated vision. That is worth noting. Like, Inojin was there.
I'm confident in saying that's because he doesn't want to reveal that either way.
Whereas, yes, he did do that for Ryu in the first place. He revealed Ryu before Ryu showed up.
But that's different from his fate.
He's done that before.
But that's different from his fate.
Well, it is his fate.
You know what I mean. His end.
I agree. But...
yeah. But, yeah, I mean, it depends on what you think Jura's relationship with the Shinju is, if he views himself as their dad. I mean, clearly if Jura doesn't know what love is, he doesn't love the Shinju, so would he really care?
But then why was he like, we can't let Hidari's thorn soul rot with Mamushi that time? It's like, no, we can't. Like, how dare we risk that?
I mean,
does he just have a special interest in Hidari? And if so, why specifically?
I mean, it could be Hidari. Personally, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I'm totally fine with that. I just want to know what the reason is. Is it because Hidari's asking questions about himself? Is it something else?
The question
is not Hidari?
Do you
if it's
think
not Hidari, then why not Ryu and Matsuri?
Well, I'll preemptively say my answer is no to this question. But do you think that Jura is saying that out of compassion or genuine care for Hidari?
Probably not. It's possible that he really wants Hidari to find his identity, but then it's like almost more of a curiosity thing. He wants to see what that identity is, and he should want that from all his Shinju, so it should apply to all of them.
Yeah. In which case, it could be like...
could just be he wants the battle aspect planned for the future aspect too.
Well, it could be like Jigen with Kawaki, where he could take back Kawaki literally anytime he wants, but he's allowing Kawaki to stay in Konoha with Naruto for like weeks on end, seemingly. Because he knows he can get him back at any time, so it doesn't matter. If anything, it makes it all the more devastating when he does take him back, proving he could have done it at any time. Obviously, Jura wouldn't be going for that part, but that's what Jigen was going for to a degree.
Yeah, as well as
and it worked.
Extra sussing out Koji Amado and other things, but
yeah. Well, here's something interesting. Okay. I just thought I can't believe we've never said this over the course of months. This is ridiculous, but considering the context.
I'm so upset you didn't hear that laugh.
I didn't hear it, I'm sorry.
You said, I can't believe you never said this. I said, what, that we're friends?
Oh. But, okay. You're gonna love this. So, considering the context, and we're dumb for not considering this possibility earlier. Not saying this has to be the case, but now I'm totally on board for this being the case. What if Jura, referring to the thorn bulb rotting, is whenever they inject it into the tree and free the person, and that's when it rots. Otherwise, it just doesn't rot.
Okay, then why couldn't he snipe Boruto while he was holding the thorn soul?
He wanted to make sure he had it.
He did have it. He was holding it while sniping Boruto.
Delta was right
Sniping
there.
it again wouldn't make him rot.
Well, better play it safe than sorry. Why would Hidari go back to heal his tiny lash against his stomach whenever Sarada Chidori'd him. He has a whole 99% of the rest of his body that's not damaged yet.
Yeah, but why not do that?
Yeah, well, exactly. So the why not go save Hidari?
So we can spend another 0.2 seconds sniping Boruto and killing him. The threat that he thinks needs to die at all costs.
0.2 seconds risking Hidari being recaptured by the formidable foes.
It's not a risk. He
formidable
has Mamushi
foes!
there too.
Kamui, they're formidable!
Exactly, that doesn't make sense. He
Just
knows
tell
he
it to
can body
Jura.
them all.
He was born yesterday. Of course it doesn't make sense.
But like, whereas I think your rotting thing is a great theory in terms of why Ryu and Matsuri's Thorn Souls haven't rotted, I think that would make chapter 13 worse. But I guess that's kind of no matter what, that's gonna be.
I think it makes it better. I think it's like the rewrite that we were saying last time of Kawaki killing Boruto. I think it only makes it better if he says the same thing he says in the flash forward scene to Boruto. Because it's for the audience rather than for the story, which that's who the story is made for in the first place.
Whereas I get that aspect with Kawaki, I don't think that applies in this case because it's, again, he's holding firmly onto the Thorn Soul as Mamushi there, who we could hypothetically just give it to and go home with. And it doesn't take him long to do his sniper shots. And not to mention, he's like a mile away in the sky and no one there can fly. Like, there's no risk to sniping Boruto again. It only eliminates the risk of Boruto that Jura is worried about.
Delta was right there.
And no, she wasn't actually. She just stayed 10 miles away to follow Jura.
She was close enough.
Either way, not close enough to do anything about Hidari's Thorn Soul.
Well, besides, Jura isn't Jigen. He doesn't entrust Mamushi to the Ten Tails dimension in case someone someone strong shows up.
Okay. If Delta flies towards him, she can retreat even though he can body her. I'm okay with that. But she wasn't doing that. So why not continue to snipe? Like he already was and was going to do before Mamushi interrupted him.
What I'm saying, Jura knows Boruto has an accomplice. He doesn't know who they are or how strong they are. In fact, that could be who he's referring to as formidable foe, considering they know about the Soul Thorn in the first place. Potentially meaning they have Shinjutsu, which who knows where they scaled then. So, that being said, if he gives it to Mamushi, Mamushi goes back. Boruto's accomplice is in the Ten Tails dimension waiting for Mamushi. He can then take Hidari's Soul Thorn and give it to Sasuke.
Oodie. I'm not saying he has to give it to Mamushi. He can just keep holding it himself. Just snipe Boruto one more time before you go back.
When Boruto's accomplice shows up and kills him.
But that's not what Jura said he was worried about.
He said he's worried about formidable foes.
Mostly worried about Hidari rotting.
Because the formidable foe is going to put
even if the accomplice shows up, he could just show up anyway. No matter what, the risk is the same, whether he snipes Boruto in 0.2 seconds again or not.
Well, the risk would be whether or not Hidari's a Soul Thorn or saved.
How is it gonna be snatched from him?
Maybe the dude's mask and his chakra signature. Look at what Kawaki did in the latest chapter.
But then he would have been worried about that, I don't know, during the Mamushi conversation. Not like...
He is also curious. They can be both at the same time.
Okay, I'm fine with that. But then the reason isn't Hidari rotting.
But then you're fine with it? I'm okay with that then.
So then he should have said the other reason, not Hidari rotting.
Well, he should have said more either way. I'm not saying this is a perfect fix, or that this fixes other aspects of everything, but I think this is absolutely only a good thing.
I think it's mostly a good thing, but I think it makes Hidari rotting in that scene worse.
I don't think it makes Hidari rotting worse.
I think it's better in everything other than that specific chapter 13 scene. I think the Thorn Soul rotting because of that, as a general plot point, better. I think it obviously makes Ryu and Matsuri's Thorn Souls not being rotted now better. But I think it makes the chapter 13 scene worse.
I think you could say it makes Jura's reasoning just as bad, but it doesn't make it worse, and it's not making Hidari rotting worse, it makes Jura's reasoning worse. Or, sorry, just as bad.
I think it makes it worse.
Why is it worse than what it is? Because what's Jura's current reasoning?
Hidari rotting. And so, hypothetically, if Hidari's Thorn Soul just would rot, if, like, it's just left out for a minute, I'm like, okay. Now, obviously, the recent chapters would make that a plot hole, but
we'll ignore that.
Ignoring that for a moment, if it just was gonna rot, even though he could have done 0.2 seconds, I can at least say, okay, he's gonna hurry back. But if it just isn't gonna rot unless it's plugged into the Sasuke tree, he's not gonna rot.
But then why can't you argue the same thing, though? That why doesn't he just give it to Mamushi? It's just as bad. He doesn't even need to be there. Matsuri has to be there.
You can only say, I am only willing, that you're probably going to take this compromise. I'm only willing to compromise just as bad if you wholeheartedly agree it's as bad as it can possibly get. It's already a 0 out of 10. And this rewrite keeps it as 0 out of 10. That's the only way I can accept this.
I agree in the same aspect.
Yes, in terms of chapter 13.
Yes.
Okay. I'm willing to... I think it's as bad as it can possibly get. So, like...
Okay.
Even though I feel like it makes it worse, if they're both zeros, I guess that's okay.
Yeah. And besides, that's plot anyways. I think the story reason that they also gave is Mamushi saying, hey, a new Shinju's about to be born, and Juro did want to be there for that. So I'll at least give them that.
I agree. Again, plot... It only takes 0.2 seconds to just finish Boruto off. But I agree, yes. I think Jura wanted... I think there's a multitude of factors there, but I think Jura just wanted to leave. He wanted to see Ryu, wanted to go heal Hidari. Well, he could have done that.
Well, I think he was eager to get back for the
Hidari and all that.
New Shinju. Not that he was afraid of missing it, but he was like chomping at the bits to get back because he wanted to be there for that. So even if he's there early, he's going to get there early because he's excited for that.
Exactly, and I agree with that. But...
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I definitely think the formidable foe thing could actually just work with that as well, even if you don't like it. The, like, Boruto's accomplice.
I don't know, I like it in terms of Boruto's accomplice, but it's clear that it's not like... He clearly wasn't worried that Boruto's accomplice was going to show up and chop his head off. And he's clearly not, like, fixated on making sure Boruto gives up the accomplice's location before killing him, because...
But that's just nonsense anyways.
Like, I would have been so accepting, so happy with him just saying, either we don't need to kill Boruto anymore, or we need to figure out who the accomplice is first through Boruto before killing him. So fine with that. But he's just like, I'm gonna kill you, Boruto. I don't care if you tell me, I'm still killing you, like, first. Like, so you can't even use that argument, though.
Okay, it'd be really stupid. I would... They can't do this for obvious reasons, but it'd be really funny if Jura killed Boruto and is like, alright, I killed you, now are you gonna tell me? Oh wait, no, I did this in the backwards order! Wait, I wasn't supposed to kill you first, I was supposed to go second! So we are all on board that Delta and Boruto are in cahoots, right?
Well, at the very least, via Kawaki at the bare minimum.
Yes, because what Konohamaru says, Boruto's instructions, I think he has a plan. This is before Delta shows up.
Yeah.
So I think he has a plan.
Delta knows what's up. Yeah.
Why is Ikimoto writing, planting the seed that Boruto has a plan, and then Delta shows up? Is it just random nonsensical coincidence? I don't think so. Is it Kawaki's plan? I don't think so. I think Delta knows what she's supposed to do, and Boruto is planning on that.
Do you think Mitsuki, Konohamaru, and Delta are going to play a role in the fight?
Not in the fight. I think at the very least, I could totally imagine Delta using her hypersonic super speed flight to go back to the Leaf Village with the Soul Thorn and just plug it in real quick. And especially if Jura doesn't know that happened, maybe because Delta is an android cyborg, blah blah blah. Maybe she's part Otsutsuki. Maybe she can mask her chakra signature. Maybe she didn't have a chakra signature in the first place. Well, she definitely did, but you get the idea. Maybe Jura just doesn't know that she got the Soul Thorn and can't go to her quick enough. And or thinks that Konohamaru still has it, and Konohamaru pretends to have it. Maybe Mitsuki transforms himself into a Soul Thorn to trick Jura. In fact, that could be actually low-key really cool if Jura brings Mitsuki back. In fact, don't even tell the audience this. Have the audience think that Konohamaru still has the Soul Thorn, and it is Mitsuki, and we get the reveal after the fact. But no, Jura takes Mitsuki as a Soul Thorn back to the Ten Tails dimension, and that's when he transforms back. And then, I don't know, maybe Boruto... Maybe Mitsuki still has the piece of metal on him, so Boruto can teleport to Mitsuki. And then he has that place marked down. He marked down the chakra signature of the dimension, or whatever weird thing Obito did to mark Kaguya's dimension. So he can teleport there whenever he wants. He can teleport Mitsuki back to safety. And from there, maybe he can do something with Koji. They got a million possibilities they can do there. That's how you can incorporate Team Inoshika Cho into the hideout. I don't know. You do a bunch of crazy, goofy stuff. Maybe that's how you get... That could be so cool if that's how you get Damon confronting Mamushi, rather than Mamushi confronting Damon.
Oh, like Damon goes to the hideout.
That would be so cool. I'd be so
Fight
down
them
if they did
all.
those. Yeah, in this
I'm
case,
down
instead of just fighting
for Damon.
Mamushi, Damon 1v4 or 1v5s the Shinju.
Yeah, it's not just Muji, it's all of them.
I'd be so down. Bro's a freaking exterminator going in there killing off the trees. Like he's freaking Netero hunting right before he confronts Pito or whatever.
The only problem is, if Damon's like winning, they have to all retreat or they all die. Like,
But they
probably
can't
not gonna
retreat.
do
Where do they
that.
go? Exactly.
Just somewhere else. Like,
And then what? Boruto
can't
takes
have
Damon and
Damon
teleports him there
win.
again?
like from a storytelling perspective, they can't just have Damon wipe out all the Shinju. The only way they can do this is if it ends in a draw or Damon loses. They can't just have Damon win.
Listen. They
I
can.
would love
There's
it.
other Otsutsuki out there. Just bring in a stronger guy. It's okay. You can make it work.
Just have Damon eliminate the worst possible future.
I would be okay with this.
It would be funny. Definitely a subversion of expectations. But I would have tried, but still say Jura's the best villain after that.
But yeah, I do think that it could be likely for Delta to, at the very least, take the real Soul Thorn and just fly really quickly back to Konoha and free her.
Yeah.
And regardless if she takes Konohamaru, she'll probably take Sarada since she's passed out, so she'll just go back to heal. But I can imagine Mitsuki and Konohamaru staying to fight, especially if they don't have a Soul Thorn to worry about. Or maybe they just go and meet up with Araya or something. I don't know. Okay, so you are in agreement that Boruto and Delta are on the same page on this whole thing, right?
Like, at the very least, to be a Kawaki.
Okay, yeah. So, what do you think Delta's gonna do, and or Konohamaru / Mitsuki?
I would prefer something cooler than her just taking the Thorn Souls and leaving, but that's definitely a strong possibility.
Well, that would be for
I would love
Delta.
it to-
Would you be okay if Delta's doing that so Mitsuki and Konohamaru can go back to fight?
I mean, I'm okay with it as long as they're doing something, but realistically, I don't think they're gonna do this because it's clear. It's clearly emphasizing like Kawaki going ham right now, but I think it'd be a lot cooler if on the side, Delta, Mitsuki, Konohamaru are gonna enact some plan strategy thing to where while the Kawaki and Boruto versus Jura fight happens, they're getting something prepared that's gonna be like the winning thing kind of thing. That'd be cooler, but I don't expect that.
Okay. I think something that could also be cool is if in like 3, 4, 5, 6 chapters from now, whenever this big Ultra Omega fight is done or whatever, they finally go to rendezvous with Araya, who they expected to free Gaara, and turns out Araya was defeated, either bitten by a claw grime on his way to Shinki, or another Shinju came to stop Araya and succeeded and killed Araya. Maybe Araya even died protecting Yodo, who actually did survive. Or I don't know, but I feel like I could be okay with it that way if Araya died protecting Yodo if she was alive.
Yeah, if Yodo doesn't actually die, but Araya dies instead.
Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that.
I
But
would too.
I think that'd be a cool way to do something there with Araya. We just don't come back to him until after all this is happening, because we think he made it to Shinki, but if we just don't see him for several chapters, and then we come back to him afterwards, it'll be kind of similar. I hate to even disrespect the scene with this, but when Madara goes to Obito, it's like, oh, those 5 Kage, yeah, I bet they're not doing too well.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, like Hidari shows up. I don't think that that boy with no eyes is doing too well.
Yeah, that idiot puppet user who was randomly using a sword. Yeah, he's not doing too well.
A puppet user who forgot his puppets.
No wonder I took him out so easily. Okay, that's a stupid idea for a tier list. We should do like every Naruto user who has a specialty without their specialty. So like Kankuro without his puppet, Shino without his bugs, Tamari without her fan, etc., etc. Just like do a power scaling thing with this, or like tier list of power scaling of that, or
Sasuke
whatever.
without his Sharingan, Naruto without Kurama, Shikamaru without Shadow Possession.
Lee without Daijutsu.
Yeah, it would be Lee without the gates or Lee without Daijutsu. For Neji, is it Neji without the Byakugan or Neji without Gentle Fist?
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
You gotta pick only one.
I don't want to just use her Kekkei Genkai, though. I want to use her fighting style.
So the way you can do for Sasuke, because I was gonna say the Sharingan for Sasuke.
Well, I mean, you could still do the Sharingan for Sasuke.
Then it's gotta be just be Lee's Taijutsu, probably.
I think so, yeah. Like, the point is to be the big nerf, like, the thing they specialize in.
The problem with Lee, though, is that's all he has, and that's everything. It's not like... That's the problem with Lee's picking, like, say with Neji, where it's like...
Well, that's not true. He does have a 0.5 in ninjutsu and genjutsu in the data book.
Yeah, but like, Naruto loses Kurama, okay, but he's still got Shadow Clones and Rasengans and all that.
Okay, I think that's fair. We could just take away Shadow Clones from Naruto. That is a substantial nerf. We'll also just say it's base Naruto, so he doesn't have Kurama anyways.
But then now you're taking away 2 things.
No, we aren't. We'll just say it's like tuning exams. So he has Kurama sealed anyways. He just isn't allowed to use Shadow Clones. So it's Kiba fight Naruto without Shadow Clones.
So we're just gonna do tuning exams characters, okay?
I mean, we could do it that way.
I was gonna go through like everyone.
No, I want to go through everyone as well, but just for like choosing
What would you
certain
do for
moments in time.
Orochimaru?
No
If you only
snakes.
take away one.
No snakes.
I was gonna say it's snakes, okay, so he's still, but like objectively, even though his thing is this, unironically, Orochimaru losing his snakes is the most minimal nerf of them all, probably. He still has Edo Tensei, the immortality jutsu. Does he still get snake style substitution?
Okay, this is stupid, but his sword is snake-like. I'm gonna count it. Has a snake design on it. So I'll say he can't, like, heal himself from his bisection. He can't vomit things up or make a snake substitution. He can't swallow things either. He can't do his curse mark, his neck thing. Can't do anything.
Then he's
snaky.
losing a lot, but he still has Edo Tensei.
Yeah, he does have Edo Tensei. But at that point, is that even Orochimaru? That's like summoning jutsu for, like, Naruto. Are we gonna give him Gamabunda? Like, I feel like that's unfair to an extent. That's just a different person.
Well, no, Naruto can't summon Gamabunta if he doesn't get Ninetales, so...
It's like a different sentient being entirely.
Well, I mean, the feat is being able to summon them, and Naruto can't without Kurama's Chakra, so we are taking that away because he can't summon them.
Okay, yeah, the feat is to summon them. Are we gonna say Naruto with the slightest bit of Kurama Chakra is Gamabunta level? No, Naruto's not taken out or relative to Gamabunta.
I mean...
No, we aren't saying that,
a flip for Kurama's Chakra and Himawari is beyond PG level.
Yeah, the slightest bit makes some Jura levels.
Part 1 Kara was strong. We're just upscaling Kimimaru further.
Even though Gaara has the One Tails, that isn't called the One Tails until Shippuden.
Yep.
Is Shukaku even named in part 1? I think he is, right?
Yeah, Shukaku, the
Okay.
Sand Spirit's what they call him.
Yeah, so he's at least he has his name. He just isn't called the One Tails.
Yeah, he's not, like...
Which is funny, because the Nine Tails is called the Nine Tails in part 1.
I know, instead of the Kurama. It's backwards.
I love it. Okay. I think that's
To be fair, though, they don't
probably-
call him the Nine Tails. Actually, no, he's not called the Nine Tails. He's called the Nine-Tailed Fox.
Well, he's also
there is
called
a
the Nine
difference.
Tails Demon.
Yeah, but my point is, it's not the One Tails, the Two Tails, the Nine Tails. It's the Nine-Tailed Fox, the Sand Spirit.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? There's
Yeah,
a difference with that.
So it's saying it's more like saying the fox with 9 tails rather than
Exactly.
the
Rather than
9-tailed being.
Exactly. It's not like saying like implying there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tails.
Yeah.
It's just this fox has 9 tails.
I
It's the
agree.
9-tailed fox.
Okay. That's fair. But
That is a very subtle but realistic argument for the tailed beast, quote unquote, retcon.
I agree.
But I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Who failed?
I was okay. Word for word, I was only not hoping, but knew that was going to be your question. Word for word.
The alternative question was going to be, who was it who failed?
Nah, I was sticking with who failed. And the answer is Ikimoto failed!
Take that, Jonathan.
Oh, real quick. Okay, so for some reason my search thing is broken, so I guess I'll just say it out loud. So, who failed Kamui? It wasn't Ikimoto. Ikibozo failed!
I was going to say Jonathan Homer.
We need to make that the new outro. Just only refer to Ikimoto as Ikibozo from now on. So funny. It's just we're leveling up our insults over time. It's just the next progression. We've evolved. We found our target and we're devouring them. It's Ikibozo.
I'm down.